Chapter 1570 Elder Yi. Chapter 1570 Elder Yi, P Protector Lin Dong. This powerhouse who suddenly appeared made Qin Xiao shudder all over. Qin Xiao recognized that this person was really the Martial Tower's high-level protector, Lin Dong. In the Martial Tower, only those who reached third-layered Heaven Divine Lord had the qualifications to be called high-level protector. Why would such an existence help Yi Yuan? But in the next moment, something that made him even more dumbstruck with amazement occurred. Lin Dong bowed and gave a salute to Yi Yuan, saying respectfully, "Elder Yi, this subordinate was late in rescuing you and let you get frightened. Elder Yi, please punish." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Protector Lin doesn't have to be like this. You came just in time. How are the things that I instructed you?" Lin Dong said, "Already done." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's been hard on Protector Lin." Elder Yi? Hearing the two people's conversation, Qin Zhao's brain somewhat short-circuited, somewhat unable to recover to his senses for a moment. Elder Yi? What Elder Yi? Also, Protector Lin was a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse, to actually respectfully address Yi Yuan as Elder. When the world happened? Hey, what in the world happened? That's a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, right? Why does he seem very respectful in front of Yi Yuan? Elder Yi? Where is Yi Yuan an elder? Can't figure it out, but it seems like Yi Yuan's current item. 1. Tide is extraordinary. The civilians in the city were all in a state of disbelief, speculating about Yi Yuan's item. 1 Tai. However, they were too far away from the imperial city, and they totally did not know what Yi Yuan's so-called elder signified. They only knew that Yi Yuan returning this time seemed to be incredibly awesome. To be able to make a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse even stronger than their city lord be, so respectful. This was not what the average person could accomplish. Plus, but they did not understand that Qin Xiao was racking his brain in extreme terror. Protector Lin Dong was the Martial Tower's protector. The elder he called, apart from the Martial Tower's elder. Who else could there be? Yi Yuan was the Martial Tower's elder? Qin Xiao felt somewhat fluid teared. An origin deity realm becoming the Martial Tower's elder. Was this a joke? However, it was not funny at all. Lin Dong's attitude toward Yi Yuan was already sufficient to explain everything. Even if it was putting on an act for him to see, how could a Martial Tower's protector be someone that Yi Yuan could invite? In it, who can tell me what the HELL happened? Qin Xiao started shouting frantically in his heart. The scene that happened before his eyes was too unreal. Qin Xiao, you dare to offend the newly appointed Pill Tower's elder? Why haven't you knelt down to apologize for your offense? Lin Dong's voice was akin to a great bell, shattering the last trace of fluke in Qin Zhao's heart to smithereens. A hint of panic flashed across in Qin Zhao's eyes, and he said in disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He, an origin deity realm brat. How can he possibly become the Pill Tower's elder?" P Protector Lin, this joke is too much. Lin Dong's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold shout, "Insolent thing, you dare to question the Pill Tower's decision?" Qin Xiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, but he is just origin deity realm." Lin Dong snorted coldly and said, "Humph, Elder Ye's alchemy Dao. You're unable to imagine it at all. Although he's just in the origin deity realm, his alchemy Dao strength, even second elder, expresses endless admiration." Second elder. At this time, Qin Zhao's eyes were full of fear and trepidation. The boundless enthusiasm previously, not a trace of shadow could be seen at this time. His legs turned soft, and he nearly lost his footing. Pill Tower's second elder. That was D-like existence. Even the second elder admired endlessly. What kind of concept was this? Qin Xiao was unable to imagine it at all. Yi Yuan slowly took out a token. The token was of purple gold color. It was forged from purple gold meteoric iron. The token exuded a terrifying aura. It was actually a Divine Lord mystic treasure. Thud! Qin Zhao's legs turned soft, and he directly knelt down, his face full of shock and despair. Purple gold mystic token. Qin Shao muttered under his breath. Purple gold mystic token was the symbol of the ident. 1. Tie the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's elders. It was a low-level divine, Lord mystic treasure in itself, and absolutely could not be faked. With Yi Yuan flash. Plussing out the purple gold mystic token, the ident. 1. Tie of an elder was already confirmed. Qin Zhao's head was a mess, feeling like the sky had fallen down. What did he do? Became mortal enemies with a Pill Tower's elder? One should not look at how he was a divine Lord Rel powerhouse. In reality, he was not even a dog in front of the Pill Towers and Marshall Towers elders. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's divine Lord Realm powerhouses. If there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. But the Pill Tower and Marshall Towers elders did not Serpa. S21 added up. This was not on the same level at all. For a Pill Tower elder to want to kill him, it was as simple as Cruz. Plussing an ant. Qin Shao completely could not understand. Only 20 years had said, how did Yi Yuan suddenly transform into a Pill Tower's elder? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's affairs merely happened in the recent few months. When one was far away from authority, the powers that be would not intervene. Qin Shao did not know the Imperial City's changes at all. Even if he knew, he also would not associate this Yi Yuan in front of him with his mortal enemy Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealing his ident. 1. Tai was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to Qin Shao. To the Qin family, it was equivalent to sounding the funeral bell. Drip, drip. A smell of urine spread out, drawing a series of sidelong glances. Qin Shao could not bear it. Qin Zhaoyan was even more deplorable than him, and he was actually frightened until he peed his pants in front of everyone. Clearly, he also knew what Pill Tower elder meant. In front of the Pill Tower's elder, his Qin family was like an ant. Seeing Qin Zhao's appearance, Qin Zhaoyan knew that the Qin family was finished. Lin Dong's brows furrowed, casting a disdainful look at Qin Zhaoyan. This guy was actually so disgraceful. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shao and said coolly, back then, you told me that you're the strong and you're in charge of a capital city. If you wanted me to repent, I'll have to repent. This sentence really inspired me to continuously become strong. Quite unfortunately for you, I've accomplished it. Qin Shao opened his mouth, but could not say anything. In his heart, it was full of bitterness. This sentence coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth right now was really ironic. 20 years ago, Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in his eyes. He did not need a reason to deal with Yi Yuan at all. Cruz. Plussing him domineeringly. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan actually refused to give in to be disciplined. Let alone did he think that 20 years said, Yi Yuan already became an existence that made him look up to. The two people's status underwent a resplendent grand reversal. I'm unresigned. Even if you're the Pill Tower's elder, you also can't decide my life and death at will. At least, I'm a protector of the Marshall Tower too. Qin Shao harbored the last trace of a fluke and said. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, why do you think I appeared in the capital city in an ostentatious manner? Qin Shao, for this young master to sentence you, I naturally won't give you any chance to get away. Protector Lin, say out your gains these few days for him to hear one by one. Yes. Lin Dong answered respectfully and started announcing Qin Shao counts of charges for so many years one by one. Qin Shao did not even have the last trace of hope anymore when it landed in his ears. Yi Yuan was cutting the ground from under his feet, not even leaving him the last trace of a way out. Chapter 1571, Changing Heavens. Chapter 1571, Changing Heavens. Lin Dong carefully said out loud Qin Zhao's crimes, but he was secretly astonished in his heart. A month ago, Yi Yuan sent him to Wu Meng capital city, making him investigate Qin Shao. The direction of the investigation was also provided by Yi Yuan. There was nothing when not investigating, but the moment there was an investigation, he found many problems. Lin Dong was not surprised because he could find problems, but he was marveled because of Yi Yuan's meticulousness when doing things. There was nothing when not taking action. The moment he made a move, he did not leave his opponent any leeway at all. This newly appointed elder had a maturity and decisiveness that was not commensurate with his age. If one underestimated him because of his age, they would suffer a big loss. Lin Dong was very surprised in his heart. This elder Yi was simply a freak. Martial Dao and alchemy Dao, his strength was extremely strong, and he also had a level-headed character. There was simply no C-H-I-N-K to exploit. For him to be able to obtain the Pill Tower's recognition and become an elder, it was absolutely no accident. Right now, the conflict between head elder and second elder 2 camps was intensifying with each day. Perhaps the appearance of this new elder would be a variable in the struggle between the two. Qin Xiao, what else do you have to say? Lin Dong said coldly. I. Qin Xiao was already battered out of his senses. He knew that he was finished. Yi Yuan said coolly. Looks like City Lord Qin doesn't have any objections. Protector Lin, cripple his cultivation first and detain him inside the City Lord Manor's dungeon. Pick a date to escort him to the Imperial City to await punishment. Zhao is similarly crippled of his cultivation and thrown into the dungeon. When Yang was accessory to a tyrant's crimes. The death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. He is to be stripped of his academy head position, and Thundercry will assume the post. As for Qin Zhaoyun, immediately execute him on the spot. Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's killing intent gradually thickened. Everyone on the street was silent like cicadas in winter, being stunned by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. They all knew that the Qin family that had commanded Wu Meng capital city for over 100,000 years collapsed just like this. This great reversal today was seriously too exciting. Swaz. H. Plus right at this time, Qin Zhaoyun's figure moved rapidly, speeding away into the horizon. Lin Dong laughed coldly and casually pointed a finger out. Boom! Qin Zhaoyun had not flown out far and was annihilated until not even residue remained. With Qin Zhaoyun's strength, how could he possibly escape from under Lin Dong's hands? When Yang's face revealed a bitter smile. As for Qin Xiao and Zhao Yi, their faces revealed a look of despair. But they did not dare to resist at all. Lin Dong was too strong. Even Qin Xiao was completely lacking in front of Lin Dong. TSK really didn't expect that the City Lord and Qin family collapsed just like this. That served them right. These few years, the Qin family acted like a tyrant in Wu Meng capital city, really had enough of it. Yi Yuan is really too incredible. In just 20 years' time, he actually transformed and became some Pill Tower elder. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. The 30 years wasn't up yet. Qin Xiao repaid kindness with ingrat. 2 back then. You probably never thought that there would still be this day, right? Amidst a series of exclamations, this war that lasted for 20 years finally came to an end. Finally, it concluded with Yi Yuan's cruise. H.I. making everyone's jaws drop. Everyone did not think that Yi Yuan's return was actually so domineering. Inside the City Lord Manor, Thundercry prostrated on the ground. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped him up and said with a smile, Teacher Thundercry doesn't need to be overly courteous. He who teaches me for a day is my father for life. This Wu Meng Academy will be entrusted to you in the future. Thundercry sweated heavily and said, Elder Yi, Teacher Thundercry, there's no need to be awkward. Just call me Yi Yuan will do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Thundercry nodded his head and said, Elder Yi, this Thundercry can't shoulder such heavy responsibilities. Clearly, between Thundercry and Yi Yuan was no longer the teacher-student relations. H.I. back then long ago. Even the City Lord was taken down casually. Thundercry naturally knew the disparity between him and Yi Yuan presently. How could he dare to call Yi Yuan's name directly? Furthermore, Lin Dong was standing beside Yi Yuan. That was a third-layered heaven divine Lord existence. Yi Yuan smiled and did not force it either, and said, Teacher Thundercry's character is upright and outspoken, magnanimous, and just the best choice for the academy head. Don't turn it down anymore. I know what you're worried about. Take this medicinal pill. Before long, Wu Meng Academy will naturally have an additional half-step divine Lord Powerhouse appear. Thundercry's whole body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Half-step divine Lord. How many origin deity realm powerhouses wanted to reach this realm? But it was too difficult. Something as Civ as Wu Meng capital city. There were only 4 half-step divine Lord powerhouses in the past 2. But now, Yi Yuan actually promised him the realm of half-step divine Lord. The shock in Thundercry's heart could not be any greater. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength already reached such an outrageous level. No wonder he could become the Pill Tower's elder. Even 4-star alchemy DS did not dare to promise half-step divine Lord either, right? Then this Thundercry will accept deferentially, then to decline courteously. Thundercry bowed and saluted as he said. Right then, Qin Xiao requested an audience. The moment he came in, he gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, Elder Yi, you want to plead for the Qin family? Yi Yuan said with scorching eyes. Facing Yi Yuan's intense stare, Qin Xiao felt like a mountain crushed over, making him incomparably shocked inwardly. His cultivation speed was already very fast. In roughly 20 years' time, he already broke through to middle stage heaven glimpse. But Yi Yuan broke through a major realm in 20 years. Furthermore, the news of Yi Yuan challenging 3 great half-step divine lords alone was already not considered some secret in Wu Meng capital city. He knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan would become big, but did not expect that it was actually huge to such an extent. Genius? Qin Xiao felt that using this term to describe himself was simply an insult to this word. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, Elder Yi, please raise your hand high in mercy. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, According to what I know, the Qin family doesn't seem to treat you very well, right? Qin family said, No matter what, I'm a member of the Qin family. Without the Qin family, there wouldn't be today's Qin family. Yi Yuan said coolly, I say no. Qin Xiao's gaze revealed a trace of ferociousness as he said, If Qin Xiao can leave behind a wretched body, I'll definitely kill Elder Yi in this lifetime. Insolence. Lin Dong's gaze turned dark, a terrifying aura released. Qin Xiao's entire body trembled, instantly feeling like the sky was falling down. Yi Yuan waved his hand at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's aura disappeared. Qin Xiao retreated several steps in a row and plopped down onto the ground, gasping heavily for air. The aura of a divine Lord Realm powerhouse was too terrifying. But Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, Qin Xiao, although you were born in the Qin family, but different from the Qin family's people, on the account of your face, I'll let the Qin family go. Qin Xiao's pupils constricted, revealing a look of disbelief. He never harbored any hope coming. In the eyes of the present Yi Yuan, he was just an insignificant minor character. How could Yi Yuan possibly change his enmity towards the Qin family because of him? But not coming, he could not cross this hurdle in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really agreed. However, Yi Yuan's face suddenly fell, and he said, Qin Tianan, as well as the Qin family's few elders who are steeped in crimes, must be executed. Qin Xiao drew a deep breath, gave a bow to Yi Yuan, and said, Qin Xiao, thanks, Elder Yi. Chapter 1572, Returning Home. Chapter 1572, Returning Home. Xie Zhaoyan, who used to be proud of the success he attained in the past, seemed very cautious in front of Xie Jingyi now. He was afraid. He was afraid of Elder Yi squaring accounts after the autumn harvest and making things difficult for the Xie family. With Yi Yuan's present status, wanting to eradicate the Xie family was simply as easy as turning over a hand. Didn't they see that the powerful Qin family turned to dust with a snap of a finger? Even the second-layered heaven divine, Lord Clueless already became a cripple too. Most likely, his life could not be preserved. That was a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The Xie family was afraid of offending the Qin family back then and threw a rock down the well, directly striking Xie Jingyi's name off the Xie family's register. This caused Xie Zhaoyun to be even more uneasy right now. Although he had little contact with Yi Yuan, it was clearly not very pleasant. He never dreamed that this little fatty in front of him would actually have a day where he rolled over. Back then, Xie Jingyi's divine Xi was destroyed. He had once inspected it. There was no possibility of recovery at all. Who could have guessed that Elder Yi actually brought Xie Jingyi back to life miraculously? It was no wonder that Elder Yi could become the Pill Tower's Elder too. This means was simply fantastical. Oh, little Yi, Big Brother was extremely happy to hear that you came back and already rushed over from Brilliant Peace City, Xie Zhaoyun said with a face wreathed in smiles. Little Fatty's eyes narrowed slightly and did not have the intention of making conversation. Xie Zhaoyun had an awkward look, but at this time, he did not have any dissatisfaction. He knew Yi Yuan's relations. H.I. plus P with Xie Jingyi. The Xie family's life and death depended on Xie Jingyi. As long as he was willing to open his mouth, the Xie family would be considered saved. In fact, if Xie Jingyi was willing, the Xie family might even soar to the sky with one bound, becoming the boss of Wu Meng capital city. It was just that the premise of all this was to repair the relations. H.I. plus P with Xie Jingyi. That. Also, the ancestor has already re-entered little E.U. into the clan register, Xie Zhaoyun continued speaking. But what answered him was still silence. Xie Zhaoyun was palpitating with anxiety and fear. He felt that the little fatty in front of him was no longer that innocent and pure little fatty anymore. Oh, little E, I know that you hate third uncle in your heart, hate the Xie family, but under that sort of situation back then, the Xie family was compelled by Circu. Stances too. The Qin family covered the sky with one hand. Our Xie family couldn't afford to offend. You also know that Qin Shao is a member of the Qin family. How can we dare to resist? Oh, little E, third uncle knows that you're unhappy in your heart. If you can't vent your anger, then just kill third uncle. As long as you can forgive the Xie family, you can do anything. Talking to the back, Xie Zhaoyun shed tears while talking, an appearance of sacrificing his life heroically for a cause. But right at this time, Xie Jingyi slowly opened both eyes, his gaze icy to the extreme. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Xie Zhaoyun's entire body was akin to falling into an ice cellar, being covered in guseb. You, MPS by that icy gaze of Xie Jingyi. Xie Jingyi gave a cold snort and said, Xie Zhaoyun, stop pretending in front of me. Do you think that I'm still that fool who's ignorant of the ways of the world back then? Put that away. If you really disgust me even more, I'll pull the Xie family up by the roots. Xie Zhaoyun's entire body trembled, being shocked by that cold, killing intent of Xie Jingyi. He finally realized that this Xie Jingyi before his eyes was no longer that innocent and pure little fatty anymore. He would really kill people. The Xie family was already clouds and mist that had come and gone to him. Xie Zhaoyun was silent like cicadas in winter and actually did not dare to make sound again. A dignified origin deity realm powerhouse did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of a half-step origin deity. Get lost, little fatty said coldly, scaring Xie Zhaoyun until his neck shrunk. How could he still dare to remain, running away like a puff of smoke? After Xie Zhaoyun left, Yi Yuan walked in from outside. Only after seeing Yi Yuan did Xie Jingyi's expression ease up slightly. Yi Yuan knew that Xie Zhaoyun came to find little fatty before, but he did not say anything, but said, Come, I'll bring you to a place. Little fatty was stunned and said, Where to? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You'll know after going. The violent spatial turbulent flow continuously scoured this endless space. Here, it was impossible for any living things to survive. But at this time, a stream of flowing light sped through the layers of turbulence, breaking the ice and advancing. Inside the purple extreme hall, Ning Siyu, Liang Wanru, and Xie Jingyi, 3 people, were shocked beyond their wildest imaginations. Master Yi, this hall is really too impressive to actually be able to pass through a spatial storm. Could this be a celestial deity, mystic treasure? Ning Xiyu marveled in wonder. Celestial deity, mystic treasure? No, this is a true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. A peak true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. Yi Yuan said with a smile. The 3 people opened their mouths wide and could not close them for a long time. True G. Oh, D mystic treasure. What kind of concept was that? Little Fatty and Liang Wanru were still all right, but Ning Xiyu's understanding was completely not what the 2 of them could compare to. True G. Oh, D mystic treasure. That was absolutely an existence that made the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City go crazy. Once known by the outside world, there would be countless celestial deities, even true G. Oh, D powerhouses who would make a move to S. A. To C. H it. Ning Xiyu finally understood why Yi Yuan would be so calm when facing those divine lord powerhouses. With this purple extreme hall, he did not fear those divine lord powerhouses at all. This was his greatest trump card. However, Ning Xiyu felt very pleased in her heart too. Yi Yuan bringing her here meant that he treated her as one of his own already. Ning Xiyu was completely Yi Yuan's little fangirl right now and definitely would not betray him. Instead, she was proud of this. However, what did you bring us to a small world for? Could it be that this place has some precious treasure coming into being? This small world is very concealed. How did you discover it? Ning Xiyu said curiously. By the side, Liang Wanru felt puzzled too. But very soon, her gaze gradually became bright. Also, the Long Zhan not far away. He was incomparably agitated in his heart too. Over 100,000 years had passed, said he was finally able to return to his hometown. Yi Yuan glanced at Liang Wanru and said with a smile, Wanru, didn't you already guess something? Liang Wanru herself did not quite dare to believe it either, but she still said, Could you really have? Right then Purple Extreme Hall rushed straight out of the spatial turbulent flow, sing through the world-locking gate. Yi Yuan brought everyone and moved, arriving above the sea. Yi Yuan said to the 3 people with a smile, Welcome to my hometown, the immortal Grove World. Ning Xiyu's eyes went wide, and she said in disbelief, Why, you're saying that you came from this small world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, As a matter of fact, I came from here. About this, Wanru can testify. Liang Wanru's astonishment was not the slightest bit less than Ning Xiyu's. Although she had some surmises previously, getting Yi Yuan's confirmation still made her feel incredulous. Liang Wanru drew a deep breath and said, No wonder you were so severely injured back then. It turns out that you said through the spatial turbulent flow. But how is this possible? You had just broken through to grotto, profound deity realm back then. Ning Xiyu was shocked again, her mouth opening wide, full of astoundment. Initial stage grotto profound sing through the spatial turbulent flow? Was this an Arabian Night fantasy tale? Also, how could a martial artist who came out of small world possibly be so monstrous? The so-called geniuses in small worlds were less than even trash when placed in the heaven-span world. Ning Xiyu never dreamed of this degree of monstrosity until no more common sense can be associated with that the freakish elder Yi actually came from a small world. Chapter 1573 Heavenly Sin Heretic God. Chapter 1573 Heavenly Sin Heretic G. Oh, D in the depths of the G. Oh, Fall Mountain Range. Kunwu slowly opened both eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. That brat actually came back. It's only been 100 years, and this brat has the ability to return? Kunwu's eyes revealed a doubtful look, feeling very puzzled and curious about Yi Yuan's return. Kunwu was naturally aware that 100 years was the same as a snap of a finger in the heaven-span world. Logically speaking, For Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate to the late-stage grotto profound realm now was already pretty good. With this strength, wanting to return was naturally as hard as ascending to the heavens. However, his face revealed a hint of amuse. NT, as he said with a smile, but he probably never thought that a second existence who obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao would appear in this immortal grove region, right? This timing of returning is also too coincidental. Wonder who will win or lose when these two people collide. Inside the law enforcement hall, everyone all had solemn faces. Fong Tian's complexion was pale, his eye revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he already suffered heavy injuries. By the side, Skydistant's expression was not much better than him. After Yi Yuan left, Fong Tian and Skydistant both broke through the shackles not long ago and already reached Origin Deity Realm. In this immortal grove world, who else could threaten them? Even beating Fong Tian to severe injuries? Old man Fong, what should we do now? You have the most wicked ideas. Say something. Skydistant said stiflingly. Fong Tian heaved a sigh and said, Yi Yuan's strength, you've witnessed it before. He only used a finger and annihilated tens of thousands of fiends, suppressing heavenly fiend Ji. Oh, Dekanoa. At that time, Yi Yuan was still merely at the initial stage grotto profound realm. But that heavenly sin heretic Ji, is already a grand completion origin deity. His strength is even stronger than the Yi Yuan back then. In front of such strength, any scheme is all futile effort. Skydistant said anxiously, then we're just handing over the Yula S obediently just like this? If Yi Yuan comes back, he'll destroy the entire immortal grove region. Fong Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Of course we can't hand. At most, this old man will risk this old life and fight it out with him. Skydistant suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Sigh, if Yi Yuan were here, it would be good. This G-O-D-A-M in heavenly sin heretic G-O-D, he'll definitely be smacked to death with one slap. Fong Tian also sighed and said, Even if Yi Yuan was here, it's also impossible to be his match. The two of them are existences who obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. But Yi Yuan merely broke through the deity realm for 100 years. How could he possibly be heavenly sin heretic G-O-D's match? Skydistant said with righteous indignation, The villainous old heaven is really blind. Why would it acknowledge such a wicked existence? Fong Tian sighed and said, Heavenly Tao is heartless, but as long as one can meet its requirements, they can naturally get its recognition. Fong Tian was also considered to have pried into a portion of heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao that he pried into versus obtaining the recognition of heavenly Tao, the gap was too big. Skydistant and Fong Tian exchanged a glance, both revealing helpless looks. They were already the immortal grove world's strongest combat power, but in front of heavenly sin heretic G-O-D, it was completely not enough to look at. Even if not borrowing the power of heavenly Tao, heavenly sin heretic G-O-D could also be sufficient to crush them. Talking about this heavenly sin heretic G-O-D, Yuan was caught out of the blue too. This heavenly sin heretic G-O-D was a very distant existence, already 300,000 years from the present. 300,000 years ago, this heavenly sin heretic G-O-D could be said to be that era's most talented powerhouse. His abilities were exceedingly vast, sweeping across the contemporary era. It was just that this heavenly sin heretic G-O-D was bloodthirsty. His road to ascension was a path of killing. No idea how many powerhouses had fallen under his hands. Furthermore, heavenly sin heretic G-O-D was very fool. He actually lost all sense of judgment and raped the daughter of that era's strongest once. That time, it really poked a hole in the sky. Heavenly sin heretic G-O-D D already reached the point of angering both G, O, D, and men, immediately arousing public wrath. That strongest person got together with that era's dozens of powerhouses and joined forces to besiege and slay heavenly sin heretic G, O, D. That battle fought until heaven and earth turned dim. Over a dozen deity realm powerhouses fell in battle. But in the end, they were still not able to kill heavenly sin heretic G, O, D. That strongest person severely injured him and sealed him up. However, that era's powerhouses fell one by one. No one could have thought that not only did heavenly sin heretic G, O, D not die, he actually lived until now. When heavenly Tao dwindled to zero, heavenly sin heretic G, O, D also had his cultivation suppressed for a time. But in the wake of heavenly Tao growing stronger day by day, heavenly sin heretic G, O, D actually relied on his heaven-defying talent. Not only did he break through to grand completion origin deity not long ago, he even obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. With this, how could the seal still seal him? Just the other day, heavenly sin heretic G, O, D broke out of the seal and shook the world. When the law enforcement hall saw the heavenly Tao phenomenon, they naturally went to the sealed land to investigate. Who knew that they ran into heavenly sin heretic G, O, D? That day, the instant heavenly sin heretic G, O, D saw Yu Mengli, heavenly sin heretic G, O, D's two eyes radiated with light and fell hopelessly in love with her. That's right, it was fell in love. Yu Mengli's looks were far greater compared to that strongest person's daughter. On the spot, heavenly sin heretic G, O, D was going to marry Yu Mengli. How could Fong Tian and Sky Distant be willing to let heavenly sin heretic G, O, D have his way? They rushed straight up to have a great battle with heavenly sin heretic G, O, D. But how could they be heavenly sin heretic G, O, D's match? One exchange, and Fong Tian was heavily wounded. Only with Yu Mengli threatening him with suicide did he not kill the two people on the spot. But heavenly sin heretic G, O, D was not someone to be trifled with either. He said that if Yu Mengli dared to refuse, he would kill off all of the law enforcement hall's deity realm powerhouses. Yu Mengli had a clever idea in the moment of desperation and told heavenly sin heretic G, O, D that he could marry her, but it must be a formal wedding and let the whole world know. She and heavenly sin heretic G, O, D agreed that a month later he would come to the law enforcement hall to marry her in a grand spectacle. Heavenly sin heretic G, O, D agreed, but he sealed off the roads leading to the G, O, Fall Mountain Range. Clearly, inside the G, O, Fall Mountain Range had existences that he was apprehensive of as well. But this way, Yu Mengli did not have a path of retreat anymore. Today was the 1-month date. The law enforcement hall's upper echelons discussed for a month and also did not come up with a conclusion. The final outcome was to sit and wait for death. On the right-hand side, Yu Mengli's gaze revealed a hint of decisiveness as she said, "Seniors, there is no need to dispute it anymore. Lear already has a way." Her words made everyone's eyes light up. Sky Distant said impatiently, "What method? Ulas, you quickly say?" Yu Mengli said, "Heavenly sin heretic G, O, D wants to obtain me. When he comes over, I'll threaten with death and make him let you all enter the G, O, Fall Mountain Range. As long as you all are able to enter the G, O, Fall Mountain Range, you'll be safe." Sky Distant's expression changed, and he said, "No way. Absolutely no way. If you die, how will we give an account to Yi Yuan?" How could Sky Distant not understand? Yu Mengli was harboring the will to die, wanting to sacrifice herself to save them. But this way, even if they could live, how would they face Yi Yuan in the future? Yi Yuan entrusted Yu Mengli to them, but they could not protect her. Yu Mengli said decisively, "Do seniors have a better plan? You all rest assured, Big brother Yuan, he's understanding and amenable to reason. He won't blame you all. My good Lier, big brother Heavenly Sin is here to marry you. Right at this time, Heavenly Sin heretic G. O. D's voice sounded out in the entire stretch of S. P. A. C. Chapter 1574. This is the first. Chapter 1574. This is the first. Everyone's heart plunged to rock bottom all at once. Fong Tian, Sky Distant, White Light, Fiery, and the rest all revealed determined looks on their faces. Since they could not be spared, there was only battling to the death. Even if it was akin to moths flying into the fire, they also could not helplessly watch Lier go to die. For everyone here to be able to have today, it was all thanks to Yi Yuan. How could they possibly watch Lier go and die helplessly now, while they drag out an ignorable existence in the world? The law enforcement hall swarmed out in full force, akin to facing a great enemy. They never thought that just 100 years after killing Kanua, the immortal Grove world actually encountered such a catastrophe again. Furthermore, this calamity was even more terrifying than Kanua. Although Kanua was a heavenly fiend G. O. D, he was not an invincible existence. But this heavenly sin heretic G. O. D was undefeatable. Even if Yi Yuan was here, there was no chance of winning either. Above the void, a divine carriage that blotted out the sky and covered the sun suspended quietly, giving people a strong visual impact. The decorations on the divine carriage were very dazzling and joyous, just like a sedan chair for welcoming the bride. 8 enormous dragons were carrying pegs. It was clearly used to pull the divine carriage. Seeing those 8 enormous dragons, everyone's faces changed drastically. Senior Long Min, Senior A.O. Qian, Heavenly Sin, what's the meaning of this? Yu Mengli's gaze turned cold as she denounced charmingly. Yu Mengli saw clearly that those 8 enormous dragons were none other than the dragon race's old patriarch, Long Min, as well as the A.O. Qian who had already returned to the dragon clan. They revealed their original forms at this time and became the mounts to pull the carriage. On the law enforcement hall side, everyone had bloodshot eyes, Wisconsin H.I., plussing to rush up and fight it out with Heavenly Sin Heretic G.O.D. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. The dignified dragon race's major powers were actually forcefully abducted over by Heavenly Sin Heretic G.O.D. to pull the divine carriage. However, no one could resist Heavenly Sin Heretic G.O.D. He was too strong. The outcome was death. Only seeing Yu Mengli's expression did Heavenly Sin come to realize it, and he said with a laugh, "Turns out that you know them. Then it's really too great. My good Lier, this 1 month's time, this venerated self has racked his brains for the sake of our wedding. I first went to Longwinter, that guy's place where he set away in meditation, and dug up his grave, digging out this wave heaven divine carriage. Then I went to the dragon clan and captured these 8 dragons to pull the wave heaven divine carriage for us. Ha ha, since you know them, then let them witness our love together." With Yu Mengli's calm and composed personality, she was already angered by Heavenly Sin until she was virtually going mad at this time. No need to even talk about the others. They wished to swallow Heavenly Sin whole. S.H.I. plus T. This Tiger Lord can't stand it anymore. Your father will fight it out with you today. The White Tiger Clan and Azure Dragon Clan were of the same ancestry. The humiliation of Long Min and A.O. Qian he felt as if he had experienced it himself. How could he still bear it? Done talking, white light turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed over toward Heavenly Sin. Sky Distant also went crazy. He was part of the Four Symbols family clans too. How could he stand this kind of humiliation? He followed closely behind White Light and also rushed up towards Heavenly Sin Heretic G.O.D. Everybody attacked together. Even if we die, we also have to teach this guy an unforgettable lesson. Fong Tian shouted fiercely and rushed up. Above the sky, several dozen figures rushed at Heavenly Sin Heretic God. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Heavenly Sin's mouth, and he said disdainfully, "Ants who overestimate their own abilities. Since you all want to die, then this seat will fulfill your wishes." Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, and she cried out, "Heavenly Sin, if you dare to kill them, I'll die for you to see right now." Yu Mengli raised her palm and placed it on top of her head. As long as her palm pressed, she could end her own life. Heavenly Sin's face changed, just casually waving a hand. Dozens of figures flew back uncontrollably, the speed even faster than when they came. Poo, poo, poo. Everyone directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, already sustaining heavy injuries. In front of Heavenly Sin, they did not have any leeway to resist at all. An emotion called despair spread in the air. Too strong. These people were the Immortal Grove world's strongest combat force. They actually could not even touch the corners of the other party's sleeves. The corners of Heavenly Sin's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a wicked grin, "My good Lear, you see that your husband already has such sincerity. Shouldn't we perform the formal rituals and get married? Today, let's become Tao companions in front of everyone, never depart for all of eternity." Yu Mengli's heart turned ice cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Heavenly Sin, want me to become Tao companions with you. That is possible. But you have to promise me, let them enter the Fall Mountain Range. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't become Tao companions with you too." Heavenly Sin smiled sinisterly and said, "My good Lear, do you really take husband me to be a fool? When this venerated self roamed unobstructed throughout the Immortal Grove region, I toyed with the whole world in the palm of my hands. How can your little trick deceive me? Haha, if I let them go, you'll commit suicide straight away. But if I don't let them go, you don't dare to die." Yu Mengli's expression changed. Only then, discovering that her thinking was simply too fanciful and fallacious. Heavenly Sin Heretic God was a supreme powerhouse from 300,000 years ago. How could he be deceived be her little trick? Did she really have to commit her body to this abominable guy? No, that way, Yu Mengli would rather die. Right at this time, Heavenly Sin smiled again and said, "My good Lear, it's not impossible for this venerated self to let them go. But you must get married to this venerated self first. After the ceremony is done, this venerated self will naturally let them go. You dream on," Yu Mengli said in extreme rage. Heavenly Sin laughed and said, "My good Lear, do you think that this 1 month that this venerated self was out, I really did not care about what's happening in the outside world? I know that you like a punk called Yi Yuan. Furthermore, he's the same as me, both candidate masters that this Immortal Grove region chose. But that punk broke through to Divine Tao for merely 100 years. Even if he's here, this seat can smack him to death with one slap. Therefore, you can stop harboring hopes of getting lucky. Obediently become Tao companions with this venerated self and forget that kid. After today, you'll reign the Immortal Grove region together with this venerated self." Heavenly Sin paused for a bit. His gaze turned dark and murderous intent emerged fully as he said, "If you don't obey, this venerated self will kill one by one starting from now. Wonder how you'll feel when these people die in front of you one by one." What kind of existence was Heavenly Sin Heretic God? He was a fierce and ambitious person from 300,000 years ago. His cunningness and resourcefulness were top-rate existences. Yu Mengli was too weak in front of him. Heavenly Sin was incomparably pleased with himself inwardly. He knew that Yu Mengli would definitely be obedient. If he could not even deal with a woman, his name of Heavenly Sin would also be too useless. When the raw rice is cooked, would he still be afraid that Yu Mengli could escape his palm? As long as the ceremony was done, Heavenly Sin believed that even if he were to let Yu Mengli return to Yi Yuan's side, she would not agree. She had no face to see Yi Yuan. At that time, she could only follow him wholeheartedly. Yu Mengli had a look of despair. She was really out of a choice. Lear, you don't worry about us. This old man was originally someone who should have died. Today, I'll return my life to Yi Yuan. Fong Tian shouted and rushed over toward Heavenly Sin once more. Heavenly Sin smiled evilly, and then he said to Yu Mengli, "My good Lear, this is the first." Chapter 1575, I Understand Heaven Better Than You. 1575, I Understand Heaven Better Than You. Heavenly Sin also had the intention of demonstrating his strength to Lear. Pointing a finger out at this time, the winds and clouds changed colors. Fong Tian was still in midair and felt as if the end of the world had arrived. This was the genuine might of the heavenly Tao. Whatever heavenly tribulation, whatever soul tribulation, it totally paled in comparison in front of this finger. What kind of power is this? Too terrifying. Even that battle between Yi Yuan and Kanhua back then, it's also not enough to look at in front of this finger. It's over. This time, it's utterly over. Our immortal Grove region is really plagued with misfortune. It's just been 100 years, and such a scrounge actually appeared again. The faces of the law enforcement hall's people all revealed looks of despair. Back then, there was still Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides in an overwhelming manner. But now, who else could block in front of them? Fong Tian was the first. After that, there would still be a second, a third. In front of this finger, Fong Tian could not muster up the thought to resist at all. He could not even thought about surviving at all. At this moment, he only wanted to return peace of mind to himself. He knew that no one could escape a disaster today. He could not. Yu Mengli could not as well. Hence, he at the very least could not helplessly watch Lear die in front of him. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry. I have no way of protecting Lear. Fong Tian slowly shut his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. In an instant, that breathtaking finger arrived in front of Fong Tian's face. Everyone shut their eyes. They could not bear to see the death of this immortal Grove region's leader. And what's going on? Right at this time, someone suddenly exclaimed. Heavenly Sin's finger carried the might of heavenly Tao. When it arrived in front of Fong Tian, it actually disappeared directly. At this moment, the 3 feet area in front of Fong Tian seemingly cut off to become 2 different worlds. That world raged like a storm. Heaven and earth changed colors. This world was calm and peaceful. There was tranquility. Fong Tian suddenly felt that horrifying pressure on his body actually vanished, and he couldn't help it but to open both eyes. He was stunned by this scene. What was going on? Heavenly Sin's gaze turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "Who is it? Get out for this venerated self." At this moment, everyone's face revealed puzzled looks. Could it be that this immortal Grove region still had someone who could be Heavenly Sin Heretic G? Oh, D's match? What's going on here? Could it be Senior Kunwu taking action? White Light looked at Yu Mengli in surprise, but discovered that her beautiful body was trembling incessantly. Her face revealed an excited red glow. Just as White Light was completely bewildered, he heard Yu Mengli with an extremely excited voice saying, "Came back." White Light froze and said, "Who? Who came back?" Yu Mengli said agitatedly, "It's Big Brother Yuan. Big Brother Yuan came back." White Light's entire body trembled. Right at this moment, there was a tremor in the void. Several figures stood in the air, facing Heavenly Sin Heretic G. Oh, D from afar. That figure in the center. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Speaking of which was coincidental too. Yi Yuan and the rest were currently chatting idly above the East Sea when he felt the powerful undulation of heavenly Tao. This kind of undulation was what only the controller could have. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, he immediately came here with a teleport and just happened to run into Heavenly Sin, pointing a finger at Fong Tian, which he made a move to resolve. Fong Tian's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Why Yi Yuan? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Fong Tian and said with a smile, "Senior Fong Tian, I've let you get startled." After the astonishment, Fong Tian laughed loudly and said, Good. Good that you're back. Huh. Everyone looked at that white-robed youth in the sky, full of shock. Yi Yuan actually came back. Ha ha. Yi Yuan came back. We're saved. Yi Yuan is really the immortal Grove region's guardian G.O.D. With him around, we're safe. Yi Yuan always appears in the time of crisis. This time was not an exception either. He actually broke through to middle stage origin deity. My G.O.D. He just left for 100 years and already broke through 2 major realms. This guy is really as freakish as ever. Yi Yuan's appearance made everyone rouse themselves. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was the savior. However, not everyone was optimistic. Don't be happy too early. Yi Yuan and Heavenly Sin are both controllers, but Heavenly Sin's realm is 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. This matter doesn't bode well, someone said with a solemn look. With him saying so, everyone's expression changed. Heavenly Sin's might, they had experienced it deeply. Was Yi Yuan really his match? Seeing these people's expressions and words, very quickly, Heavenly Sin understood just who this white-robed youth in front of him was. You're the other Heavenly Tao controller? Looks so weak. Heavenly Sin said with an evil smile on his face. Although Yi Yuan's appearance was somewhat unexpected, he was not worried. The disparity between middle stage origin deity and grand completion origin deity was too great. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said icily, "Where are you, the trash even from? To actually dare make a move against Senior Fong Tian?" While talking, Yi Yuan's gaze flitted to the Wave Heaven Divine carriage behind Heavenly Sin, as well as those 8 enormous dragons' bodies. A surge of fury instantly combusted in his heart. Trash? An ant like you also dares to call this venerated self trash? Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Ha! You came just in time. This venerated self is going to take Lier as my wife today. Since you came back, just nice, you could be a witness for us. Seeing your true love become somebody else's wife. Are you very furious? However, this venerated self just likes to see the appearance of other people angry, but helpless to do anything. Ha ha! You rest assured. This venerated self won't kill you today. This venerated self wants you to watch me and Lier consummate our marriage. Talking until the exciting parts. Heavenly Sin could not resist letting loose a loud laugh. Yi Yuan was very calm and did not blow his top like Heavenly Sin imagined. But the people present were all too familiar with Yi Yuan. They all knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. Furthermore, the wrath this time could probably burn the horizon. This Heavenly Sin heretic G.O.D. was really too able to provoke. Except, was Yi Yuan really Heavenly Sin heretic G.O.D.'s match? 2 minor realms might not count for anything one of the mortal realms. But reaching Origin Deity realm, this was 2 huge mountains, virtually unable to cross. When Yi Yuan made a move to save Fong Tian, he did not know what happened. He even thought that the law enforcement hall offended this great deity. But with Heavenly Sin saying so, he completely understood. Very good. There was actually someone who dared to provoke him like this. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin calmly, just like that, and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Although I don't know where you popped out from, but you're really good. My wrath has already been suddenly ignited by you." Yi Yuan's reaction made Heavenly Sin somewhat displeased. He liked to see others be in a violent rage, then trample others underfoot. Yi Yuan's calmness made him lose some delight. But no matter, he would make Yi Yuan really become enraged. Heavenly Sin smiled evilly and said, "Brat, I know that you're a Heavenly Tao controller too. But there's a gap in strength between controllers too. Remember, I understand heaven better than you." Chapter 1576, Does It Dare to Answer If You Call It? Chapter 1576, Does It Dare to Answer If You Call It? Remember, I understand heaven better than you. Heavenly Sin's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. That figure appeared incomparably tall in everyone's eyes. The current Heavenly Sin heretic G.O.D. was so all-powerful. Crack, crack, crack. Heavenly Sin's aura climbed wildly. Dark clouds gathered overhead in the sky, while lightning was accompanied by peals of thunder, making people have the jitters. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had come, and heaven and earth collapsed. The entire immortal grove world started shuddering. Because of Heavenly Sin, heretic G.O.D. This is too strong, right? Turns out that finger just now was not his full strength at all. How to fight him? I feel like he's the G.O.D. to creation. Everyone's faces revealed a look of horror. They were frightened by Heavenly Sin's powerful strength. Perhaps Heavenly Sin's strength was just a small fry when placed in the Heavenspan world. But in this immortal grove world, he was invincible. Big Brother Yuan, Yumonli shouted. When she saw this scene, she was too frightened until her complexion turned pale. This powerful pressure was truly too scary. She was not afraid for herself. She was worried about Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan's improvement was very terrifying, she still did not know whether or not Yi Yuan could do it to this extent similarly as a controller. Yi Yuan turned around to look at Li'er and gave her REA's shearing look. Li'er and Yi Yuan had their hearts and minds connected, and she instantly set her mind at ease. The rest also looked at Yi Yuan with worried expressions. If Yi Yuan could not stop Heavenly Sin heretic G.O.D., then the Immortal Grove region would fall into a bottomless abyss. Ha, kid, you're also a Heavenly Tao controller. Why don't you summon the might of Heavenly Tao? Or is it that you already gave up? If you're not making a move, then I'm coming. You relax, I won't kill you. Li'er, and I still haven't performed the formal wedding ceremony. Finished talking, Heavenly Sin looked down from a height and suddenly smacked a palm down. Rumble. An enormous black palm protruded out from the void, making the entire Immortal Grove world quake. Fong Tian, Sky Distant, these deity realm powerhouses lost control of their bodies all of a sudden, dropping down from the sky one after another. The entire Immortal Grove world's heavenly Tao became chaotic. They were completely unable to fly in the air. Even Ning Siyu and the rest who came from the Heavenspan world were unable to fly in the air too. Above the void, there was only Yi Yuan and Heavenly Sin left. Heretic G.O.D. palm. Brat, do you dare to receive this palm or not? If you don't receive it, everyone below will have to be buried in death with you. Ha ha ha. Is it very despairing for you? Heavenly Sin laughed wantonly. Wild winds raged. The corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves fluttered wildly. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the firmament from a distance, and just quietly watched it just like this, watching Heavenly Sin perform alone. The enormous palm reached out from the void and pressed down towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of resisting at all. Everyone below was dumbfounded with shock, screaming one by one. What's Yi Yuan doing? Could it be that he's not fighting back? Yi Yuan, quickly make a move. It's too late. Yi Yuan, you're our last hope. You mustn't give up. Looking as the giant palm was about to land on top of Yi Yuan's head, Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of making a move. Heavenly Sin was dumbfounded and thought to himself, could this pump be an idiot? To actually not even fight back? However, right at this time, something that made everyone stare wide-eyed and their mouths agape happened. All of a sudden, the entire sky started trembling. That black giant palm seemingly saw something terrifying and actually shrunk right back, retracting back into the void. The original thick peals of thunder and dense dark clouds vanished without a trace in a blink of an eye. Clear skies illuminated the world once more. When the sunlight shone on everyone's face once more, they all felt as if they had experienced a baptism from doomsday to rebirth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Heavenly Sin was also dumbfounded. What has happened? Seemed like Yi Yuan did not do anything. What happened? At this time, Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin, slowly opened his mouth, and said, "What did you say earlier? I didn't hear clearly. Can I trouble you to say it one more time?" A hint of panic finally flashed across in Heavenly Sin's eyes. Impossible, it definitely was not done by this kid. A blunder, right? It must have been a mistake. Dealing the heretic G. Oh, D-Palm once more would definitely be able to smack this brat to death. Thinking up to here, Heavenly Sin's confidence mustered up once more, and he said with a cold snort, I said, I understand heaven better than you. Why? Are you unconvinced? Done talking, Heavenly Sin released his aura, wanting to summon the might of Heavenly Tao once again. Heretic D-Palm. However, there was no movement in the sky at all. Heavenly Tao seemed to not be able to hear his call at all and did not even have any reaction. Whatever thick peals of thunder, whatever Heavenly Tao chaotic, nothing at all. Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted, and he looked at this scene in disbelief as he said, Impossible. How is this possible? I clearly already obtained a recognition of Heavenly Tao and became the controller of Heavenly Tao. Heretic D-Palm. Heavenly Sin's face turned red from exertion, but Heavenly Tao still did not give him any response at all. Below, everyone exchanged glances, all with baffled looks, completely not knowing what happened. Heaven and earth changed colors just now, but why did it become blue sky and gentle breeze in a twinkle? Who knows what's going on? Did Yi Yuan do this? No way, right? Even though he's also a controller, it's impossible to do it to this extent, right? He clearly didn't do anything just now. He just stood there and did not even move a finger. Yu Mengli's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. She was incomparably certain in her heart, and this was done by Yi Yuan. Even though she could not understand it all, she knew that Yi Yuan was still that undefeatable Yi Yuan. Even if the immortal Grove world produced a Heavenly Sin heretic G. O. D., it was still impossible to be Yi Yuan's match. Ha! Big Brother is really too awesome. Didn't even move a finger, and he made this guy croak. Ha, too satisfying. White Light suddenly laughed loudly and said, he was the same as Lier, knowing that this was definitely Yi Yuan's work. At this time, Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he looked at Heavenly Sin as he said coolly, Just now, you said that you understand heaven better than me? Heavenly Sin choked and said, A hint of mockery flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said with a cold sneer, Do you know how big the heaven outside is? Do you know how strong the people outside are? Do you know how weak you are? You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. This one sentence shocked everyone's heart. Even existence like Heavenly Sin was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Heavenly Sin's expression became incomparably ugly, and he roared at Yi Yuan, Impossible! You're merely a controller too. Furthermore, my realm is higher than yours, and my comprehensions are deeper than yours. Heavenly Sin heretic G. O. D. am this immortal Grove world's #1 controller. Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, Oh, is that so? If you're the controller, does it dare to answer if you call it? Heavenly Sin's face was like a chameleon, instantly changing several colors. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that I can't control Heavenly Tao. Heretic D-Palm. Heretic D-Palm. Heretic D-Palm. Heavenly Sin seemed like a madman shouting nonstop. However, Heavenly Tao still did not react at all. Chapter 1577, Sundering Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1577, Sundering Heavenly Tao. Looking at Heavenly Sin's crazy-like behavior, everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Was this Heavenly Sin heretic G. O. D. in front of them really that one who nearly killed them just now? What the H. E. L. Did Yi Yuan do to actually let a controller lose control of Heavenly Tao? What did Yi Yuan say just now? Heavenly Tao dares not answer? Fong Tian said somewhat uncertainly. He somewhat doubted whether or not he heard wrongly. Hence, he asked the Sky Distant beside him. Sky Distant glanced at him and said, full of shock, could his meaning be that Heavenly Tao was frightened away by him, and he really didn't do anything? Heavenly Tao can be frightened away too? What on earth is it afraid of? Fong Tian felt like his brain was somewhat unable to keep up. Sky Distant drew a deep breath, his gaze deep as he said, "Looks like not seeing him for 100 years. Yi Yuan's realm is already not what you, and I can imagine." Everyone was incomparably shocked in their hearts. Before going out, Yi Yuan was just a heavenly Tao controller. But returning this time, even heavenly Tao actually trembled. An emotion called despair crept out in heavenly Sin's heart. He experienced 300,000 years before producing a trace of enlightenment, obtaining heavenly Tao's recognition. But now, what the H-E-L-I was this? It was just over a month after he came out of seclusion. Over 300,000 years of humiliation. He had not begun to take revenge on this world, and had already ended. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said with a cold smile, "If I can't control heavenly Tao, I don't believe that you can as well." Humph! Even if I don't control heavenly Tao, my realm still crushes you. When people despair, it would always be easy to find all sorts of excuses for themselves. Heavenly Sin was naturally unwilling to be trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, so he kept on finding excuses in his heart. Perhaps heavenly Tao was just temporarily unable to be controlled. Similarly, as a controller, there was no reason that he could not, but Yi Yuan could. Heavenly Sin's aura of grand completion origin deity emitted out. The commotion was similarly incomparably outrageous. His strength could virtually rival Kanua's already. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin with pity and said indifferently, "Ignorance is truly terrifying. You can't doesn't mean that I can't." Done talking, Yi Yuan raised his palm and pressed down. An enormous palm reached out of the void and slapped onto Heavenly Sin's body with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. Heavenly Sin spurted fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. The might of heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan did not deal a heavy blow. This palm broke bones and injured the ligaments, but absolutely would not take his life. Before he returned, he never dreamed that this immortal grove region actually still had someone who dared to provoke him like this. Very good. He was very successful. Yi Yuan was very angry, and the consequences were very severe. He calmly looked at the Heavenly Sin spurting fresh blood wildly and said, "You understand heaven better than me? Who gave you the courage to say this sort of words in front of me?" Boom! Another palm protruded out of the void and smacked Heavenly Sin silly like smacking a fly. He had not recovered when a large foot already trampled on his face, directly trampling him onto the ground from the air. Boom! Another loud bang. A 100,000-foot pit was smashed out on the surface of the ground. Heavenly Sin's face was practically flattened by Yi Yuan. "Posturing in front of me, no problem. At most, I'll beat you up and it will be over. But you dare to touch my woman, Yi Yuan's woman, and dare to humiliate my own race. Dare to kill the senior who watched me. Yi Yuan, grow up. I am very angry." Yi Yuan's words got colder word after word. These things were all what Yi Yuan was very particular about, being a taboo. Especially Li'er. She was a weight that he could not bear in his life. Mu Lingshua's matter made Yi Yuan even more sensitive to such things. However, this guy just had to make an issue about this kind of thing. How could he not be furious? This venerated self was wrong. I beg your excellency to spare me," Heavenly Sin said with a slur and blood pooling. He was really frightened. This young man in front of him was seriously too terrifying. He finally knew now that Yi Yuan really understood heaven better than him and was not joking with him. It was just that he did not understand. Why would heavenly Tao actually be afraid of Yi Yuan? But this was already not important. He was trapped for 300,000 years. Now that he broke free, he had not enjoyed life yet. He did not want to die yet. Yi Yuan glanced at him. A hint of a smile that gave people a chill flashed across the corners of his mouth. It was just that this hint of smile, Heavenly Sin could not see it at all now. Tap! Yi Yuan threw a medicinal pill beside Heavenly Sin's head and said coolly, "Eat it. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you a chance for a fair fight right now." Yi Yuan let go of his leg. Heavenly Sin looked at the medicinal pill beside him, but did not dare to make a move. Only an idiot would fall for it. Right now, it was more important to preserve his life. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, I asked you to eat it. You didn't hear it? A terrifying killing intent locked onto Heavenly Sin. How could he still dare to hesitate, grabbing the medicinal pill on the ground and swallowing it? The medicinal pill entering the abdomen, a wave of cool reinvigoration instantly filled all the limbs and bones in his body, making his entire person much more spirited. What a powerful healing medicinal pill. Heavenly Sin was startled inwardly, looking at Yi Yuan rather disbelievingly. The medicinal effect of this medicinal pill was truly too incredible. In less than an hour, he could fully recover. Give you 1 hour's time, refine the medicinal pill's medicinal strength. Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Sin was full of doubts, not knowing what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. Could it be that this guy was going to fatten him up and then slaughter him? But Yi Yuan's words, how could he dare to defy? He could only muster up divine essence and start to refine the medicinal pill. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with puzzled looks, similarly not understanding what he was going to do. This kind of guy directly smack him to death with one slap would do, being so long-winded with him for what? Now, he actually even wanted to treat his injuries. But Yi Yuan's decision, how could it be their turn to interfere? 1 hour later, Heavenly Sin was full of energy again and actually directly recovered to his peak state. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but marvel greatly at the medicine effect of this healing medicinal pill. Especially Fong Tian and the rest. They naturally knew that divine pills were vastly different from mortal realm medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's currently alchemy Tao strength was simply unfathomable. Heavenly Sin stood up and was just like an aggrieved little wife, not daring to make a sound. At this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, You and I are both controllers. I'll give you the chance for a fair fight. We won't use the power of Heavenly Tao and have a fair battle. Heavenly Sin's gaze turned intent, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Why, Your Excellency, how can this lowly one dare to make a move against you? Previously, it was all this lowly one who was scoundrelly and did something that shouldn't be done. I beg Your Excellency to spare this lowly one's life. What a joke. You say fair battle, and it would be a fair battle. You want me to be pleased with myself for a while, then when you can't beat you, use the power of Heavenly Tao again and smack me to death with one slap. What kind of existence am I? Heavenly Sin heretic G.O.D. How could I fall for the scheme of you, this child? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's palm blade chopped at the void. Crack! Right at this time, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, akin to a bolt out of the blue. Heavenly Sin's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, Why will you sundered the Heavenly Tao? Chapter 1578, Resounding Slap. Chapter 1578, Resounding Slap, obtaining the recognition of Heavenly Tao and becoming the Heavenly Tao controller of a world. The martial artist would produce a trace of inexplicable connection with this small world. The martial artist could mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao for his own use through this hint of connection. This was the so-called controller of an ownerless world. But Yi Yuan actually severed this trace of connection just now. This meant that he was not the controller now. Everyone present were not fools. How could they still not understand what was going on? Each and every one of their faces revealed incomparably shocked expressions, feeling very perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. Now you can rest assured, right? I'm giving you this chance, a fair battle. Yi Yuan said coolly as if he did something ordinary. Heavenly Sin was stunned for a full 10 breaths of time before slowly coming back to his senses. Ha! You actually severed the Heavenly Tao? Actually really sundered the Heavenly Tao? After coming back to his senses, Heavenly Sin was wildly elated in his heart and laughed wildly without ceasing. At this moment, he was incomparably certain that this Yi Yuan was a fool, a complete fool. He, Heavenly Sin heretic G.O.D., used 300,000 years before achieving the realm of controller. But this kid actually cut off Heavenly Tao without even batting an eyelid. The confidence that was just trampled into pieces by Yi Yuan instantly returned to him. That feeling of showing disdain on everything returned again. With Yi Yuan no longer being a controller, he was the immortal Grove region's strongest. A fair battle. Screw his fair battle. Only a fool would have a fair fight with you. Kid, this venerated self admires your courage and boldness. As a Heavenly Tao's controller, you actually severed it at the drop of a hat. Heavenly Sin said proudly. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin calmly and said coolly, just a small world's controller. Only a frog at the bottom of a well like you will take it seriously. Heavenly Sin laughed loudly and said, yes, you've gone to experience the world outside. A small world's controller is indeed nothing. But in the immortal Grove region, I'm his strongest. Everyone was unable to understand why Yi Yuan would do such an action. What on earth is Yi Yuan trying to do? He sundered Heavenly Sin Heretic G. O.D. Who else is Heavenly Sin Heretic G. O. D's match in this immortal Grove region? Yi Yuan is too reckless. He wouldn't naively think that the Heavenly Sin Heretic G. O.D. would have a fair fight with him, right? Yi Yuan might have lost his head being angered by Heavenly Sin, wanting to use his real strength to crush the other party. He sundered Heavenly Tao, but Heavenly Sin Heretic G. O.D. would not cut it off. Could it be that Yi Yuan still has some backup plan? Under this sort of situation, what backup plan can there still be? I can't imagine it at all. Earlier, Yi Yuan ravaged Heavenly Sin like smacking a fly. They still felt very liberated. Who knew that in a twinkle, the situation actually had such a startling great reversal? Yi Yuan's action made the situation become one-sided again. Ning Xiu looked at the Yi Yuan high up in the sky thoughtfully. She knew that Yi Yuan's combat strength was extremely formidable. In a fair fight, Heavenly Sin could never be Yi Yuan's match. But the problem was, how on earth was Yi Yuan going to resist the power of Heavenly Tao? Unless a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse came. Otherwise, she really could not figure out what means Yi Yuan had that could resolve the might of Heavenly Tao. Suddenly, Heavenly Sin's eyes turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Kid, it's you who's seeking death. The humiliation that you gave this venerated self earlier, I'm going to get it back 1,000 folds now. Heretic G.O.D. Palm, Heavenly Sin shouted and smacked towards Yi Yuan. In the next instant, his expression became incomparably fascinating. King failed again. He was actually still unable to mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao. Everyone had stunned faces. What's going on here? Yi Yuan already cut off Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Sin is the immortal Grove region's only controller now. Why is he still unable to control Heavenly Tao? Ha! I understand. Yi Yuan is deliberately messing with him. This guy even thought that he got a huge bargain. Didn't expect that Yi Yuan was totally playing with him. Heretic G.O.D. Palm, really killing me. Heavenly Sin's expression was as ugly as it could get. He felt like his worldview already collapsed. A hint of panic revealed in his eyes once more as he said, Impossible. I'm clearly the only controller. Why am I still unable to mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao? Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said coolly, Your brain isn't too good, right? Do you think that everyone is as stupid as you? Would I put my life in your hands? Cutting off Heavenly Tao, I'm naturally very certain that Heavenly Tao is useless to me. Heavenly Sin's gaze turned intent. He went completely mad. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately messing with him. Kid, looks like you're very smug, huh? However, did you forget something? Heavenly Sin said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan pretended to be surprised as he said, Oh, what did I forget? Heavenly Sin grinned hideously and said, You forgot. This venerable self is 2 minor realms higher than you. This venerable self is already standing at the peak of Origin Deity Realm. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is that so? You're so impressive, huh? I said just now, I'm going to have a fair battle with you. I want to defeat you in an upright manner. Heavenly Sin sneered and said, Defeat me? With the likes of you? Even if not borrowing the might of Heavenly Tao, killing you will be as easy as blowing off dust too. I'll let you take a look at this venerated self's true strength. While talking, the aura of Heavenly Sin's grand completion origin deity completely released. A gleaming scimitar appeared in his hand. It was shockingly a celestial deity artifact. Heavenly Sin grinned hideously and said, "Heavenly Moon Wild Blade, Kid Die." A blade that advanced with an indomitable will. The imposing momentum was incomparably shocking from beginning to end. Even when Fong Tian, Sky Distant, and the rest saw this blade, they quaked in their boots too. They could not help looking towards Yi Yuan worriedly, not knowing if Yi Yuan was really Heavenly Sin's match. Heavenly Sin's speed was swift to the extreme, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Same as before, Yi Yuan still did not move and still stood with his hand behind his back just like that. Heavenly Sin was wildly elated in his heart. Such a close distance, Yi Yuan absolutely could not avoid his blade. But right at this time, there was a blur before Heavenly Sin's eyes. He actually lost track of Yi Yuan. He was greatly alarmed in his heart, hurriedly pulling back the blade to save himself. Slap! A resounding slap reverberated throughout the sky, transmitting into everyone's ears. Heavenly Sin's body shot towards the ground like a cannonball, SMAs. Plussing out a large pit once more. Ning Xiu looked at this scene and said disdainfully, "Dumba, even half-step divine lords aren't Master Ye's match. With the likes of your middling skills, you still wish to hack and kill him?" Swaz. Plus Heavenly Sin leaped up from the giant pit, black gas fluctuating on his body. He was already furious to the extreme and said with an angry yell, "Punk, I'm going to kill you, flay your skin, and pull out your tendons." Another blade that startled heaven and earth and made DS and ghosts weep. However, slap. It was another resounding slap. Quite a number of people all unconsciously touched their faces, as if that slap was smacked onto their faces. Really painful. Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Heavenly Sin roared and charged over once more. Slap, slap, slap. One slap followed another. Yi Yuan's movement was erratic, but with each slap, the sound was clear and audible. Chapter 1579 You Simply a Devil. Chapter 1579 You Simply a Devil. Heavenly Sin was yelling frenziedly in his heart, but he could not see Yi Yuan's movement clearly at all. He could not even beg for mercy. Heavenly Sin had utterly collapsed. Just now, with Yi Yuan cutting off the heavenly Tao, he thought that his chance had come. He was even mocking Yi Yuan in his heart. That instant, he looked forward to the future very much. But in a twinkle, Yi Yuan used his ridiculously inhumane strength and shattered his hopes to pieces. From being enormously proud of his success to despair, to when hope came again, to when hope was extinguished again. In this short while, his heart had experienced violent ups and downs that ordinary people found hard to imagine. At this time, his Tao heart was already close to breaking down. Suddenly, the slapping sounds were gone. Yi Yuan actually stopped slapping him. Everyone was dead silent. They were astounded by Yi Yuan's strength. The middle stage origin deity, Yi Yuan, actually beat the grand completion origin deity, Heavenly Sin, like a dog. Sure enough, it was still that familiar taste. Yi Yuan's power did not need explanations at all. Only now did they know that their previous worries were completely superfluous. The only thing that they had to do was to believe in Yi Yuan. Heavenly Sin's face already lost human form. All of the teeth in his mouth were knocked out, his face swollen heavily. His mouth was full of golden bloodstains, looking incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan used the power of loss. Naturally, it would not let his injuries be so easy to heal. He looked at the pig head like Heavenly Sin and said coolly, "Just now, did you feel that you had hope again? You thought that me treating you and then cutting off the heavenly Tao, you can dominate the immortal Grove region already, right? Very sorry, I let you down. I did it on purpose, giving you hope amidst despair, then personally crushing this hope. This delight is truly unimaginable." Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted. He knew that Yi Yuan was simply toying with his feelings from start until now. Him wanting to kill Heavenly Sin was simply a matter of moving a fingertip. But he just did not. This kind of toying was even more humiliating than him being dumped after being toyed by women. He was a fool through and through, being toyed in Yi Yuan's palm. He was sold by Yi Yuan and still counting money for Yi Yuan, overflowing with gratitude. You're simply a devil. Heavenly Sin gabbled. He really was in a desperate state and was really afraid. He boasted that he was already very evil, but in front of Yi Yuan's means, it was simply like an apprentice in the presence of a great sorcerer. Except, he did not have the qualifications to play like this at all. Yi Yuan had a strength that he was unable to imagine. No matter how he wanted to play, he could play. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Devil? Haha, if you feel that I'm a devil, then that's right. But if I tell you now that even though I sundered the heavenly Tao, I can still mobilize it, what would you think?" Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "I am possible." Not just Heavenly Sin. The faces of everyone below all revealed shocked and disbelieving expressions. Already severed the fetters with the heavenly Tao, how could he possibly control the power of the heavenly Tao again? A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face. Lightly tapping a finger out, the wind and clouds changed colors. Pooh! In a blink of an eye, terrifying air billows struck Heavenly Sin, punching a large hole in his chest. The look in Heavenly Sin's eyes showed that he was terrified to the extreme, his gaze full of disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? He could really mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that him sundering the heavenly Tao earlier was just an illusion? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you very surprised? Why am I still able to mobilize the heavenly Tao when I've severed it?" Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said, "Sorry, this is a secret. I won't tell you." Poor Heavenly Sin had anger rush to his heart and spewed out a large mouthful of blood again. The current Heavenly Sin was already an arrow at the end of its flight, only left with a final breath. Yi Yuan deliberately not killing him was in order to let him feel despair. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with pity, "Don't ask why I'm so wicked. Want to blame someone? Can only blame you for doing what you shouldn't have done." Poor Yi Yuan pointed another finger out, directly destroying Heavenly Sin's divine sea. My divine sea." Heavenly Sin screamed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Since you were suppressed for 300,000 years and are still not dead, it shows that your vitality is very tenacious. Then, you should continue being suppressed." Yi Yuan turned his palm over, directly slamming Heavenly Sin into the earth. The violent power of the heavenly Tao poured into the sealed land frenziedly, sealing Heavenly Sin firmly underneath. Yi Yuan's seal was more than 100 times stronger than those people 300,000 years ago. Even if his cultivation could recover, it was also impossible to break free from this sealed land. He would be sealed until death. Everything returned to tranquility. Everyone looked at that invincible figure high in the sky, somewhat unsure what they should say. A calamity that was sufficient to destroy the world was actually resolved by Yi Yuan so effortlessly. Furthermore, this guy was too capable in messing around, making their little hearts pound heavily. Yi Yuan made Heavenly Sin run around in circles. How was it also not keeping them on tenterhooks for half a day? But Fang Tian and the rest all knew why Yi Yuan did so. Heavenly Sin's provocation made Yi Yuan become genuinely enraged. That was why he would toy with his opponent like so, crushing his opponent's last trace of confidence. If it were another enemy, even if Yi Yuan killed the opponent, he would not torment him like this either. But Mu Lingshua's death was originally Yi Yuan's greatest regret in this life. Now, this Heavenly Sin was actually so blind, wanting to snatch Yi Yuan's other lover. What was this if not seeking death? Yi Yuan's figure flashed, arriving by Liu's side. He reached his hand out and lightly caressed Liu's face. For a moment, a multitude of feelings surged up. "Liu, you became thinner. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan understood that he barely escaped deaths in the heaven-span world. Lier also lived in constant fear and worry for 100 years in the Immortal Grove world. These 100 years were not easy. 2 rows of clear tears fell down, but Lier forced herself to smile. Just now, she thought that she could no longer see Yi Yuan. She did not expect that at the final juncture, Yi Yuan actually returned to the Immortal Grove world miraculously. She shook her head hard and said, Lier ate well and slept well. I didn't get thinner. Rather, it's you who suffered considerable hardships in the heaven-span world these few years, right? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, You're still so understanding. But the more you're like this, the more I feel that I owe you. Lier shook her head hard again and said sobbingly, Compared to elder sister Lingxue, what does my bit of hardship count as? Big brother Yuan, you went to the heaven-span world. Have you found the method to save elder sister Lingxue? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Too difficult. Lier's tears flowed down again involuntarily. Yi Yuan lightly pulled Lier into his embrace. Everything was conveyed without words. Liang Wanru could not hear what the two of them were saying. Seeing this scene from far away, her beautiful body involuntarily shuddered, tears flowing down unwittingly. She completely did not expect that in this small world, there was actually such a world-toppling visage. No wonder Big Brother Yi rejected her. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1580, Lifting the Power of the Curse. Chapter 1580, Lifting the Power of the Curse. Inside the hidden chamber, brilliant colors were dancing, being incomparably dazzling. Fong Tian's eyes gradually became bright, seemingly producing a trace of understanding. He discovered that a trace of bond was actually established between him and Heavenly Tao. This trace of bond made him feel that he was unbelievably powerful. Gradually, the luscious colors disappeared without a trace, returning to tranquility. Fong Tian looked at the Yi Yuan in front. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. Even though he examined himself and felt that his talent was peerless, to say becoming Heavenly Tao's controller, it was still beyond his reach. But Yi Yuan actually helped him to establish a trace of bond between him and Heavenly Tao, making him become a controller. Just what kind of level had this kid reached? How in the world did you do it? Fong Tian sucked in a deep breath and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The world-suppressing steel is even stronger than you imagine. It's all thanks to the world-suppressing steel that I have today's accomplishment. He did not tell Fong Tian about the matter of the lesser heaven-span mountain. It was not that he did not trust Fong Tian, but this kind of heaven-shocking secret, knowing it would not benefit him at all. Once the lesser heaven-span mountain was exposed, probably even Tao ancestors would be moved. Knowing this kind of thing did not have any benefits to Fong Tian at all. Returning and encountering Heavenly Sin Heretic G. D this time made Yi Yuan realize many uncertain elements. Hence, he borrowed the power of the world-suppressing steel and let Fong Tian become a new controller. No matter from which angle, Fong Tian was the most suitable candidate to become a controller. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Fong Tian could not help smiling bitterly and said, Looks like the world-suppressing steel was really wasted in my hands. Ever since after Heavenly Tao recovered, Fong Tian's thick ACCU. Mulations erupted, his realm soaring rapidly all the way like sitting on a rocket, and already broke through to initial stage origin deity, even catching up to the veteran grand completion Heaven glimpsed sky distant. But he never dreamed that a short 100 years not only had Yi Yuan already Serpa set him in terms of realm, his true combat strength even rivaled half-step Divine Lord. This improvement speed simply made people wish to knock their heads and die. One had to know Fong Tian had ACCU, Mulat for 50,000 years before he had such a stonies. Plus in cultivation speed. But Yi Yuan? counting his previous lifetime, it was also merely a hasty several hundred years. By comparison, this disparity was seriously too great. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, the immortal Grove region's matters will be left to you in the future. Returning this time, I'm going to bring Lear, White Light, Fiery, they all away. After all, this place is just a small world. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao is incomplete and it's too limited." Fong Tian nodded and said, "What you said is right. With their talent, it's truly too wasteful to be in the immortal Grove world. This old man is old and can't endure more suffering. Otherwise, I definitely want to follow you together to the Heavenspan world." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured. After I gain a firm foothold in the Heavenspan world, I'll naturally bring you and Senior Sky Distant they all over." Fong Tian smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for the arrival of this day. Coming back this time, how long are you planning on staying?" Yi Yuan said, "I can't say for long. The Heavenspan world that side also has packs of wolves circling around. After I deal with the curse of the land of exile, I plan on leaving." Even though Yi Yuan was already the Pill Tower's elder now, his appearance already aroused head elder's fear. Also, that deer cry, Yi Yuan already offended him to the core. He would definitely think of ways to deal with him. Second elder, his faction was weak to begin with, so Yi Yuan's days in the future would not be very smooth. Moreover, Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm powerhouse, mixed up amidst a bunch of divine lord realm powerhouses, the pressure was truly immense. But Fong Tian said in shock, "You can already lift the curse? Wasn't it said that you have to wait until you reach the realm of the dragon race's progenitor before you can lift the curse?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the past it's like that, but now there's no need." After Yi Yuan refined the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, his understanding of Heavenspan Mountain already far surpassed. So when he just became the controller back then, the Four Symbols family clan's land of exile was merely a kind of heavenly Tao sanction. With Yi Yuan's present height, lifting this kind of curse power was easily accomplished. Outside the cold pool, the old ancestor was currently cultivating in close seclusion. Along with heavenly Tao's recovery, he already cultivated to the heaven glimpsed deity realm presently. Suddenly, he snapped open his eyes full of shock. How is this possible? The curse is lifted? Could it be that it's the progenitor who returned? He swiftly got up and sprinted over towards the cold pool, his figure abruptly stopping. A gentle and graceful middle-aged woman slowly walked out of the cold lake. The old ancestor's face revealed a joyous smile and said, "Junior, it's been so many years. You've finally recovered. Yuan will definitely be unbelievably happy to see you like this." This middle-aged madam was precisely Yi Yuan's mother, Ao Jun. The current Ao Jun already completely recovered her youth, as if time had flowed backward. Ao Jun's face was full of puzzlement as she said, "Ancestor, what's going on? Apart from the progenitor, could it be that there's still someone who can lift the power of the curse?" The ancestor shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I was thinking just now, could it be that the progenitor is back? He took pity on our generations of entrapment suffering and specially came to rescue us from the sea of suffering?" Ao Jun said, "No way, right? Wasn't it said that the progenitor is already missing for several million years, and there's completely no news at all?" The old ancestor smiled and said, "Don't think too much first. Either way, it's a good thing. Everyone is definitely over the moon. Let's go out and take a look." At the same time, the land of exile was in jubilation. They sensed the cursed power on their bodies disappear, each and every one ecstatic until they virtually went nuts. Cheers and jubilation reverberated in the air of the land of exile. The old ancestor and Ao Jun, two people, came out of the cave. They saw a young man slowly walk over. "Yuana, didn't you go to the Heavenspan world? How would you be here?" The two people practically exclaimed almost in unison. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Ao Jun and could not help feeling very warm. After a time interval of many years, He could finally help his mother escape the sea of suffering. The old ancestor suddenly recalled something, his face revealing a look of disbelief as he cried out in shock. Could it be? Could it be that the land of exile's curse was lifted by you? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Ancestor, mother, the world is so vast. In the future, the land of exile's four symbols family clans can go wherever they want, and body can stop them. The old ancestor's entire body trembled, and he said, It's really you. You. How did you do it? You just in. You're already at the middle stage, origin deity realm? The ancestor drew a cold breath, being shocked by Yi Yuan until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. This cultivation speed was a little too horrifying, right? Rather, it was A.O. June who had a look of pride and relief all over her face. She did not think that her son was actually so remarkable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I obtained some fortuitous encounters in the heaven-span world. Now, breaking this curse isn't considered a big deal. The old ancestor was speechless. This kid said it really lightly. One had to know, in the era where heavenly Tao flourished, the land of exile had also once produced quite a number of major powers. But they worked hard for countless generations and were also unable to break out of this place. But Yi Yuan only went out for 100 years' time and lifted the power of the curse. Chapter 1581 Probing. Yuan, are you leaving now? 1581 Probing. Yuan, are you leaving now? A.O. June gripped Yi Yuan's palm tightly, very reluctant to part with the latter. They finally managed to lift the curse, and she could have a heart-to-heart talk with her son. But her son was about to leave straight away. Yi Yuan already accompanied her in the land of exile for as long as a month, but he ultimately still had to bid farewell. A.O. June already knew the news of Ji Xingyang's death. These few days, she had always been dejected. Yi Yuan comforted along with Li Er before placating A.O. June. Mother, your child owes Ling Xue too much. These few years, I've always been living in self-blame. Not being able to save her a day earlier, I find it hard to set my mind at ease. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Finally, he managed to reunite with his mother. So he did not wish to leave straight away either. But the heaven-span world still had many things waiting for him. He could not delay too much time either. Seeing his mother's reluctant appearance, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your child has magic treasures in his possession now. Hence, entering and exiting spatial turbulent flows are very easy. In the future, as long as I'm free, I'll come back to see you. The old ancestor also said by the side, Good men have far-reaching ambitions. Since he knows that there's a broader world outside, why should he remain in this small corner? Hearing the old ancestor said so, A.O. June could not have the heart to delay Yi Yuan. She knew she could not let him stay any further. So she said with an said smile, Yuan, mother knows that it wasn't easy for you to walk this entire way. You have got to be more careful in the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Rest assured I will. Leaving the land of exile, Yi Yuan took a trip to Kunwu Divine Wood there again. Seeing Kunwu again at this time, Yi Yuan felt the former was even more unfathomable. This made him greatly astonished inwardly. Just what realm was this Kunwu Divine Wood? Yi Yuan was shocked, but actually, Kunwu was even more shocked than him. Recalling that time, when Yi Yuan left back then, Kunwu was 100 times pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that after 100 years went by, and then when he returned again, Yi Yuan broke through to middle stage origin deity like flying. Furthermore, he distinctly sensed that Yi Yuan sundered heavenly Tao and was actually still able to mobilize the power of heavenly Tao. This was simply unimaginable. You brat, how in the world did you do it? Kunwu looked at Yi Yuan and said in shock. Yi Yuan's battle with heavenly sin, Kunwu was naturally all aware. At that time, he surprised him considerably. Dustless's figure flashed out, and he said with a smile, Old Kuan, you and I both made an error in judgment. This kid's potential is much stronger than old fart Immortal Grove. Kunwu's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, How so? Dustless stroked his beard and said with a smile, What Immortal Grove has done, he accomplished it. What Immortal Grove didn't achieve, he has also done it. I'm very much looking forward to what kind of height he can attain in the future. Kunwu's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, if old fart Immortal Grove didn't fall, Heavenly Emperor Realm is attainable. Could it be that this kid still has the possibility of reaching the realm of transcendent Heavenly Emperor? Dustless smiled and did not speak, stifling Kunwu until he felt even more confused. Yi Yuan originally wanted to see if he could invite Kunwu to come out of retirement, but he discovered that even if the current Heavenly Tao had recovered a lot, it still could not bear a level of existence like Kunwu. So Yi Yuan could only drop the matter. After Finus, H.I. Plusing settling everything, Yi Yuan brought Lure, White Light, Fiery, Lure for people, and entered the spatial turbulent flow once more. Over 100 years had passed, said these few people's strengths had also made great progress. Lure, White Light, and Fiery, three people's constant eye. Tushins were special. At this time, they were already all Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. Even Lure had already reached Grand Completion Grotto Profound as well, just one step away from being able to break through to Heaven Glimpse realm. These few people were going to the Heaven Span world and had excited looks too, grabbing Ning Siyu and Liang Wanru, asking nonstop, just like four curious babies. Staying for such a long time in the Immortal Grove world, Liang Wanru already knew why Yi Yuan would stay such a respectful distance away from her. Nothing to do with looks. He was unable to even give a promise to Lure, let alone her. This way, Liang Wanru became much more open-minded, her entire person also becoming significantly more cheerful. But Yi Yuan came to little Fatty's side and said with a smile, "This trip, did you get any harvest?" Little Fatty gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a sigh, "Really can't imagine. Even you had such a sorrowful past too." This place was Yi Yuan's hometown. Little Fatty and the rest were naturally very curious about Yi Yuan's past matters. Only upon inquiry did they know that Yi Yuan suffered his brother's betrayal in his previous life and met with his father being killed. Later, he also encountered his beloved burning her divine soul, this kind of thing. It seemed like his misfortune was not worth mentioning compared to Yi Yuan at all, if not for hearing these things with his own ears. He completely could not imagine that a happy-go-lucky person like Yi Yuan actually had such a past. He also finally understood Yi Yuan's painstaking efforts, recalling things in his heart and asking himself, if he had Yi Yuan's experiences, he would probably have long become a madman who was homicidal. But Yi Yuan did not blame heaven and other people. He relied on his own efforts and walked step by step, taking revenge for his father and seeking a lease of life for his beloved. How much willpower did this require? Yi Yuan doing so much was simply to let him pull himself together anew. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan gratefully, his face revealing a long-lost smile, and said, "Yi Yuan, thank you." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "That's more like it. Seeing your wretched smile, I knew that that little Fatty is back again." Inside the Pill Tower, Deercry was currently denouncing Yi Yuan harshly to Head Elder Rosu. "Head Elder, what capability does this brat have? How can he suddenly become an elder? A 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D becoming a Pill Tower's elder. Wouldn't it incur people's ridicule if it spreads?" Head Elder listened quietly, his face not having any expressions, no joy nor sorrow. When Deercry finished, Rosu mused for a moment before slowly saying, "This matter was directly decided by the higher-ups, so even I don't know all the details too. I ask you, how's that kid's strength?" Deercry said indignantly, "Bah, what strength can he have? In my view, he's deliberately mystifying things to look mysterious. He, a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, can give pointers to Louis, saying it also got to have people believe it too. I'm sure that this is merely Xian Yu deliberately setting a deceptive battle array to mislead the enemy. Louis must have had a breakthrough long ago and kept it secret all the way, waiting to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the Pill Tower's compact. One time this time. It's just that as luck would have it, this was encountered by me and they set up a trap, ensnaring me inside. Until now, Dear Cry did not believe that Yi Yuan could give pointers to Lu Yi to refine a high-grade 7 aperture quiet enlightenment pill. This kind of thing was completely illogical. Head Elder's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Your meaning is that this kid is merely a chess piece of Xianyu, used to delude us?" Dear Cry nodded and said, "Apart from this kind of situation, I can't think of other possibilities at all. However, Head Elder, you have to be careful. Xianyu might have had considerable breakthroughs in alchemy, Dao recently. That purple quill marrow extermination's poison. I heard that it's incurable, but he borrowed Yi Yuan's hands and dealt with it." Head Elder could not help musing. Yi Yuan's appearance had indeed disrupted all of his arrangements. But he had to admit that Dear Cry's concerns were very reasonable. It cannot be denied that this Yi Yuan definitely had some strength. Otherwise, Xianyu would not have picked him either. But to say that Yi Yuan was heaven-defying to the extent where he could give pointers to a 4-star alchemy G.O.D., he did not believe. This matter was directly decided by the higher-ups. I can't say anything either. How much ability that Yi Yuan has, we'll know with a try. The Pill Tower Compet. 1. Time this time. You personally go and challenge him. Head Elder suddenly said. Chapter 1582 Blocking the Door and Provoking Elder Yi. Protector Lin. 1582 Blocking the Door and Provoking Elder Yi. Protector Lin. Paying respects to Elder Yi. Paying respects to Protector Lin. Upon entering the inner city, there were quite a number of people who took the initiative to come up and greet Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan discerned dissatisfaction and disdain from their eyes. Their greetings always brought Protector Lin up in passing. Clearly, in their eyes, Lin Dong was even more not to be offended than Yi Yuan this elder. A mere 3-star alchemy G.O.D. If a wall in the inner city fell and crushed over 10 people, there would be 3 or 4 3-star alchemy G.O.D.S. among them. The rest were all origin deity realm martial artists. Hence, this incomprehensible designation made these people very unwilling to submit to this situation. The moment Yi Yuan took office, he brought Lin Dong to immediately go and take revenge. Many people had never even seen before this newly appointed Pill Tower Elder. But they recognized by the fact that Lin Dong had someone beside him, so this ridiculously young fellow must be Yi Yuan. Elder Yi this, but Lin Dong by the side was uneasy and said awkwardly. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a faint smile, Protector Lin doesn't have to nervous. This kind of situation, I've long expected it. How can I vent it on you? The best way to make other people shut up is to use strength to conquer him. Rage, this kind of emotion, will only make others look down on you and can't make others regard you highly. Lin Dong opened his mouth wide, not expecting that Yi Yuan would say such words. Was this Elder Yi really only 100 over years old? Why did he sound so lacking in youthful vigor when speaking? Instead, he was seemingly extremely insightful. Logically speaking, for Yi Yuan to have such a high status and such means at a young age, he should more or less be somewhat arrogant and flippant. But he completely could not see this kind of emotion from Yi Yuan. What he could see, there were only maturity and prudence, holding the pearl of wisdom in his hands. The group of people walked slowly and arrived at Yi Yuan's manor in the inner city very quickly. Suddenly, a large group of people poured out of both sides of the street, blocking the front door tightly. But among these people, there wasn't even a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. They were actually all Origin Deity Realm youths. Their age were generally the same as Ning Siyu. Lin Dong's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, Song Qiang, do you all want to rebel? The one in the lead was young and handsome, his strength already half-stepped Divine Lord. But Song Qiang was indifferent and said coolly, Protector Lin, we know where your duties lie. But if this person is going to become a Pill Tower Elder, I, Song Qiang, am the first to be unconvinced. Juniors, are you all convinced? Unconvinced. We're unconvinced. If a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. can be an elder, wouldn't our Pill Tower become a joke? Yeah, I'm a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. too. Then can I be an elder as well? The group of people chirped, emotions running high. There were some among them who were agitated until their face reddened to the ears, clearly unconvinced about Yi Yuan to the max legends were legends after all. The inner city, apart from Xinyu master and disciples, few people, no one had seen Yi Yuan take action before at all. Hence, to make these 3-star alchemy DS believe how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was exceedingly difficult. The position of an elder was what only some late-stage divine lord big shots could take on. A 3-star alchemy brat on what basis? Lin Dong was angered until he gnashed his teeth. This bunch of guys was too blatant and brazen to actually dare come and call an elder into question. This kind of thing had never happened before in the history of the Pill Tower. There were no less than 100 people present. They were all the Pill Tower's young generation's most elite geniuses. There were quite a few people who were even the disciples of the Pill Tower's elders and deacons. This Song Qiang was head elder's personal disciple, and he was also the number 1 person among the Pill Tower's 3-star disciples. His strength could virtually be said to sweep across all those in the same rank. Rank 3 divine pills that many others did not even dare to think about. He could refine successfully. Even head elder himself also frequently praised that Song Qiang was more than 100 times stronger than when he was young. Toward this disciple, he was rather satisfied. Head elder's doting also gave rise to Song Qiang's condescending personality. How could ordinary people be able to enter his sight? Now, he heard that a 3-star alchemy actually became a Pill Tower elder. How could he, this fellow who was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, endure this kind of thing happening? Of course, Song Qiang was not a fool either. He knew that rashly offending an elder was a serious crime. The die was already cast, so he was not allowed to be unbridled. Hence, he pulled in a large number of rank 3 disciples and came to block Yi Yuan's door. As the saying went, the law did not punish the SES. These disciples who came today, their backers were all rather tough. Presumably, Yi Yuan did not dare to do anything to them. Are you all done making a din? Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Qiang sneered and said, Elder Yi, if you want to become an elder, you have to take out the ability to convince us. Today I, Song Qiang, represent rank 3 disciples to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge or not? Song Qiang was valiant, an appearance of fearing nothing and no one. The moment these words were said, even Lin Dong's eyes revealed a hint of interest. Honestly speaking, the higher-ups sent him to become Yi Yuan's follower, but he really did not know how powerful Yi Yuan was. Meanwhile, Song Qiang was undoubtedly a benchmark figure among 3-star alchemy DS. Using him to set the standard was clearly the best fit. With this in mind, Lin Dong immediately realized that today's matter was probably not that simple. Yi Yuan, as an elder, defeating Song Qiang was also nothing much. But if he lost, that was losing all standing and reputation. Even second elder would be implicated. This matter definitely had someone pulling the strings behind it. He could not help looking at Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he would deal with it. Who knew that at this time, Yi Yuan just happened to look over toward him and said coolly, Protector Lin, throw them all out for me. Don't let them block my path here. The moment these words came out, all of the rank 3 disciples' faces changed. Song Qiang sneered even harder and said, It turns out that the newly appointed Elder Yi is merely a pillow with an embroidered case and don't even dare to accept the challenge of a rank 3 disciple. This matter, I'll definitely report it to the Pill Tower and say that the newly appointed Elder Yi is completely unworthy of his tea. Don't you all say so, juniors? The way the other disciples saw it, Yi Yuan's way of avoiding was clearly already being afraid of getting found out. Yeah, a 3-star alchemy what right does he have to become a Pill Tower elder? Don't even dare to accept the challenge of us disciples. He has a guilty conscience. This guy is simply a liar to actually even become an elder in a grand manner. The Pill Tower must severely punish him. Song Qiang was pleased with himself inwardly. He reached a conclusion after weighing it. and felt that he already probed Yi Yuan's actual ability. This guy must be afraid of getting found out. It looked like Deacon Deercry's and Lysis was very reasonable. This Yi Yuan was merely a person whose second elder brought out to divert attention. Protector Lin, what are you still waiting for? Could it be that you want me to personally take action? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Lin Dong's expression was somewhat conflicted. After all, this guy was head elder's disciple. Seeing that Lin Dong did not dare to make a move, Song Qiang was even more smug as he said, "My elder Yi, do you dare to go to the elders' association with me to confront each other? Your strength completely isn't fit for this position as an elder." Swaz. Plus Song Qiang was being pleased with himself, but then he saw a blur before his eyes, and he was thrown straight out. Chapter 1583 Trample flat for me. Song Qiang landed face to the ground and slid more than 100 feet away from his original spot before stopping. 1583 Trample flat for me. Song Qiang landed face to the ground and slid more than 100 feet away from his original spot before stopping. This throw was hurled beautifully. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the Song Qiang who was thrown in a wretched manner, thinking that their eyesight was failing. Song Qiang was a half-step divine lord. He actually could not even retaliate and was directly thrown flying by Yi Yuan. Ouch! You dare to throw me? Song Qiang gave a painful cry and yelled. In this inner city, even ordinary elders and deacons also did not dare to treat him like this. Disregarding that this kid was swindling others with false ability, Yi Yuan actually even dared to throw him like this? Most importantly, he was completely unprepared just now. That was why Yi Yuan's sneak attack succeeded. If it came to the real thing, he was absolutely not afraid of Yi Yuan. But the problem was, he already lost all face in front of a group of juniors. Yi Yuan's gaze looked toward Lin Dong rather coldly, and the latter felt a chill in his heart. A powerful pressure instantly pierced his heart. Lin Dong felt that it was very inconceivable. An origin deity realm actually brought such a powerful sense of oppression to him. This kind of feeling was extremely absurd. Was it because of his ident? 1. Tai as an elder? Lin Dong did not know, but he knew that Elder Yi was unhappy with him already. He did not carry out Elder Ye's order staunchly. But earlier, Yi Yuan did not even dare to accept Song Qiang's challenge. Did he really have the strength to become an elder? Lin Dong could not help hesitating in his heart. If he were to take action today, it would be offending head elder badly. Dealing with Qin Xiao, that kind of weakling, he naturally did not care. But head elder, what kind of high-ranking figure was that? Get lost! Yi Yuan's voice was akin to thunder, suppressing everyone all at once, and they actually unconsciously divided and opened up a path. Yi Yuan brought Li Er and the rest, and slowly walked over from the middle. Only when Yi Manor's front door closed did they abruptly startle awake. Why did I move aside just now? This isn't right. My strength is stronger than him. Why would I be scared of him? Everyone was working it out one after another in their hearts. They all could not understand why they would be scared by Yi Yuan. Lin Dong stood there very awkwardly. He knew that Yi Yuan not bringing him along indicated that Yi Yuan was already very unhappy with him. Giving a bitter laugh, Lin Dong turned around and left. When Mighty DS clashed, little ghost suffered. Lin Dong had never thought that he would become a little ghost in front of an origin deity realm one day. Senior apprentice brother Song, What should we do now? Someone asked Song Qiang softly. Song Qiang roared, go back. What else can we do? Do you want to barge into an elder's residence without any authorization? That is a serious crime. Song Qiang looked at Yi Manor's front door and said hatefully, there's still a few days to the Pill Tower's compet. One time, I'll see when he can be C. KY until, when the time comes, I'll make him reveal his true colors. Humph. The Yi Manor was a mansion that the Pill Tower prepared for Yi Yuan. It occupied an extremely large area in the inner city. The elders' allotments were top-notch in the inner city. Master Yi, you were really too cool just now. Song Chiang, that guy, his eyes are at the top of his head. I've long found him an eyesore. The moment they entered, Ning Xiu said with a desire to see the world plunged into chaos. Yi Yuan smiled and said, they went against their superior. For me to not punish their crimes, it's already being very nice to them. Ning Xiu scoffed and said with a smile, then do you know who that person you threw just now was? From start to end, Yi Yuan did not recognize Song Chiang and also did not know what background he had. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, he's the head elder's people, right? Furthermore, looking at his appearance, his status isn't low. Ning Xiu opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, how did you know? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I guessed it. Ning Xiu gave a thumbs up and praised, indeed worthy of being Master Yi. Since you already guessed it, you actually still dared to make him lose face in front of so many juniors? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, it's because of your master's strong recommendation that I could become an elder. Do you think that if I were friendly to him, their group of people would let me off? Ning Xiu could not help choking and said, makes sense. But if I were to say, you should have agreed to him earlier and teach him a good lesson. Let him know what's called there's always someone better. Additionally, you can also demonstrate your strength, this newly appointed elder. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, most likely, Lin Dong thinks so as well. However, what qualifications does he have to make me go take action and teach him a lesson? Winning against him, I don't get anything. If lose, that's impossible. Buffed. The few people around were tickled by Yi Yuan. Yeah, how could Yi Yuan possibly lose to Song Chiang? But laughing for a while, Ning Xiu said, but if like this, outsiders will say even more stuff than your strength being inadequate to take on the position of elder. Most likely, head elder will take this chance to take action. Yi Yuan smiled and said, even if I need to take action, that's also not me taking action. In the Pill Towers Compet. 1. Tyan, you have to viciously slap that punk for me. Ning Xiu got a fright and hurriedly waved her hand and said, I can't. You aren't aware of this just because Song Chiang isn't anything in your eyes. But in my eyes, that's a mighty divinity-like existence. In the realm of 3-star alchemy G, O, D, he's practically undefeatable. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, undefeatable? Her. Who dares to say that they are undefeatable in this world? Even the medicine ancestor, that kind of existence, even if he has no precedence, who can guarantee that there wouldn't be anyone who can repeat it? After breaking through to the Tao realm, I feel my own insignificance even more. What does he count as? Ning Xiu was speechless and said, talk is cheap for you. Reaching your realm, of course you can say whatever you want, but I'm really not his match. Yi Yuan said coolly, relax, starting from today, I'll give you special training for 10 days. After 10 days, you have to trample that Song Chiang's face flat for me. And then, Lin Dong, didn't I arrange for you to go be Elder Ye's follower? Why did you come back? After Lin Dong left, he went all the way back to the Marshall Tower. He ruminated along the way and did not notice that there was someone. Lifting his head to take a look, it was precisely the Deacon Feng Yuhai who arranged his mission this time. Seeing the other party ask, Lin Dong could not help smiling bitterly and said, I probably can't become his follower any longer. Feng Yuhai's brows raised up, and he said in puzzlement, what's going on? Do you know this duty is what many people are fighting for? Being a Pill Tower Elder's follower was not just about glory. It was also a ladder to ensure one's own strength steadily rose higher. A Pill Tower Elder, casually refining a few medicinal pills when he was happy, could let the follower digest for decades to a century. This kind of task, there were naturally many people fighting for it. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was still weak, he was strongly recommended by Second Elder. Even if he could not refine rank for divine pills, making Second Elder take action, that could work too. Lin Dong was helpless and could only recount the scene that happened in front of Yi Yuan's door, making Feng Yuhai's brows knit together tightly. He sighed and said, this was also hard on you. According to what you said, that elder you might really be a chess piece pushed out by Second Elder. This matter, don't take part if you can choose not to take part then. Chapter 1584, Is There Still Regard for Pecking Order? The Pill Tower Compet. The Tie-in was the Pill Tower's grandest event. 1584, Is There Still Regard for Pecking Order? The Pill Tower Compet. 1. Tie-in was the Pill Tower's grandest event. From disciples to elders, they all had to take part, competing for a spot to enter the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was a faction of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, and also a cultivation tower that everyone yearned for. The Martial Tower was likewise so. Each Pill Tower Compet. 1. Tie-in. In order to fight for the spot to enter the Pill Tower, the elders would also crack their heads. Pill Martial Twin Towers were the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most beautiful structures. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, no matter from which angle, one could see the twin towers that towered into the clouds side by side. At this time, below the Pill Tower, people assembled on an enormous plaza. The Pill Tower Compet. 1. Tie-in and Martial Tower Compet. 1. Tie-in were both major events that involved the inner city as well as the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's future direction. The attention paid was naturally extremely high. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "You guys quickly look! The elders are out!" A corner of the plaza close to the Pill Tower had a very high grandstand built temporarily. This was specially prepared for the elders. Even those deacons did not have the qualifications to sit here either. At this time, the elders entered in a single file, each finding their seats and taking it. Deer Cry was so angry in his heart. The other sitting on top, he was convinced of their qualifications. But this Yuan made him as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. With this, he really ran on top of his head to S, H, I, plus T, and P. You all look, that's the newly appointed Elder Yi Yuan. So young. More than just young. He's simply a little kid, all right? Many Pill Towers 3-star Alchemy G. Oh, D disciples are hundreds of years older than him. TSK Tisk, truly, you can't judge a man by his looks. It's just no idea how his true standard is. I heard that he refused Song Chiang's challenge. That's scared, right? Now, everyone says that he's the chess piece pushed out by Second Elder. I think it's most likely the case. Yeah, such a little kid, he can have the qualifications to be an elder? Isn't that nonsense? Yi Yuan appearing in the ranks of the group of elders truly seemed somewhat glaring. Compared to the other elders, he was somewhat ridiculously young. Even the vast majority of the disciples were much older than Yi Yuan. This kind of situation occurring, it naturally made many people feel very off in their hearts. Of course, the one who felt the most off balance was Song Chiang. He looked at Yi Yuan below, sneering unceasingly in his heart. You just be smug then. Today I'm going to challenge you in front of everybody. I don't believe that you can avoid and not a battle. Song Chiang sneered coldly in his heart. All preparations in place. Song Chiang slowly stepped out of the ranks and said to Ro Su with clasped hands, "Head Elder, I heard that the newly appointed Elder Ye's alchemy strength is formidable. This disciple is untalented and wants to seek guidance from him. There are quite a few disciples present. I think everyone wants to witness Elder Ye's elegant bearing. Just take it as giving the compet. 1. Tie in this time a warm-up. Everyone clearly did not expect that Song Chiang actually played this move, challenging Yi Yuan in front of so many people. If Yi Yuan still did not accept the challenge, it probably could not be justified, right? However, they also indeed looked forward to it very much, at just how Yi Yuan's true strength was. For a moment, all gazes turned toward Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he would cope with the present situation. Rosu looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and said, "Elder Yi, right now in the Imperial City, the criticism toward you numbered quite a lot. There are quite a few people who say that you're young and lacking to take on the position of Elder. Some also say that you're just a 3-star Alchemy G, O, D, and aren't worthy of being an Elder. Why not take this chance and show some ability for everyone?" These two people sang in chorus, directly forcing Yi Yuan to the corner. Quite a few elders, deacons, and protectors were all watching the joke. After all, Yi Yuan coming into existence, so sudden, made them very unconvinced. Yeah, Elder Yi, show some skill, and also let us broaden our horizons. Elder Yi enjoys success at a young age. He definitely has areas where he's Serpa. SES others. Why not take this chance and let us learn? The group of deacons and protectors crave for the world to be plunged into chaos, all concurring. Second Elder did not like to fight and had always been ostracized by Head Elder. The deacons and protectors present, the majority were Head Elder's people. They were naturally here to watch the joke. Yi Yuan sneered in his heart and suddenly asked, Head Elder, this Song Chiang is your disciple, right? Rosu nodded and said, That's right. Yi Yuan suddenly snorted coldly and said, Head Elder, this disciple of yours is also too ignorant of the rules. The matter a few days ago. I presume that Head Elder wouldn't be unaware, right? A mere 3-star disciple. What right does he have to come and challenge this elder? Today, in front of so many people, he just said those words a little nicer. Is this wanting to force me to abdicate? Head Elder, with this precedent today, then what prestige would all the elders present still have in the future? Song Chiang could not help choking, his face flues. Plusing red. Similarly 3-star, Alchemy G. O. D. He was even 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. But his single reb, U. T. Tao trampled him dead. The difference in status was too great. Yi Yuan, suddenly making things difficult for him, caught Rosu by surprise. He did not think that Yi Yuan, a young man, actually knew bureaucratic play and trickery, pressing people with circumstances. Even though these words sounded like avoidance no matter what, he really could not find words to refute. If according to realm, Song Chiang was more than plenty to challenge Yi Yuan. But according to status, Song Chiang was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. Saying these words today was disobeying one's superiors in itself. But this way, Rosu was even more convinced that Yi Yuan was definitely an embroidered pillow, not daring to accept the challenge. Rosu's reaction was quick as well, immediately giving Deercry a look. Deercry understood, got up, and said, Yi Yuan, I wonder if this old man has the qualifications to challenge you. Insolence. The moment his voice faded, Yi Yuan immediately launched an attack and said in a cold voice, Who the H? L are you, to dare directly call this elder by name? Deercry's face turned into the color of pig liver. Being said like this by a little boy who was not even old enough to be his grandson, he was really going crazy. Deercry relied on that he was Rosu's confidant and normally did not take ordinary elders seriously either, directly calling them by their names. His seniority was even older than those elders. Taking advantage of his seniority a bit, no one dared to say anything either. Who knew that today, Yi Yuan actually directly used this to shoot? Yi Yuan had a grim look and said to Rosu, Head Elder, I think our pill tower should be reorganized properly. Is there still any regard for pecking order? Why not? I propose to have an elders meeting and discuss this problem well, and come up with a solution. Rosu had not opened his mouth yet when the Xianyu, who had his eyes shut to rest the entire time, suddenly spoke up. Amen. This pecking order should be discussed properly. Finished talking, he shut his eyes again, as if he did not say anything. The moment second elder opened his mouth, the weight of the speech was different. With today's matter as the pretext, having an elders meeting did not seem to be inappropriate. Head elder's lineage was used to playing the tyrant and did not place the other elders in their sights at all. The concept of pecking order had actually long weakened already. This naturally could not scare Rosu, but it made Rosu secretly become alert in his heart. This Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. This kid had a completely different style than Xianyu, very troublesome. Suddenly, Rosu opened his mouth and said, Deacon Deercry, why haven't you apologized to Elder Yi? Chapter 1585, Competing on Fire Control. Deercry was furious. 1585, Competing on Fire Control. Deercry was furious. His old face could be said to not give face to anyone except Head Elder. He did not expect that today. He actually had to lower his head to a little brat. But if he did not lower his head now, it was equivalent to challenging the entire Elders Association. This crime, he could not undertake it. If it really blew up, he absolutely could not gain anything. Deercry gritted his teeth and said, Elder Yi, just now, it was Deercry who was impetuous. Elder Yi, please don't take offense. When he said Elder Yi 2 words, he felt Guseb. You. MPS breaking out all over his body. It was truly uncomfortable all over. When the others saw this scene, there was an indescribable peculiarity. Deercry was old until he was almost entering the coffin, but he extended a formal apology to such a young elder. There was an indescribable sense of discordance. Amen. Looking on account of head elder's face, I'll spare you this time. If you were to offend again next time, you'll be punished with due severity according to the Pill Tower's rules. Yi Yuan had a very magnanimous appearance, really like he was lecturing a junior. This kid even went along with it. Deercry snorted coldly and said, Elder Yi, I'm seeking your advice today to liven things up for the Pill Tower's compet. Wantayan, how about it? Yi Yuan said coolly, You're merely a deacon, so what qualifications do you have to come and seek advice from me? The moment these words came out, a wave of boos came from below. Clearly, they already put up with Yi Yuan's approach of avoidance to the extreme, always using the ident. 1. Tie of an elder to come and pressure people. It was also very hard to convince the SES. When Deercry saw this scene, he could not help being overjoyed in his heart. Deercry smiled coldly and said, Haha, Elder Yi is merely a 3-star alchemy God. No matter how lacking this old man is, I'm also a middle-rank 4-star alchemy God. Could it be that I'm not qualified to be your opponent? Or is it that you're simply holding a post without real qualifications and don't dare to accept the challenge at all? Facing the booing, Yi Yuan did not care at all and said disdainfully, If I can't even win you, then what qualifications do I have to be an elder? Forget it. Since you all want to witness this elder's strength, then I'll satisfy you all. Deercry revealed a look of surprise. He even thought that Yi Yuan was going to be stubborn until the end and prepared a whole bunch of narratives. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually agreed. Oh, then Elder Yi please advise. Deercry clasped his hands and said with a smile. He did not think that Yi Yuan could win him at all. If he could not even win a 3-star alchemy this lifetime was also in vain. However, Yi Yuan said, When did I say that I was going to compete with you? Deercry froze, but saw Yi Yuan clasp his hands at Rose Su and said, Head Elder, ever since entering the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, this Yi heard that your alchemy Dao is exceedingly formidable. No one can beat you in this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This Yi is untalented and wants to challenge Head Elder today. I wonder, how does Head Elder feel about it? Everyone was dumbfounded. This boy was going to challenge Head Elder? He was crazy, right? The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from Second Elder, there was actually still someone who dared to challenge Head Elder. Head Elder and Second Elder were pinnacle existences in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. They were the absolute leading echelon of alchemy Dao. The other elders were not on the same level as the two of them at all. A measly little 3-star alchemy actually dared to directly challenge Head Elder. Only an imperceptible faint smile flashed across the corners of Second Elder Xian Yu's mouth. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's appearance was simply a gospel to him. The things that he was good at, Yi Yuan was more skilled. The things that he was not good at, Yi Yuan was adept too. Most likely, everyone would think that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability. But he knew that Yi Yuan facing off with Rose Su, he would definitely completely trounce the other party. He and Rose Su fought for so many years. He was all too clear about Rose Su's strength. This move of Yi Yuan's was truly too brilliant. If Rose Su agreed, he would definitely lose. At that time, Rose Su's face would be swept clean. If Rose Su capitalized on his ident, and did not agree, Yi Yuan could also take advantage of it and shake off the other party's pestering. If Rose Su was smart, He should not stalemate with Yi Yuan anymore. Otherwise, he would die very horribly today. Rosu also froze and immediately laughed and said, "Oh, Elder Yi actually wants to challenge this old man? Ho, truly the young are fearless. If this old man avoids it and did not battle with you, it would probably dampen everyone's spirits today." Fine, this old man agrees. Xinyu looked at Rosu rather surprisedly, but immediately shut his eyes again. Courting death oneself, then it could not be helped. Head Elder actually agreed. To be able to see Head Elder personally take action, it's truly hard to come by. That kid thought that Head Elder would relent because of his idiot. Tai and won't fuss about it with him. Yet Head Elder agreed. Many people from Head Elder's faction were all mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his ability and also looked forward to Head Elder taking action very much. Rosu and Yi Yuan's pill battle could naturally only refine 3-star divine pills. And in the attainments of 3-star divine pills, Head Elder had long reached the acme of perfection already. Wasn't dealing with Yi Yuan as simple as capturing a prey with ease? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Head Elder, today's main show is the Pill Towers Compat. One time, we can each other people's limelight. Why not put our sparring after the compat? One time?" Rosu nodded his head and said, "May as well, up to you. Pill Tower Compat. One time begin." A deacon came to the center of the square and said in a clear voice, "First round, competing on fire control. Requesting the kindling." The moment the voice faded, the top of the pill tower suddenly spewed out a stream of flames. In a blink of an eye, it was like a rain of flames fell down, scattering everywhere. At this time, several hundred 3-star disciples formed a huge circle. Those flame rain actually landed beside them accurately. These flames were rank 3 divine fires too, but did not have special attributes, as if all of the spirituality was wiped away. The first round, competing on fire control, these 3-star disciples had to control these divine fires without spirituality and eradicate the other people's divine fire. This round would eliminate a large portion of 3-star disciples. Only 100 people would be left behind in the end to enter the second round. This kind of compet. Time was very fair to everyone. Everybody's flame was identical, and there was not the slightest aspect to resort of trickery. What they could do was improve their fire-controlling skills and defeat the rest. Several hundred elite disciples competing with fire inside a circle. This scene was extremely spectacular. Competing on fire control this round has nothing to compete in. There's no suspense at all. Song Qiang's fire-controlling arts leaves people far behind in the dust. Within 3 stars, he has no rival at all. Song Qiang will probably deal a vicious blow this time. Those 3-star disciples of second elders will be a bit dangerous this time. Since it was competing on Fire Master, one would have to ruthlessly exterminate other people's divine fire. Song Qiang currently had a stomach full of anger. He would definitely target second elder's disciples. Begin. Following the deacon's loud yell, the fire compet. Tyne officially drew back the curtains. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Song Qiang's mouth. Raising a fingertip, that divine fire flew out obediently. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus it was only to see countless flames intertwined together, immediately causing everyone to fall into a chaotic battle. Poor Song Qiang's flame was akin to a sharp sword, directly extinguished. Plussing a second elder's disciple's flame. The slaughter begun. Chapter 1586 Brutal Devastation. Competing for the qualifications to enter the Pill Tower, no one would slack off at this time. 1586 Brutal Devastation. Competing for the qualifications to enter the Pill Tower, no one would slack off at this time. Everyone would go all out. Those whose power were lacking, they unleashed all of their abilities, their faces flues. Plussing red. This kind of tangled warfare, the requirement on fire control was exceedingly high. If the flame was big, one would become a common target for all. If the flame was small, one's offensive would be insufficient as well. At the same time, one also had to control the flame to carry out all kinds of evasive actions. It could be said as multiple, one-tasking. To alchemists, this was indeed an excellent way to test fire control. However, Song Qiang ran amok. His divine fire transformed to become an enormous dragon. Apart from his own people, he would kill whoever he saw, virtually having none who could last one exchange with him. This was their own battle, as well as the fight between the elders. The more enemies he exterminated, that was winning more spots for his side. This fire compet. 1. Taiyan based the rankings on the order of elimination. The last one remaining was the first place. Hence, as long as one was the 100th to be eliminated, they could ensure that they would enter the next round. At this time, the virtual images transformed from all kinds of divine fires in the battlefield crisscrossed, the battle situation incomparably tragic. However, when everyone saw Song Qiang's divine fire, they clamored to avoid it. In a twinkle, Song Qiang slaughtered over 10 people, akin to being in the selfless realm. His fire-controlling arts indeed stood head and shoulders above the pack. The moment experts saw this, they knew that he stood out among the rest. Head Elder stroked his beard and smiled on the grandstands, clearly very satisfied with Song Qiang. Head Elder, Qiang, that boy is really promising. This dark sky dragon art is already a consummate work of art, an elder said, flattering him. Rosu smiled slightly and said, "Oh, this boy, it's still early. He's still 108,000 miles away from my requirement." That elder smiled and said, "Head Elder is a strict teacher producing outstanding students." Although Qiang's dark sky dragon art isn't worth mentioning in our eyes, among 3-star alchemy DS, he absolutely can show disdain toward everyone. Among 3-star disciples, cannot find a second existence who can contend with him at all. Rosu smiled and said, "That's true. Qiang's fire-controlling arts is already approaching the level of a 4-star protector. It's likely very hard for there to be someone who can Serpa him among 3-star disciples. A bunch of trash also wants to enter the Pill Tower. Today, I'm going to make the second elder's disciples fail to enter a single one." Song Qiang sneered coldly in his heart. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Ning Siyu. "I'll get started with you then, Lapesis. Who asked you to walk so close with that Yuan?" A hint of smugness flashed across the corners of Song Qiang's mouth. Fingers moving slightly, his enormous dragon divine fire pounced toward Ning Siyu's divine fire. Ning Siyu's divine was an exquisite little phoenix. Among those illusions that seemed powerful, it was inconspicuous. Although it was the shape of a phoenix, it looked just like a small bird, without any aggressiveness at all. If Song Qiang did not act against Ning Siyu, there were even many people who did not notice this little phoenix at all. Ning Siyu's talent was indeed pretty good, but her age was too young in the end and had yet to fully mature. The quota to enter the Pill Tower this time, no one would think of her having a chance at all. Those like Song Qiang, existences with half a foot, already stepped into 4-star alchemy there were still some in the Pill Tower. Except, these people were not as powerful as Song Qiang, that was all. Amen? Song Qiang has targeted Ning Siyu that lie this boy is also too much of a bully. Looks Song Qiang wants to drive away and exterminate everyone, not giving second elder students any chance. Want to blame that elder Yi. Originally, Song Qiang wouldn't be so ruthless either. Now it's good he's angry. Song Qiang's every action was followed with interest. Him acting against Ning Siyu, someone immediately discovered an inkling. An evil dragon eating a small bird. This result did not seem to have any suspense. The elders would not think so. The audience eating melons also would not think so. Song Qiang himself would not think so, even less. However, just as the two transmogrified divine fires intersected, everyone was dumbfounded. Poor work. That small phoenix was just like a diamond bit drilling into its target. directly piercing through the enormous dragon. The enormous dragon seemed to have suffered a heavy blow all of a sudden, becoming much more illusionary. That power also did not seem to be as fierce as before anymore. Song Qiang got a shock, his fire-controlling art almost going out of control. The enormous dragon trembled all over and actually had signs of collapsing. Song Qiang got a fright and hurriedly stabilized the Ma's Civ Dragon. However, it was not over yet, only to see that small phoenix draw a beautiful arc and turn back once more in a blink of an eye. Poowork, poowork, poowork. The small phoenix flew back and forth like drilling holes, riddling Song Qiang's enormous dragon full of holes. What's going on here? Why is Ning Siyu's little phoenix so strong? My eyesight isn't failing, right? I can't discern any extraordinary aspect about that little phoenix. F***ck me, things got real now. Song Qiang wouldn't be eliminated in the first round, right? After the astonishment, exclamations sounded out everywhere. The visual impact that Ning Siyu's little phoenix gave people was too intense. It was clearly just an unremarkable little bird, so not a single person expected that it was actually this strong. The undeniable thing was that its small body had immense energy. Song Qiang became fluid teared, his entire person almost falling apart. At this rate, he would really be eliminated in the first round. His gaze turned sharp, and he revealed a hint of ferociousness, the seals in his hands changing irregularly. Boom! The Ma's Civ Dragon directly fell apart. Ning Siyu laughed coldly and said, "Want to run? How can it be that easy?" The enormous dragon shattered, but Song Qiang's divine fire was not extinguished. It was still in the form of a dragon, but it was smaller. With his fire-controlling art, he naturally would not be finished off so easily. But now, making him clash head-on with Ning Siyu, he would not do it even if beaten to death. He only had one thought now, Ron. His divine fire's might was already mostly extinguished by Ning Siyu. Now, there was less than 1/3 remaining. This level was already insufficient to support him contending with Ning Siyu head-on. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. He did not understand why Ning Siyu's fire-controlling arts would suddenly become so horrifying. Song Qiang did not have time to think about this problem. The seals in his hand were swift to the extreme, condensing those shattered flames together once more, coalescing to become a small dragon. This small dragon was 2/3 smaller than that one previously. Poowork! Right then, Ning Siyu's small phoenix hit that small dragon once more with great speed. Song Qiang was going crazy. No way, I must hold on. If I were to be eliminated in the first round, Master's face would be utterly lost today. Song Qiang shouted crazily in his heart. The divine fire sustaining a heavy hit. The power was already less than half previously. Repeatedly suffering heavy blows, Song Qiang's divine fire already reached the brink of collapse. He urged that injured small dragon crazily, wanting to avoid the small phoenix's pursuit. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus several divine fires sped toward the small phoenix. Song Qiang's juniors only reacted now, each and every single person coming over to chase and intercept, protecting their senior apprentice brother. A hint of indiscernible slight smile flashed across the corners of Ning Siyu's mouth, her hand seals becoming even faster. The slaughter started once more. Chapter 1587 Embarada Est. Sing ranking, a soft cry sounded out. The originally sparrow-like little phoenix's figure suddenly expanded. 1587 Imbara. S. Sing ranking, a soft cry sounded out. The originally sparrow-like little phoenix's figure suddenly expanded. That appearance was just like a blazing sun rising, incomparably dazzling. Those juniors blocking Ning Siyu were all incredibly alarmed. They did not expect that Ning Siyu severely injuring their senior apprentice brother was actually not her full strength yet. This was a true fire phoenix, very powerful. Fire phoenixes were spirits of fire sources. Although they were illusions, It was the form that could best unleash the might of divine fires. In contrast, the dark sky dragon that Song Qiang summoned was a shade inferior. It was not that divine fires could freely transform into all kinds of shapes. This had to depend on the controller's strength. Those with poor strength could only transform theirs into some low-level form. Those who were able to transform their divine fires to become a dragon, like what Song Qiang did, were already considered very powerful. But in the art of fire control, the difficulty of transforming into a fire phoenix was many times greater than turning into a heavenly dragon. Ning Siyu's little bird form previously, others would not pay too much attention. That kind of small and exquisite form. The requirement on the person controlling fire was not very high. But right now, this form was totally different. Constructing such a form with divine fire required exceedingly fine control of flames. Ordinary people could not accomplish it all. When Song Qiang saw this scene, his eyes were almost popping out. This girl, how did she suddenly become so strong? Could it be? He could not help looking over towards Yi Yuan, but discovered that Yi Yuan was expressionless. He was unable to discern joy nor sorrow on Yi Yuan's face. Impossible. If he taught it, why didn't he have any smug expression at all? It must be second elder. He had all these so deeply. Ning Siyu's fire phoenix was like a bulldozer, places that it said through turned into scorched earth. The head elder's side immediately suffered grievous losses. A large swathe of disciples was directly eradicated. Too strong. Ning Siyu this lot when did her fire-controlling arts become so strong? This fire phoenix remarkably lifelike and virtually already has a trace of romantic charm. This how did she do it? Compared to this girl's fire control, Song Qiang's dark sky dragon art is simply H+. On the stands, many elders marveled to no end one after another. Even Xian Yu had surprise and bewilderment in his eyes too. He involuntarily looked toward Yi Yuan, but could not see anything from his face. Xian Yu knew that these few days, Ning Siyu had always been in Yi Yuan's mansion and did not come out. In this imperial city, apart from Yi Yuan, body had such ability. He could not. Rosu could not either. Rosu's expression was as ugly as it could get. He completely did not think that this fire compet. Tine actually became a one-sided saker. Ning Siyu this was too much, just targeting his lineage's disciples and defeating them all. On the field, his disciples were wailing all over the place now, scurrying like rats everywhere, not daring to confront Ning Siyu head-on at all. Very soon, the divine fires in the circle became lesser and lesser. Song Qiang was also finally killed by Ning Siyu's third senior brother. After fleeing for half a day, the final battle became second elder's side civil war. After Ning Siyu defeated her senior brothers, she took the first place. When the deacon presiding over the fire compet, Tian saw this result, even he could not quite dare to believe it. Now, I announce the first round fire compet. Tian's results. First place, Ning Siyu. Second place, Jiang Tao. Third place, 97th place, Song Qiang. 98th place, what an embarrass. Sing ranking. The Song Qiang, who was known as the 3-star disciples' #1 person, actually almost could not even enter the second round. If Song Qiang knew that this was Yi Yuan specifically instructing Ning Siyu to not let him be eliminated in the first round, who knew what he would think? Head elder's lineage. Each and every one of their faces were incomparably gloomy. Especially head elder, he was no longer able to maintain a calm state, as well, completely collapsing on the inside. Song Qiang gritted his teeth hard, his face red. Today, his face could be said to be utterly lost. He never dreamed that he actually fell close to 100th place today, and he almost could not even enter the second round. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. Looking at the smiles on the second elder's lineage's faces, Song Qiang secretly gnashed his teeth in hatred. You guys be smug then. The 2 rounds at the back. I'll make you all return it both capital and interest. The atmosphere on the stands was somewhat awkward. Head Elder's side was domineering. The other elders mostly did not dare to offend. Hence, even though the second Elder's side had a great victory nobody dared to go up to congratulate either. Hence, everyone kept their face low and heads down. No one said anything. But these elders were still rather grateful to second Elder and Ning Siu in their hearts. Head Elder's side overwhelmed people with numerical strength, so the others originally could not get much slots to go to the next round. But now, Ning Siu stirring things up like this, many strong rivals on Head Elder's side were unexpectedly eliminated. This also allowed the other elders' disciples to pick up many places for free. Regarding this, they were naturally happy to see it happen. Ha, little junior sister, you're really too incredible. A scholar who has been away 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Little junior sister, your improvement during these 10 days is simply too terrifying. Lu Yi also extended a thumbs up and praised. Little junior sister, you're amazing. With your present fire-controlling arts, even eldest senior brother, I don't dare to say that I can definitely win. Master Yi is truly remarkable. He only used 10 days, and he let little junior sister be remolded anew. Ning Siu pouted and said unhappily, Eldest senior brother, it's little junior sister's talent. My talent, that's extraordinary, all right? You find a piece of wood for Master Yi. See if he can teach it. Lu Yi laughed in spite of himself and said, Don't say that. If I give Master Yi a piece of wood, he might really be able to groom an alchemy Dao expert out. Ning Siu stamped her feet angrily, making everyone laugh out loud. After laughing hard, Ding Sun suddenly asked curiously, Little junior sister, divulge it for us. What kind of special training did Master Yi give you these few days to actually let your fire-controlling art improve to such a degree? Ning Siu's pupils constricted and could not resist shuddering. Very clearly, these 10 days of bitter experience was not that pleasant for her. It could even use the word terrifying to describe the experience. Second senior brother, you don't ask anymore. If you're interested, why not go and beg Master Yi? Let him train you. Ning Siu said. The group of senior brothers exchanged glances, but they all realized that these 10 days, little junior sister probably lived a life that was inhumane. They really could not imagine that their little junior sister, who had always feared suffering, was actually able to endure such a fiendish training. But since little junior sister could bear it, they could naturally bear it. Upon thinking of little junior sister's transcendent fire-controlling arts, the senior brothers' gazes became heated. To an alchemist, fire-controlling art was too important. Fire-controlling art being a degree stronger, the quality of the medicinal pill might be a degree stronger. Now, the protectors get in position and undergo the first round fire combat. Tian's contest, shouted a deacon. This fire combat. 1. Tian was divided into 2 groups. The protectors also had to fight for the spot to enter the pill tower. In the end, this round, Lu Yi was slightly inferior and was overpowered by Ro Su's head disciple, finally winning back around. Except, Lu Yi's fire-controlling arts made Ro Su's head disciple break out in cold sweat from fright too. Seeing Yi Yuan refine pills the last time, the improvement of Lu Yi was all round. Presently, his strength was more than a level stronger than before. After the protectors' fire combat, 1. Tian ended, the second round's Dao development was going to begin very soon. Chapter 1588, Overwhelming Confidence. The difference between divine rank spirit medicines and mortal rank spirit medicines was that divine rank spirit medicines contained all sorts of law fragments within them. 1588, Overwhelming Confidence. The difference between divine rank spirit medicines and mortal rank spirit medicines was that divine rank spirit medicines contained all sorts of law fragments within them. As an alchemy G.O.D. powerhouse, fusing these great Dao laws into a divine pill organically was where their ability lay. Clearly, this was not a simple task. Alchemists could choose not to comprehend these laws, but they had to be adept at guiding these law fragments for their own use. This was where the profundities of alchemy Dao lay. In this aspect, Yi Yuan clearly walked further than other alchemists. Actually, compared to sensing the specifics of the power of laws, alchemy Tao was more fleeting and ephemeral. Hence, even though there were many alchemists, those truly able to reach an extremely high realm were very few. As for Tao realm, that went even more without saying. And Tao development was guiding the power of laws inside spirit medicines out. This was the basic skill of every alchemy D powerhouse. Compared to refining pills, Tao development was guiding the medicinal properties of a kind of spirit medicine. It was relatively much easier. Of course, that was just relatively speaking. Under normal circumstances for 3-star alchemy DS to be able to steer out 30% of rank 3 spirit medicines' medicinal properties was already very good. Able to draw forth 50%. Those were all people whose strength stood head and shoulders above them all. SES. Those able to bring out 70% could virtually sweep across those in the same rank, becoming a grandmaster of their generation. At 90%, that was just a legend. Of course, some spirit medicines were comparatively easier to draw out, but some spirit medicines were extremely difficult to draw out. This had to depend on the specific situation. At this time, 3 stocks of spirit medicines were placed in front of everyone's table. They were the spirit medicines used in the second round compet. 1. Tyan, Blood Longevity, Heavenly Ginseng. Jade Cicada, Immortal Pistol. Sovereign Rules C. R. A. P. Myrtle. It's actually these 3 kinds of spirit medicines. It's over. These 3 kinds of spirit medicines are notorious for being difficult. What to do? The practice was done in vain this time. These 3 kinds of spirit medicines added together, I can't bring out 10 points of the medicinal properties either. These 3 kinds of spirit medicines, each kind of spirit medicine had 10 points. Drawing out 10% of the medicinal properties, you get 1 point. Finally, adding the total score together, the results were put in order. 3 kinds of spirit medicines added together, not reaching 10 points. It also meant that they did not even have the confidence to reach 4 points in one type of spirit medicine. When the 100 disciples saw these 3 kinds of spirit medicines, wailing sounds immediately echoed out. The law fragments contained within these 3 kinds of spirit medicines were very convoluted and notoriously difficult to guide. The medicinal pills refined with these 3 kinds of spirit medicines. The refining difficulty was very high. With this, it was awful. But Song Qiang snorted coldly in his heart. He said, "A bunch of fools, strength so weak, and still want to enter the 3rd round? Ning see you this last. I'll definitely make a fool out of you in this round." In order to ensure the fairness of the pill tower compet. 1. Tyan, each pill tower compet. 1. Tyan. This second round's spirit medicines were all selected by several very impartial elders of the Martial Tower who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. All of the pill tower's elders were clueless. However, there were no walls in the world that were impervious. Rosu had long inquired about the contents of the compet. 1. Tyan this time through secret channels and informed Song Qiang and the rest. This way, their lineage could occupy even more spots. Except, Rosu completely did not expect that the compet. Tyan's first round this time, his lineage ended with a tragic defeat. Many people did not even have the chance to use the information. However, Song Qiang had specifically practiced before in advance. Getting first place this time was absolutely no issue. Rosu already did not pay attention to the protector level compet. 1 Tyan anymore. He knew Lu Yi's strength. It was very hard to gain too big of an advantage. But with regards to disciples compet. 1. Tyan, this level of compet. 1. Tyan, he already had his face swept to the ground. The second round, he must win back face. He did not believe that Ning Siyu could also crush Song Qiang in this round. Second round, begin. Starting from 100th place, Tao development. The deacon said in a clear voice. Finished talking. The disciples held a celestial deity artifact and arrived in front of the 100th place disciple. The so-called Tao development was actually drawing out the law fragments inside spirit medicines with pill refining methods. That celestial deity artifact was called Tao Development Instrument. It was specifically used to test the percentage guided out. That disciple drew a deep breath, his palm trembled, directly shattering the blood longevity heavenly ginseng. Then he started guiding the law fragments in the blood longevity heavenly ginseng with extremely quick hand movements, entering inside the Tao Development Instrument. There were 10 major scale lines on the Tao Development Instrument and also many small scale lines. Very precise. That disciple used all of his strength and desperately guided the law fragments into the Tao Development Instrument. But no matter how hard he tried, it only stopped at the third scale line in the end. A thick look of disappointment revealed in his eyes, and he knew that he could not enter the third round no matter what. The second round had to eliminate 70 people, leaving only the top 30 to enter the third round. One entered the top 30, one needed to at least reach 13 or 14 scale lines. Clearly, it was impossible for him. Sure enough, the two spirit medicines at the back, his performance was not very good. There was even one who did not even reach 3 scale lines. W. A. N. Ji Hung, Blood Longevity Heavenly Ginseng 3. 2. Jade Cicada Immortal Pistol 3. 2. Sovereign Rule C. R. A. P. Myrtle 2. 9. Total score 9. 3. The deacon said in a clear voice. Hearing people heard this result, their hearts raced. No one mocked this W. A. N. Ji Hung, because they knew that these 3 kinds of spirit medicines were indeed very difficult. If they did it, they might not do better than W. N. Ji Hung. Sure enough, the 99th place disciple was even a point worse than W. A. N. Ji Hung. The 98th place disciple's results were nothing as well, without surprises. Next, 97th place, Song Chiang. The deacon said in a clear voice. Coming in front of the spirit medicines, Song Chiang's shattered confidence was instantly BRNG. It was even somewhat overflowing. For the sake of the compet. 1. Time this time, Song Chiang had specially trained in these 3 kinds of spirit medicines before. When his state was at the best, he could even reach 17 points. One should not look at how it was just over half the total. This was already an extremely high score. Song Chiang grinned, his palm shaking very casually. The blood longevity heavenly ginseng was shattered into pieces. Then Song Chiang's hands moved like lightning, both hands kneading seals swiftly. At this moment, Song Chiang's formidable pill refining technique was displayed in its entirety. Law fragments were actually guided into the Tao Development Instrument unceasingly by him. The scales of the Tao Development Instrument were rising rapidly. TSK, Senior Apprentice Brother Song, is indeed incredible. He failed miserably in an easy task during the first round. The second round, he's about to win back a round immediately. This illusionary heaven solution hand has truly reached the acme of perfection. It's already more than 4 points. Looks like Senior Apprentice Brother Song's blood longevity, heavenly ginseng, can at least reach 5. 5 points, this is impressive. Song Chiang's strength was indisputable. Using this pill refining technique, it gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and refres. Plussing the mind. Those disciples all used extremely wars. Plus paying gazes to look at him. Finally, the Tao Development Instrument's scales no longer moved, finally stopping at 5. 7 points. My state today is pretty good. I have a hunch that I might very likely break through 17 points today. This round's first place is definitely mine. Seeing the 5. 7 points result, Song Chiang was puffed up with pride. With 17 points, it was his best result. Now, he turned grief and indignation into strength, and his state was actually surprisingly good. This made his confidence somewhat overflow. Song Chiang gave Ning Siu a taunting glance. The latter stuck her tongue out and made a funny face, shooting back. Chapter 1589. Your ability in teaching disciples can make it Song Chiang's state today was really excellent to the max. 1589 Your ability in teaching disciples can make it Song Chiang state today was really excellent to the max. With the second spirit medicine, Jade Cicada Immortal Pistol, he reached a high score of 8 points. At this time, Song Chiang had a feeling of his spirit leaving his body, being invincible under the heavens. Ha! Little girl, I see what you used to compete with me in this round. Song Chiang laughed loudly and said. Head Elder Rosu's face finally revealed a smile and said with a slight nod, Hoo-hoo, striving harder after knowing humiliation. Chiang is pretty good. Hoo-hoo, it's still Head Elder who taught well. Chiang didn't panic in the face of peril. No matter whether mentality or strength, he's a top-notch choice. Another elder curried favor. Head Elder's eyes are discerning. Chiang, this child, will definitely have great accomplishments in the future. When Head Elder heard the praises, he was extremely pleased in his heart. He acknowledged it. Song Chiang was his masterpiece. He was even more outstanding than his own head disciple. He was also worried that Song Chiang would be affected by the first round just now and perform below standard in the second round. Looking at it now, his worries were superfluous. Very soon, Song Chiang also finished the Sovereign Rule C. R. A. P. Myrtle's Tao development in one go. The third spirit medicine, Song Chiang, similarly obtained 8 points. The total tally of the three kinds of spirit medicines results reached a high score of 17. 3 points. One should not look down on these 3 points. To Song Chiang, it was absolutely a Civ breakthrough. Tao development could not continuously improve, drawing out even more law fragments just by cultivating. After being about to guide 50%, every half a point of improvement was incredibly hard. Song Chiang only achieved a tiny bit of improvement after putting in G. Oh, D knows how much hard work. Furthermore, he had merely only reached 17 points once as well. Song Chiang's results immediately drew a series of praises. Sai, he's the 3-star disciple's #1 person in the end. Song Chiang's strength, really nothing to say. Losing to Ning Siu previously was merely capsizing in a drain. Yeah, people said that he might reach Head Elder's height in the future. I think this statement isn't false. Such complex spirit medicines, yet he could actually even reach 17. 3 points, simply a freak. Feeling everyone's idolizing gazes, Song Chiang felt comfortable to the extreme. Especially after sweetness that came after suffering, this glory was even sweeter. On the grandstand, Head Elder smiled and said to Xianyu, second elder, 17. 3 points, wonder if Siu that lies. S can reach such a high score or not? The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes turned to Xianyu. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. They very much wanted to see whether or not the benign and uncontentious second elder would fight back or not. It was just that in their view, for second elder to want to win, it was far too difficult. 17. 3 points was already an exceedingly high score. Second elder's eyelids raised slightly, finally opening his eyes. But outside of everyone's expectations, he looked at Yi Yuan and asked, Elder Yi, what do you think? What the H? I was this. Your disciple, you asked what he thought? Could it be that you did not even know your own disciple's standard? This play was acted really fake. However, Xinyu actually really did not know what was Ning Siu's situation right now. It had merely been around 10 days since Ning Siu came back, but these 10 days already made Xinyu feel at a loss. The improvement was too great. However, whether Ning Siu only improved in fire-controlling arts or had improvements in all aspects, he really did not know. Yi Yuan said coolly, 17. 3 points? Haha. Getting this score, and he also dared to come out in posture? Still such a high score? Sigh. Head Elder, your ability in teaching disciples can't make it. The grandstand was deathly silent, being struck dumb with amazement by Yi Yuan's great ridiculing art. Head Elder's ability to teach disciples could not make it. It was still their first time hearing it. In reality, Head Elder's ability of teaching disciples, even second elder, could not hold a candle to him. His disciples basically all suppressed second elder's lineage, no matter at which stage. Now, there's actually someone who said that head elder's ability in teaching disciples was lacking. Rosu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Elder Yi, I'm really somewhat doubting if you're really an expert, or are you deliberately talking big to impress people? To a 3-star alchemy G, O, D, being able to reach 15 points is already very impressive. Getting 17, 3 points is already ranked among the best in all previous sessions of Pill Tower Combat. One time, do you think I know how to teach disciples or not?" Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "Head elder, Song Qiang offended this elder that day. This elder minded my ident, one, Tai, and was disdainful to take action to teach him a lesson. But it doesn't mean that this elder can allow a puny 3-star alchemy G, O, D to bully. This elder doesn't have an apprentice for the time being and asked second elder to lend me a disciple to be taught for a few days. No other intention. It's just to let this disciple of yours know that there is always someone better in heaven beyond heaven. Let him know that the dignity of elders cannot be provoked." The elders all drew a cold breath, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually said such words. His meaning was that Ning Siyu only became so impressive through his teachings. But seriously, the improvement of Ning Siyu's fire-controlling art could simply use hop, skip, and jump to describe. Except, what did the phrase puny 3-star alchemy G, O, D mean? Said like you were not a 3-star alchemy G, O, D. Rosu did not believe Yi Yuan's words at all and said with a cold smile, "Is that so? Your meaning is that the disciple I taught for several hundred years is inferior to the one you taught for a few days? Young man, don't talk too big when boasting, in case you can't back it up when the time comes." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Head elder rest assured. The words that I, Yi Yuan, say can definitely be backed up." Rosu felt that Yi Yuan was simply I plus T stirring stick. There was no way to chat. Running into a lunatic when posturing. How can others still posture? Humph. Not making any sense. Head elder snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Lu, Yi, and the rest perked their ears up and listened below, each and every single one of them feeling incomparably liberated. Elder Yi was indeed as domineering as before. When you all, these frogs at the bottom of a well, witness Elder Ye's true strength, wait to stare dumbfoundedly with your jaws slack. Upon thinking of head elder's expression after being defeated by Yi Yuan, the few people all could not resist revealing a knowing smile. The Tao development was still continuing. Sure enough, after Song Qiang, no performance that took people's breath away occurred anymore. The low ones were 10 or 11 points. Occasionally, a decent would one appear. It was also at most just 14 or 15 points. But the more to the back, the points also gradually became higher. After all, those able to slaughter their way out from the first round and take a high ranking were all powerful people. Originally, Song Qiang should also be ranked at the back. But because of the first round's accident, that was why he was placed at the front. After Song Qiang, the highest score was Ning Siyu's third senior brother. But he was also just 16. 3 points, an entire point worse than Song Qiang. This disparity was already not small. Ning Siyu's third senior brother was second place, which was also the second last to leave the field. There was still a last one remaining. That was Ning Siyu. If Ning Siyu could not Serpa S17, 3, then Song Qiang would be the second round's champion. For a moment, everyone's gazes all landed on Ning Siyu. Ning Siyu sucked in a deep breath, shattering the blood longevity heavenly ginseng with a palm. Chapter 1590 Beat Time, Control Tap. 1590 Beat Time, Control Tap. Just as Ning Siyu shattered the blood longevity heavenly ginseng, Yi Yuan's index finger lightly tapped on the table in front of him. Ning Siyu's peripheral vision was on Yi Yuan's fingers all along. Seeing Yi Yuan's movement at this time, her body instinctively started moving. Ning Siyu's movements were far from as flashy as Song Qiang's. It even seemed somewhat clumsy. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being rather astounded. Could this kind of clumsy technique obtain a good result? Hoo-hoo, is this S here to be funny? This kind of technique still want to beat me? Song Chiang laughed in spite of himself. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Yuan's finger knocked on the table 3 times again. Ning Siyu's technique suddenly changed. The law fragments emitted from the blood longevity, heavenly ginseng, actually started to pour into the Tao development instrument in a steady stream. That deacon originally also thought that Ning Siyu could not make it this round. But at this time, his pupils suddenly shrunk, looking at Ning Siyu in disbelief. He was the closest to Ning Siyu and could feel the aura of the law fragments. Those law fragments actually did not dissipate much, with a vast majority entering the Tao development instrument. Tap, 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 tap. Yi Yuan's finger knocked on the table nonstop, the tempo changing irregularly. From the view of outsiders, it was like Yi Yuan was tapping on the table out of sheer boredom. But Ning Siyu followed Yi Yuan's rhythm and changed her technique continuously. The Tao development instrument scale climbed crazily. 4 points, 5 points, 6 points. When it reached 6 points, it still had not stopped. Russ. Plusing straight for 7 points. Everyone was stunned. What was with Ning Siyu's strange technique? 7 points? That was Grandmaster level. Ning Siyu's control over Tao development already reached such an astonies. Plusing extent? Don't reach 7 points. Don't reach 7 points. Song Chiang shouted desperately in his heart, hoping that it could stop Ning Siyu. However, Ning Siyu did not give him any chance at all. Directly Russ. Plusing up to 7 points. However, this was not over yet. After shooting up to 7 points, the rate of increase clearly slowed down, but it still climbed up bit by bit. Finally, it stopped on the 7-3 scale line. The whole place was silent. It lasted for a full 5 breaths before a wave of exclamations sounded out. 7-3. This is too fake. Could it be that Ning Siyu already reached the realm of Grandmaster? This is also too exaggerated. A 3-star Alchemy G. D actually guided out 73% of law fragments. Even for 4-star Alchemy G. DS, not many can do as well, right? The Tao development score, the higher it went, the harder it was. Especially after Tao development reached 60%, even a single point more was also as hard as ascending to heaven. Even if one broke through to 4-star Alchemy G. D. Understanding of alchemy, Tao becoming more profound, it was also not possible for Tao development to directly fly from 60% to 70% all of a sudden. But Ning Siyu, she did it. Astonishment was written all over Ruo Su's face. Originally, he still wanted to rely on Song Chiang's high score to viciously smack Yi Yuan's face one. But now, Song Chiang's result was simply trash in front of Ning Siyu. Xian Yu's shock was not the slightest bit less than Ruo Su's. He could not resist asking Yi Yuan, "Elder Yi Yu, how did you do it?" However, Yi Yuan's face was not happy at all. Instead, the expression seemed to be looking rather dissatisfied. He said, "This lot S to actually only draw out this bit. She really disappointed me this time." The group of elders revealed strange expressions on their faces. This guy was intentionally posturing, right? 3 points. He actually found it little. Actually, they did not know that Yi Yuan's special training to Ning Siyu was specifically targeting this pill tower compet. One time, in 10 days' time, the things that could be done were too few. Of course, it was impossible to let Ning Siyu's strength soar to such a terrifying level. But if it was just targeting this compet, one tie-in, Yi Yuan could let Ning Siyu easily win. This Tao development, it was just guiding out the law fragments in a single spirit medicine. To Yi Yuan, there was not much difficulty. Ning Siyu's technique was all created by Yi Yuan, specifically used to guide the law fragments in spirit medicines. This technique had a total of 100 seals. Yi Yuan made Ning Siyu practice these seals until she had it at her fingertips. As for how to apply, she did not need to worry about it. Then, he agreed on a secret code with Ning Siyu. Ning Siyu just had to deploy the seals according to his rhythm, and she could naturally draw out even more law fragments. This was also just Ning Siyu. If it were Yi Yuan, if it was not 100%, it was at least above 95% too. His understanding of alchemy Dao was not what others could compare to at all. Originally, according to Yi Yuan's estimations, Ning Siyu should at least be above 75%. He did not expect that she would only achieve 73%. Hence, he was naturally unhappy. As if sensing Yi Yuan's dissatisfied phase, Ning Siyu spat her tongue out, looking embarrassed. Said. She knew that she made some minor problems earlier. That was why she did not meet Yi Yuan's requirements. The Dao development continued. Ning Siyu seemed to have also gradually entered a state of concentration. The Jade Cicada Immortal Pistol's performance was clearly much better than the Blood Longevity Heavenly Ginseng. Finally, the result of Ning Siyu's Jade Cicada Immortal Pistol was 7.5. Song Qiang's expression became uglier and uglier, his face burning hot. It was as if he was slapped by someone. He was still BRIMING with confidence previously, thinking that this second round he would win. But now his result was simply trash in front of Ning Siyu. Looking at it now, every sentence he said earlier, every posturing he did, was all smacking his own face. Very soon, the result of the Sovereign Rule C.R.A.P. Myrtle also came out. 7.5. Ning Siyu's total score was 22. 3 points. Compared to Song Qiang's 17.3, it was a full 5 points higher. What these 5 points represented was an insurmountable gap. Simply unbelievable. Is this girl really Ning Siyu? Is Elder Yi really so formidable? Only used a few days' time, and he taught Ning Siyu to such a level? Head Elder's lineage really had their faces swept to the ground this time. Yi Yuan looked at Ruo Su with a smile that was not a smile and said, Head Elder, wonder if this result can wind up the matter? Head Elder had a grim expression as he said, Young man, don't be so overbearing. You'll suffer a big loss like this. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Head Elder, seems like the one who's overbearing isn't me, right? I just became an elder and your disciple came up to bully. Why did it become me? Who's overbearing now? Head Elder could not help choking and snorted coldly and said, Young man, don't get KY too early. You and I, there's still a contest. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I already can't wait for it. The two people dealt a blow for a blow. All of the elders were silent like cicadas in winter. This new elder was really too awesome. Even second elder did not have this courage to talk to head elder like so. He actually dared. As for whether or not Yi Yuan really had this ability, everyone still had a skeptical attitude. If not seeing it with their own eyes, a body would believe that a 3-star alchemy D could win against head elder. As for Ning Siyu, they were more inclined to believe that second elder recently found some tricks to teach disciples. 1. Please take note that it's supposed to be Ruo Su, not Rose Su. I made a typo. It will be reflected as Ruo Su from this chapter onwards. Chapter 1591 undergo a complete change. This third round was naturally competing on pill refinement. 1591 undergo a complete change. This third round was naturally competing on pill refinement. This round did not have any trickery to talk about. It was totally competing in raw power. But Yi Yuan was not worried about Ning Siyu. The current Ning Siyu was already no longer the past Ning Siyu. She had experienced his Dao realm pill refining several times altogether and also had his special training. If she could not refine a high-grade medicinal pill, then Yi Yuan would go and knock his head to death. Of course, it was also that Ning Siyu had a Stonies plus incomprehension ability. That was why Yi Yuan would choose her. If it were others, even if he let them observe his Dao realm pill refinement, wanting to make rapid progress within a short time could not be done no matter what. One had to know, The first time Ning Siyu saw Yi Yuan's Dao Realm Pill refinement, she could already refine high-grade Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. Chiang, this round is your forte. You definitely can't lose anymore. Ruosu could not sit still anymore. Making use of the resting interval, he personally went down the grandstand and called Song Chiang to his side, personally instructing. A hint of panic flashed across in Song Chiang's eyes. He did not think that he would lose so thoroughly today. For so many years, his eyes had always been at the top of his head, totally looking down on alchemists in the same rank. But now, he was utterly defeated at the hands of a little girl. He started to doubt life. Master, the first two were also my forte. Furthermore, the second round, I even practiced before in advance. But in the end, Song Chiang said rather dispiritedly. Ruosu's face fell, and he said, although I didn't catch any evidence, the first two rounds, they definitely have suspicions of winning through unorthodox ways. But the third round is honest-to-goodness pill refinement. That punk absolutely can't make Ning Siyu this last. Undergo a complete change. You don't need to think too much this third round. As long as you perform as per usual, you'll win for sure. Make sure not to be affected by before. Song Chiang sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, I know what I should do, master. You know my ASS. If you also lose this third round, don't call me your master anymore in the future. Done talking, Ruosu flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind Song Chiang transfixed like a wooden chicken. What kind of visual prowess did Ruosu have? How could he not see that Song Chiang's thoughts were wavering right now? Hence, that was why Ruosu dealt this harsh action to him, making Song Chiang pull himself together. Ruosu spent a lot of effort on Song Chiang. How could he bear to really chase him out of his tutelage? Third round, pill refining. The medicinal pill that you all have to refine is the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill. The deacon said, the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill was a thunder attribute medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining was very high, virtually comparable to the Gale Celestial Stone Pill. The difficulty of medicinal pill was an unprecedented challenge to everyone. But in this third round, Ning Siyu was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, she was just middle-stage origin deity. She was much worse in terms of divine essence. These medicinal pills that are harder to refine, and the expenditure on divine essence was also enormous. I wonder if this third round, Ning Siyu can still create a miracle or not. If there weren't the first two rounds, I think that Ning Siyu definitely can't. But now, I'm really looking forward to it. I heard some time back that Ning Siyu Ace sailed the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill bitterly and failed to get results. This Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill is much harder than the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. Could she really do it? If Elder Yi can even teach pill refinement, then the front door of Yi Manor will definitely be packed until it bursts tomorrow. In the first two rounds, everyone was not optimistic about Ning Siyu, but they did not expect that Ning Siyu became the greatest dark horse, Cruz. Plussing the top-seeded contestant, Song Chiang, until he was black and blue all over. This third round, everyone naturally also looked forward to it. But some who knew the inside story heard before about Ning Siyu's alchemy Dao strength, and hence started somewhat doubting it. With the pill refinement round starting, everyone cast their whole attention into pill refinement, but Ning Siyu did not move. Yi Yuan told her, don't be impatient before refining the pill, recall the many times of observations properly, carefully recall the Dao ACCU, emulations back then, and adjust your state to the pinnacle. Ning Siyu readily obeyed Yi Yuan's words, so she was not in a hurry to move. Amen? What's this girl doing? She knows that she can't refine it. So, she's deliberately disrupting my mind? Song Chiang's state of mind was unsettled and kept on not being able to let go of thinking about Ning Siyu. Ning Siyu's strange action naturally landed in his eyes very quickly. He was already somewhat doubting life now. Seeing this scene, he was even more anxious and doubtful. Humph! Ruosu suddenly snorted coldly. Song Chiang abruptly startled awake and plunged into pill refining. Head Elder, this action is likely not compliant with the rules, right? Xinyu suddenly opened his eyes and said coolly. Ruosu's face did not turn red, nor did his heart beat faster as he said coolly, "What did this old man do?" He clearly made Song Qiang calm his thoughts through this cold snort. Now, he actually refused to admit it without blush. I plusing. The other elders also felt that this action was somewhat overboard. It was just that they dared to be angry, but they did not dare to speak. Xinyu froze and immediately kept his mouth shut. This guy's skin was seriously too thick. Yi Yuan glanced at Ruo Su, but did not make a sound. While at this time, Ning Xiu suddenly opened her eyes and started the pill refinement. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, nodding his head to himself. This girl's comprehension ability was even better than he thought. Only to see Ning Xiu's actions akin to floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth, accompli. Plussing things at one go, with quite the air of a master. Quite a few elders emitted a light gasp, clearly being attracted by Ning Xiu. The realm of the elders present were all very high and could discern the level of superiority at a glance. Ning Xiu's current state already reached a kind of ethereal state, no distractions in her mind. Under such a state, pill refinement could clearly yield twice the results with half the effort. Xiu this la S seems to really be different. Could it be that Elder Yi really has this level of means to turn something rotten into something magical? If Xiu this girl really refines the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill, that would be incredible. The group of elders gasped in wonder one after another. They knew that Ning Xiu really could not be compared to in the past anymore. Regardless of the final result, Song Qiang's Tli of number one person among 3-star disciples would likely have to be handed over on a silver platter. In contrast, even though Song Qiang forcefully reined in his thoughts, his state of mind was already fluid tiered. It was very hard to unleash all of his strength. His strength would likely be greatly reduced. Time slowly trickled by. Due to the reason of her realm being lacking, Ning Xiu was dripping with sweat, somewhat straining. But her entire person was in a mysterious state and did not detect it at all. She only had one thought right now. That was to refine the medicinal pill. Suddenly, she chirped. Condense. She was the last to take action among everyone, but the very first to finest. Plus amidst the crowd, waves of exclamations came over. They did not expect that Ning Xiu really refined the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill. Even she herself looked towards Yi Yuan with an excited face. She knew that all these changes were brought to her by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan flashed her a slight smile to show her affirmation, making Ning Xiu extremely agitated. Before long, Song Qiang's medicinal pill was also about to congeal. Humph! But right at the critical moment, Yi Yuan suddenly emitted a cold snort from his nasal cavity. Song Qiang seemed to have his throat clutched, instantly suffocating. Chapter 1592, Vast Sun Universe. Pill, congealing the pill, was one of the most critical steps in alchemy. 1592, Vast Sun Universe. Pill, congealing the pill, was one of the most critical steps in alchemy. One could say that it was akin to 10,000 streams converging into a river. This cold snort of Yi Yuan's seemed to directly chop a blade at the convergence area of all the trickles. That taste was really free from inhibitions to the max head elder's face changed, and he said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan said with an innocent look, What did I do? Oh, just now my throat was uncomfortable and I cleared it. Head elder's throat was also uncomfortable just now, right? Ruo Su was angered until his face was livid, but he actually could not find the words to refute. Many elders all desperately held back from laughing. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too bad. But this matter was head elder not complying with the rules first. No one could find any fault. Although this cold snort of Yi Yuan's was not to the extent of making Song Qiang waste all the previous efforts, the quality of the medicinal pill was definitely greatly affected. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I did something wrong? Why is head elder being so angry? Yi Yuan said with a face that looked harmless to man and beast. Ruo Su's expression was incredibly grim as he said in a solemn voice, Elder Yi, very good. You're very good. In a while, we'll showcase our true abilities then. Yi Yuan smiled and said, to be able to get head elder's guidance, this he most welcomes it. Amidst the somewhat cold atmosphere, everyone's medicinal pills had completely been refined. The disciples who could enter the top 30, their strengths were all very outstanding. Although the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill was hard, it was not to the point where they could not refine it. It was just that the good and bad of the qualities varied greatly. Open a furnace. Elders, please examine them, the deacon said in a clear voice. Everyone opened their medicinal cauldrons. One medicinal pill after another flew out. When Ning Siyu saw her Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill, she could not help being overjoyed. She really did it. Peak high grade. Just one more stop, and it was superior grade. The group of elders walked down the grandstand and saw Ning Siyu's Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill at first glance, all incomparably shocked. How could they have imagined that Ning Siyu could actually refine one that was peak high grade? Looks like this round situation is already very obvious. Siyu this last. South takes first place for all three, overpowering everyone, said an elder. Quite a few elders came in front of Xian Yu and congratulated. Second elder, congratulations. The 10 spots to enter the pill tower this time. Your lineage actually occupied half. It's truly unprecedented. Xian Yu smiled and said, got lucky, got lucky. All thanks to Elder Yi. Xian Yu was naturally delighted in his heart. But he also knew that this was all Yi Yuan's credit and had nothing to do with him. These few years, he was bullied badly by Head Elder. Today, he finally vented it all out. Head Elder only came down and circled one round, then returned to the grandstand again. How could he still have any face to stay? That cold snort of Yi Yuan's directly disrupted Song Chiang's medicinal pill into low grade. How could a low-grade medicinal pill be enough to enter the top 10? Song Chiang was long gone. He really had no way of staying here anymore. Today, his face was utterly lost. After a few more hours, the Protector team's results were also out. Liu Yi and Ding Sun both successfully obtained the spots to enter the pill tower. Once that side ended, Ruo Su stood up impatiently and said coldly, Elder Yi, it's our turn. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a smile, Head Elder is very anxious. This state of mind will affect your performance. Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, that doesn't need you to worry about. Today, this old man is going to let you know that elders aren't so easy to be. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how does Head Elder want to compete? Ruo Su said in a deep voice, don't say that this old man is bullying you. Any rank 3 divine pill. You can have your pick. Head Elder was still concerned about his ident. 1. Tie in the end and did not wish to get a reputation of bullying the weak in front of so many people. Therefore, he had Yi Yuan choose the medicinal pill. In his view, no matter which rank 3 medicinal pill, he still had no problems cruise. H.I. Plusing Yi Yuan. He was the exalted pill tower's head elder, a peak 4-star alchemy G.O.D. How could he possibly lose to a 3-star alchemy G.O.D.? Even if Yi Yuan was somewhat different from the rest, his strength far surpa. Sing 3-star alchemy G.O.D.S. He also had full confidence. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Head Elder is actually so magnanimous then. I'll choose a medicinal pill. Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, you just pick. This old man is the exalted head elder. Could it be that I still have to make things difficult in this area for you? A 3-star alchemy G.O.D.? Spreading it. Wouldn't it incur the entire imperial city's people mocking? Yi Yuan nodded his head, but looked towards Xian Yu and said, Second elder, I wonder what rank 3 divine pill head elder is most adept in. Xian Yu understood it and said with a smile, the rank 3 divine pills that head elder is good at are too many to enumerate. But to say what he's best at, it should be the vast sun universe pill. This medicinal pill of his has created many divine lord realm powerhouses for the imperial city. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, looking at Ruo Su. He was rather surprised. He did not think that Ruo Su was actually good at the vast sun universe pill. This vast sun universe pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill, but a medicinal pill that could help half-step divine lords and grand completion origin deity perceive the laws of heaven and earth, comprehending opening up an inner world. No medicinal pills could directly let the martial artist break through to divine lord realm. But the vast sun universe pill could increase the chances of a martial artist breakthrough, letting them have a chance of taking this final step. This kind of medicinal pill was hard to find a single one. Disregarding that the spirit medicines required were very scarce, the requirement of the refiner was also perverse to the extreme. Even for 4-star alchemy GODS, those able to refine it were also exceedingly few. 3-star alchemy GODS, it had never been heard of that someone refined it before. Ruo Su and Xianyu, these sorts of existences could naturally refine it. But Ruo Su was more than a magnitude stronger than Ruo Su in this medicinal pill. The moment Ruo Su heard, his stomach full of anger turned into ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, "Ho, young people had best not be too impetuous. You want to use the medicinal pill that I'm most adept in to compete with me. The idea is good, but you're too weak." Ruo Su's meaning was, you want a posture. In the end, you smacked your own face, right? How could he not perceive that Yi Yuan wanted to challenge the medicinal pill that he was best at? However, the reality was not as expected. He completely did not think that Yi Yuan would compete with him with the vast sun universe pill. This medicinal pill, 3-star alchemy GODS, had no capability to refine one. The other elders also revealed contemptuous looks, feeling that Yi Yuan postured over the top. This elder Yi, the more I look, the more unreliable he seems to be. Yeah, I want to say that Ning Siyu was taught by him. I don't believe even if beaten to death. Youngsters, having a bit of strength, made them not know the immensity of heaven and earth anymore. How can the vast sun universe pill be what he can refine? Chapter 1593, Overwhelming Aura. Chapter 1593, Overwhelming Aura. You want to compete in the vast sun universe pill with me? Ho, young man, I'm somewhat doubting it now. Do you really know alchemy? When Ruo Su heard that, he could not refrain from laughing in spite of himself. No or not, you'll know in a while. Wise head, elder, going back on your words. Yi Yuan said coolly. Since you're looking for a tross. Plussing yourself, then wouldn't it somewhat be letting you down if this old man doesn't help you achieve your purpose? Ruo Su said with a cold smile. To talk about Ruo Su refining the vast sun universe pill, that was indeed a special ability of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. There was even one time when he refined a peak heaven-grade vast sun universe pill and just missed a little bit more to reach the realm of divine grade. For the vast sun universe pill, this was simply a miracle. There was a saying that circulated among alchemists. The vast sun universe pill was the hardest in rank 3. For a rank 3 alchemist to want to refine the vast sun universe pill, it was undoubtedly a fool's talk. One could say that the vast sun universe pill was the taboo of 3-star alchemy GODS, even though it was just a rank 3 divine pill. Only by experiencing the baptism of great Tao, opening up one's inner world and increasing one's comprehension, could one refine this medicinal pill. It could be seen from this how great the difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was. However, when everyone heard that Head Elder was going to refine the vast sun universe pill, each and every one of them became incomparably excited, especially those alchemists. This was a rare chance to learn and observe to them. It's really too great to actually be able to personally see Head Elder refining the vast sun universe pill. This is a chance that only happens once in a blue moon. Even though Elder Yi is unreliable, he obtained benefits for us, these bottom-level alchemists, this time. Elder Yi is really an ignorant person who doesn't fear anything to actually want to compete in the vast sun universe pill with Head Elder. Isn't this simply looking to be abused? Maybe he feels that such a difficult medicinal pill, even if he can't refine it, it wouldn't be too sing either. This way, he can continue to fish in troubled waters in the future. The spirit medicines required for refining the vast sun universe pill were very rare. But with the heavenly eagle imperial city strength, collecting a few sets of rank 3 spirit medicines was still doable. It was just that this medicinal pill was too precious. Extremely few people could afford the price to invite head elder to take action. Before long, someone prepared 2 sets of spirit medicines and delivered them to the pill tower. Elder Yi, these spirit medicines were gotten by the Marshall Tower's disciples at the risk of their lives. Giving you to refine is really too wasteful. Ruo Su pointed at those spirit medicines and said. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, Head Elder's words aren't correct. Wasted or not, we'll only know after refining. If your medicinal pill's quality is worse than mine, you're the one who really squandered it. Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, razor-tongued, I don't believe that you can really refine the vast sun universe pill. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, It's useless to say anymore. Let's get started. Head Elder go first. Let me plagiarize first. Ruo Su laughed coldly and said, Then you have to watch carefully. Done talking, Head Elder's 2 hands drew a circle. The aura of Great Tao surged to the sky on the plaza, the commotion extremely shocking. Reaching the realm of 4-star alchemy D realm, each pill refinement would trigger the power of Great Tao. But those who could be deep and vigorous like Head Elder, they were one of a kind. Xian Yu's gaze turned sharp, and he muttered to himself. Looks like his strength improved again. The 2 people fought for so many years and had always been secretly contending. Regarding Ruo Su's strength, Xian Yu was the clearest. From this imposing momentum, he could sense that Ruo Su's strength was a little stronger than before again. Reaching their realm, every tiny bit of improvement was exceedingly hard to come by. Head Elder's strength improving, he could originally shake him off by some distance. It was just too bad. He ran into Yi Yuan. Observing Yi Yuan's pill refinement the last time made Xian Yu glean considerable gains. These few days, Xian Yu's alchemy Tao level had considerable improvement. This kind of learning actually had the best effect during the first time, because Yi Yuan's pill refinement opened another door for them. Indeed worthy of being the head elder. The moment he made his move, it's heaven-shocking. I don't know if Head Elder can break through the fetters this time and refine a divine-grade vast sun universe pill. If Head Elder can break through the fetters, then all the major families present will probably go crazy. Isn't that so? Divine-grade vast sun universe pill virtually represents a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Which family can be calm? Head Elder's alchemy technique was dignified and complex, yet incomparably steady. The alchemy Tao powerhouses present, even Elder CLA's, were also ashamed of their inferiority. This was the strength after endless tempering and training. There was no way to rock it at all. Yi Yuan watched by the side and also praised endlessly. TSK, indeed worthy of being the head elder. His strength isn't ordinary. Yi Yuan had an appearance of finding fault. The others could not help being speechless when they saw. How bold was this guy to actually not start yet? Or was it that he could not refine it at all and directly chose to give up? Hey, if you can't refine, admit defeat as early as possible. You simply look like a clown right now. An elder in Head Elder's faction said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan did not get angry either, saying with a smile, No rush, let him refine a while first. Whether I'm a clown or not, you'll know in a while. That elder snorted coldly and said, I'll see what trick you can play. Ruo Su entering pill refining state. His entire person was fully focused on the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan and the elder's conversation, he naturally could not hear it. The original contest became Head Elder's solo performance. Very soon, everyone was drawn by Head Elder's transcendent alchemy technique. No one paid attention to Yi Yuan anymore. They were definitely super certain that Yi Yuan was an out-and-out swindler who did not know alchemy at all. However, right at this time, Yi Yuan moved. An even more majestic Great Tao aura suddenly surged to the sky, giving everyone a fright. What's going on? This great Tao aura was emitted by Yi Yuan. How is that possible? His aura is actually so much stronger than Head Elder. My God, my eyesight must be failing. How can a 3-star alchemy God possibly trigger such a terrifying great Tao aura? When the pill refinement started, that cynical and flippant state thoroughly disappeared from Yi Yuan's body. What replaced it was an incomparable focus. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with dumbfounded gazes and slack jaws. That dreamlike alchemy technique, that continuously fluctuating great Tao aura, was making it clear to all that this was an existence whose alchemy Tao already reached a consummate realm. Head Elder's pill refinement paled in comparison in front of Yi Yuan. After the astonishment, everyone was completely drawn over by Yi Yuan very quickly. Especially those alchemists. Each and every one of them watched like they were intoxicated. Currently, Yi Yuan refining pills was just like triggering great Tao heavenly melody back then, capable of making the surrounding people immerse inside, unable to extricate themselves too. They discovered that Yi Yuan's alchemy technique was what they had never heard of before. His technique was exceedingly profound. They could not understand it all, especially those elders. Each and every one of them were akin to having obtained a priceless treasure. They seemed to have had a good reign after a long drought, learning from Yi Yuan hungrily. Chapter 15, 94, Void Spirit Divine Grade. This is Elder Ye's strength. 1594, Void Spirit Divine Grade. This is Elder Ye's strength? No wonder he could become an elder with the ident. 1. Tie of a 3-star alchemy God. There's no problem at all. Convinced. Really convinced. I never dared to imagine that a 3-star alchemy God could actually be powerful to such an extent. When everyone woke up from being enthralled by the aura of Tao, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. Yi Yuan's pill refinement made them broaden their horizons. Only then did they truly understand what Yi Yuan relied on to become an elder. Yi Yuan already finished, but Ruo Su was still meticulously concocting his medicinal pill. The people who were originally still marveling at Head Elder's pill refinement, looking back at it again now, there was actually a dull feeling. No idea how long had passed. Said either Head Elder's Vast Sun Universe pill was finally refined completely. Regarding the pill refinement this time, he was very satisfied. Based on his judgment, it was at least heaven grade too. Being able to refine Vast Sun Universe pill to heaven grade, one could practically be in an undefeatable position already. When he saw that Yi Yuan was still standing there, looking at him calmly, he even thought that Yi Yuan did not refine one. Who gave up? Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? Ruo Su smiled and said. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, I've long finished refining. It's you who were too slow. Ruo Su seemed to have heard the most hilarious joke in the world and laughed in spite of himself as he said, still being stubborn until now. Do you think that the Vast Sun Universe pill is a cabbage, can be refined completely in this short while? Or is it that you treated those spirit medicines as stir-frying a dish, cooking them in one pot? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. At this time, an elder ran to Ruo Su's side and said a few words in his ears. Ruo Su's expression changed, looking at Yi Yuan with amazement. He opened his mouth, but did not know what he should say. Yi Yuan, he really refined it. A 3-star alchemy God. How could it be possible to refine the Vast Sun Universe pill? This medicinal pill was the taboo of 3-star alchemy GODS. Ruo Su abruptly startled awake, his eyes sweeping across the other people's faces, instantly understanding something. He was incomparably ashamed and resentful as he said to Yi Yuan in a cold voice, Open the furnace, this old man wants to see what the HLU refined. Everyone's faces also revealed a fascinated look. They were all very curious to be able to have that kind of terrifying alchemy art. To what grade did Yi Yuan refine it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Open then. Head Elder, who first? Head Elder said in a deep voice, you first. This old man is very curious now. What grade of Vast Sun Universe pill can a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. actually refine? Yi Yuan smiled and said, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, the moment the medicinal cauldron opened, a dazzling light shot out and reached straight for the firmament, blinding until everyone could not open their eyes. In the sky, the winds and clouds suddenly changed and actually formed a rainbow auspicious cloud. The rainbow auspicious cloud danced in the sky, looking unbelievably magnificent, like celebrating Yi Yuan forming the pill. In the crowd, cries of exclamations rang out. What grade is this medicinal pill? To actually be able to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon. Are you dumb? Heaven and earth phenomenon. Only void spirit divine grade and above medicinal pills can trigger it. Elder Ye's medicinal pill already reached void spirit divine grade. You gotta be joking, right? Vast Sun Universe pill, void spirit divine grade? Really, what the frick? I was actually able to see a vast spirit divine grade Vast Sun Universe pill be born. Head Elder's face revealed a look of astonishment. With his experience, how could he not understand what happened? This scene was simply too soul-stirring. Want to trigger heaven and earth phenomenon, it was not just any kind of medicinal pill reaching void spirit divine grade could work. Only a pill like the Vast Sun Universe pill that sees the good fortune of heaven and earth could it trigger heaven and earth phenomenon. And this kind of medicinal pill, wanting to refine void spirit divine grade, was undoubtedly a fool's talk. But now, the crazy talk genuinely happened in front of them. Yi Yuan was just a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. How could Yi Yuan do it to this extent? If not for seeing it with his own eyes, Ruo Su would never believe no matter what that a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. could actually refine a vast spirit, divine grade, Vast Sun Universe pill. This was simply a joke. Even if he witnessed the heaven and earth phenomenon with his own eyes, he still felt that this was a joke that heaven made toward him. Xian Yu heaved a sigh and said with a bitter smile, I even thought that Yi Yuan could refine purple spirit divine grade. I didn't think that he actually directly refined void spirit divine grade. This guy, I really don't know where his limit is. Lu Yi, who was beside him, also said in wonder, Master, Elder Yi is really remarkable. This void spirit divine grade Vast Sun Universe pill, probably the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will plunge into madness. Xian Yu smiled and said, that is, of course. This time, Ruo Su miscalculated. If Yi Yuan didn't have the ability that could be showcased, how could Upstairs possibly agree to let him be an elder? I very much want to see if Ruo Su is opening the furnace or not opening the furnace. Louis froze and immediately understood. He did not expect that the good guy master also had such a mischievous side. Under this stance right now, whether Ruo Su opened his furnace or not was a very awkward question. Open, the jewel was in front. He could not present it at all. Not opening, the exalted head elder actually did not even have the courage to open the furnace. What an awkward spectacle. Ruo Su regretted until his intestines turned green now. If he had long known it was like this, he might as well open the furnace first. No idea how long had passed, said either. The rainbow auspicious cloud faded. Everything returned to tranquility. A medicinal pill suspended above the medicinal cauldron quietly. Fragrance instantly filled the entire plaza. So fragrant. It's my first time smelling such an aromatic medicinal fragrance. The entire plaza is actually able to smell the medicinal fragrance. Void spirit divine grade is indeed extraordinary. Everyone's faces revealed incomparably heated looks. Clearly, they all wanted to obtain this medicinal pill. There were quite a number of large families, upper echelons present. Toward this medicinal pill, they were naturally extremely eager for it. This grade of medicinal pill did not just signify being able to create a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. It even implied the possibility of a limitless future. Void Spirit, Divine Grade, medicinal pills were naturally different from ordinary medicinal pills. It could consolidate and bolster, stimulating the martial artist's potential, letting the martial artist have even greater upside potential. A martial artist who exhausted their potential and could only cultivate to first-layered Heaven Divine Lord after consuming medicinal pills, after consuming a Void Spirit, Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill, there was a very high hope of breaking through to second-layered Heaven Divine Lord, even third-layered Divine Lord. This was still just those whose talents were poor. After those with good talent consumed it, their future possibilities would simply be unimaginable. Such a medicinal pill, how could they not go crazy? Head Elder, it's your turn. Yi Yuan's words made the muscles on Ruo Su's face twitch unceasingly. The scene seemed to have been frozen. Everyone's gazes were locked onto Ruo Su, wanting to see what Head Elder would do. After all, Head Elder's status was exalted. Yi Yuan's words virtually forced him into a corner. Today, no matter what, Head Elder's face was considered utterly lost. You won. Ruo Su practically squeezed these few words out from the crevices between his teeth. Chapter 1595, Astronomical Price, Medicinal Pill. Chapter 1595, Astronomical Price, Medicinal Pill. Ruo Su knew that even if he risked this old life, it was still impossible to refine a Void Spirit Divine Grade medicinal pill. This kind of medicinal pill only existed in legends. In reality, he lived to a ripe old age and had seen before D knows how many geniuses. But he had never heard of anyone who could refine a Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill when at 4-star Alchemy D. As for 3-star Alchemy that went even more without saying. Therefore, he admitted defeat very sensibly. Of course, he did not have the face to stay here anymore either. After conceding, he left dejectedly. But at this time, everyone's thoughts were already long not on Head Elder. An elder of the W.A.N.G. family said in a clear voice, "Elder Yi, sell this medicinal pill to our W.A.N.G. family. We'll offer 300 million divine essence stones." "Elder Yi, don't listen to him. Sell to our Yin family. We'll offer 500 million divine essence stones." "Our Lu family offers 550 million. Suddenly, these major families' leaders seemed to thrash around violently, arguing until Yi Yuan had a headache. According to the Pill Tower's rules, even though this Vast Sun Universe pill was refined by Yi Yuan, the owners, H.I. plus P belonged to the Pill Tower. But if the Pill Tower decided to sell it, 30% of the divine essence stones obtained would be given Yi Yuan. Ordinary rank 3 divine pills, even the heavenly blood marrow changing pill that Yi Yuan refined at the South City, also merely sold at a price of 50 million. These major families, the moment they opened their mouths, it was several 100 million divine essence stones. This price already greatly exceeded the price of ordinary rank 3 divine pills. "Stop! All stop for me!" Yi Yuan shouted loudly, but no one listened to him. Those people were all still clamoring, virtually falling into madness. Void Spirit, Divine Grade, Vast Sun, Universe Pill. Who did not want one? As for the price, that was all not a problem. Yi Yuan seriously could not bear it anymore and shouted angrily, "All shut up for me!" This yell, Yi Yuan mustered up divine essence, directly overwhelming everyone. When those people saw that Yi Yuan was angry, they indeed stopped. Gotta be joking. Elder Yi was exceedingly formidable. Offending him, wouldn't they be unable to bear the consequences of it? Seeing everyone quietened down, Yi Yuan said to Xianyu, "Second Elder, this matter had best be left to you." Xianyu smiled and said, "Elders, since everyone is determined to get this Vast Sun Universe pill, then why don't we hold an auction on the spot to determine the owners? H.I. plus P of this medicinal pill. What does everybody think?" The moment everyone heard, they could not help being surprised. Who said that second elder was a benign person who never tried to offend anybody? This method was vicious. Auctioning on the spot, No one had any way to rely on connections. After today, the various major families would definitely pull all sorts of strings to find the pill tower to intercede. At that time, wanting to sell at a higher price would clearly be impossible. But now, open and transparent, everyone used money to talk. No one could say anything. This way, they could maximize the benefits of this medicinal pill. It was a good thing for the pill tower, too. After all, the pill tower had so many elders and disciples. The spirit medicines required and divine essence stones expended were an extremely terrifying number. The pill tower needed to earn money too. I have no objections, do it, as second elder says then. Amen. Let nature take its course. I have no objections. Just nice, we can also test the value of a void spirit divine grade medicinal pill. I think that this method is good. In front of so many people, even if the various elders had some ideas, they naturally did not dare to refute second elder either. After all, saying this or a word publicly would harm the pill tower's interests. Who dare to slam themselves onto the spearhead at the risk of universal condemnation? Second elder smiled slightly and said, "All right, then it's settled. Deacon Zhang, you're the best at this kind of thing. This auction will be hosted by you then." Deacon Zhang stepped out of the ranks and said, "Yes, second elder." Below, those major families' powerhouses all cried bitterness without ceasing. They knew that this medicinal pill was too popular. Once it entered the auction process, it would definitely greatly exceed 3 or 500 million. This way, for them to want to get this medicinal pill, they would have to spend a lot more money. Who said that second elder was easy to bully? When an honest person schemed, it killed even more subtly without shedding blood. However, they were seriously unable to refuse the temptation of the void spirit, divine grade, vast sun, universe pill. This medicinal pill, they were determined to get it. One had to know, this medicinal pill could truly enhance the family strength. Compared to those ordinary medicinal pills, even spending up to 1 billion was also worth the money. After all, money could be earned again, but this medicinal pill would not be refined during normal days. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had already existed for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. A void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill was an epic-making first time ever. Deacon Zhang carefully collected the medicinal pill, placed it inside the jade box, and put it on the table in front of him. Everybody, this Zhang has consulted with the elders earlier. The base price for this vast sun universe pill is 500 million low-grade divine essence stones. Each increment has to be no less than 20 million divine essence stones, Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice. At this time, the large and small families in the inner city already sent a representative over to bid. Even those families that did not come also hurriedly sent people over after hearing the news. But when they heard the base price set by Deacon Zhang, many small families immediately flinched back. 500 million low-grade divine essence stones. This base price already reached the price of rank 4 divine pills. This was still just the base price. The final transaction price would definitely be above 1 billion. This price was too scary. Not that they did not have this financial power, it was just that betting all of their financial resources on one medicinal pill was clearly unwise. Actually, these small families had long known that this medicinal pill, they definitely could not compete with those major families. But not coming to compete a bit, they could not get through this hurdle either. Now the auction begins. Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice, 600 million, 650 million, 700 million, 900 million, 1 billion. Everyone all knew that this auction's price would definitely be very horrifying. But no one could have expected that the price actually rose to 1 billion so quickly. Deacon Zhang was also secretly tongue-tied in his heart. He had hosted D knows how many auctions before and had never seen before such an enthusiastic increase in prices. Normally, in the auctioning process, when there was hesitation, he would make some remarks, encouraging everyone to bid an even higher price. But this time, he had yet to say a single word, and the price already doubled. 2 billion. Humph. This vast sun universe pill, our S.H.I. plus family is H. E.L. L Ben on it. 5 billion. S. H. I. plus family's elder shouted. The S. H. I. plus family and Ning family were the same, both major families of the inner city with tremendous financial power. The price of 5 billion frightened everyone at once. A rank 3 divine pill was actually auctioned for an astronomical price of 5 billion. This was something that no one dared to imagine in the past. Deacon Zhang was incomparably shocked in his heart. This was still his first time encountering such an auction. In virtually a blink of an eye, the price tripled. 5 billion. Elder S. H. I. plus Song has offered a price of 5 billion. Is there any higher? Deacon Zhang finally had a chance to speak. After a period of silence, a middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth and said, 2 billion. Chapter 1596, astounding the world with a single brilliant fia, everyone revealed incredibly shocked expressions, looking over towards that middle-aged man. 1596, astounding the world with a single brilliant fia, everyone revealed incredibly shocked expressions, looking over towards that middle-aged man. It's the Ning family's elder, Ning Li Xiao. My G.O.D. He directly raised the bid by 500 million. Does the Ning family want to give a plum in return for a peach here? Establish. H. I. Plusing relations. H. I. plus P with elder Yi? 2 billion to buy a rank 3 divine pill. Crazy? Really crazy. S. H. I. plus Song clearly also did not expect that someone would throw a wrench into the works. He looked at Ning Li Xiao rather surprisedly. S. H. I. plus Song gritted his teeth and said, 1 billion. 5 billion. Ning Li Xiao did not bat an eyelid and added 400 million very indifferently. S. H. I. plus Song's expression changed, and he said to Ning Li Xiao in a solemn voice, Ning Li Xiao, are you mad? Raising the price like this has no benefits to anyone. Ning Li Xiao said coolly, since I bid the price, it's naturally worth this price. S. H. I. plus Jiong needs it. Tianping similarly needs it. Enough C. R. A. P. The one with the higher price gets it. S. H. I. plus Song's face flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, 6 billion. Ning Li Xiao, if you have the capabilities, offer until 3 billion. Ning Li Xiao gave him a glance and slowly opened his mouth to say, 5 billion. Everyone all drew a cold breath. They had long expected that this vast sun universe pill would be very expensive, but they did not think that it was actually expensive to such an extent. For the price of 5 billion, one could even purchase some defective divine, Lord Mystic treasure already. However, it was just a rank 3 divine pill. S. H. I. plus Song's expression changed several times, and he said very unhappily, Ning Lixoa, consider yourself ruthless. Here, this vast sun universe pill is your Ning family's. Ning Li Xiao clasped his hands and said with a smile, Brother S. H. I. plus Song, thanks for giving way. 5 billion. The Ning family bids a price of 5 billion. Is there any higher price? Deacon Zhang paused for a bit, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and then he followed up and said 5 billion once, 5 billion twice, 5 billion thrice. Done. Congratulations to the Ning family for obtaining Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's historical First Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe Pill. A final gong decided it. Everyone all started dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, not quite daring to believe this price. There had never been a rank 3 divine pill that could sell at a sky-high price of 5 billion. They even somewhat felt that the Ning family was taking advantage of this time. Even though this medicinal pill was 1 in a million, the price of 5 billion still made them feel that it was not worth it. However, Ning Li Xiao clearly did not have this awareness. After receiving the medicinal pill, He found Yi Yuan and clasped his hands as he said with a smile, "Elder Yi, these few days, see you this loss was under your care. I represent the Ning family to owe you a debt of endless gratitude." Ning Lixiao was very smart. Even though he bought the medicinal pill with 5 billion, he did not have the intention of using it to show his favor. It was as if this medicinal pill was really worth 5 billion. Instead, he came to find Yi Yuan to express thanks for Ning Siyu's matters. In reality, the Ning family attached great importance to Ning Siyu. The Ning family had very powerful strength in the martial tower, but their influence on the pill tower side was virtually zero. It was not surprising. Grooming an alchemy genius was much harder than grooming a martial arts genius. But what made the Ning family have a headache was that Ning Siyu had always been lazy and made no effort to seek progress previously. But today, the Ning family saw a Ning Siyu who underwent a complete change. This made them overjoyed. At this point, who still dared to doubt whether or not Ning Siyu was taught by Yi Yuan? Apart from Yi Yuan, who could still make Ning Siyu have such a big change within such a short time? Furthermore, the terrifying talent displayed by this young man in front of them was absolutely worth the Ning family to make friends. Although 5 billion was a little expensive, this money was worth it. Yi Yuan understood in his heart and also smiled and said, "This Li's talent is pretty good. If it was a piece of rotten wood, I can't polish it either." Ning Lixiao chuckled and said, "What Elder Yi said is true. You aren't aware, see you this girl prides on that her talent Serpa. SES others and is fond of playing and being willful, making our Ning family worry our heads off all the way until she met Elder Yi. Now, she finally knows what's called heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. In front of Elder Yi, any genius will be overshadowed." It sounded like flattery, but it came from the bottom of Ning Lixiao's heart. Ning Siyu's talent was strong, but Song Qiang's talent was only stronger and not weaker compared to her. But the result? Song Qiang was not even worthy of carrying Yi Yuan's shoes. Who was Yi Yuan? That was an existence who one-shot head elder. Once Yi Yuan broke through to Divine Lord Realm, that was a pill tower's power that could not be overlooked and could virtually stand shoulder to shoulder with the two great elders. After today, Yi Yuan's reputation would spread throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Yi Manor's door would likely be trampled to the ground. "Fang Rong, why haven't you paid respects to Elder Yi? Do you know the rules or not?" Ning Lixiao suddenly said to the Ning Fangrong beside him. Ning Fangrong followed by his side like a little wifey who was bullied. Back then, he uttered wild ravings in front of Yi Yuan. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually became the Pill Tower's elder. This change was really Nabel. Fangrong pays respect to Elder Yi. Ning Fangrong said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Long time no see, young Master Ning. Don't need to be so awkward." Ning Fangrong said embarrassed. Said Li, "In the past, it was Fangrong who was insensible. Hope that Elder Yi doesn't take it to heart." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'm not so petty yet. Let the past matters be written off." The small conflict between Yi Yuan and Ning Fangrong. Ning Lixiao was naturally aware as well. Hearing Yi Yuan say, so at this time, his heart also landed back in place. At this time, the S.H.I. plus family's elder S.H.I. plus Song also moved over and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "Elder Yi truly astounds the world with a single brilliant feat. This void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill, this S.H.I. plus drools with envy. Wonder if I can request Elder Yi to take action to refine once more. My S.H.I. plus family is willing to offer 2 billion divine essence stones. Elder Yi, please take action once more." The S.H.I. plus family strength was on par with the Ning family. Gathering a set of spirit medicines to refine the vast sun universe pill was naturally nothing difficult. It was just that spirit medicines were easy to find, but an alchemist capable of refining void spirit divine grade was extremely hard to come across. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Elder S. H. I. plus S appreciation. It's not that Yi Yuan doesn't wish to take action, but it's truly that this void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill can't be casually refined by this Yi. Being able to form the pill today also depends on elements of luck. Why not Elder S. H. I. plus wait a few more days? When this Ye's strength rises to a higher level, and after I have a certain degree of confidence, I'll take action to refine it again. How's that?" Actually, this void spirit divine grade, Yi Yuan already had 60% to 70% assurance in being able to refine it. But these words he naturally would not say to S. H. I. plus song. The Ning family just offer price of 3.5 billion and bade this medicinal pill down. You offered 2 billion and wanted to make me refine me. Was it looking down on me, Yi Yuan? Furthermore, refining for you for 2 billion. Where would the Ning family's face go? Putting it bluntly, the S. H. I. plus family felt that this vast sun universe pill was not worth 3.5 billion. However, Yi Yuan was clear 3.5 billion was the Ning family profiting. Before long, the Ning family would understand. The Ning family and S. H. I. plus family, which was far and which was close, Yi Yuan could still differentiate it very clearly. He naturally would not do this kind of thing that bit the hand who fed him. S. H. I. plus Song had a regretful look and said, "Then after Elder Yi breaks through this S. H. I. plus will thicken my face and drop by to request for the pill again." Chapter 1597 Spatial Inheritance. Chapter 1597 Spatial Inheritance. Sure enough, the following few days, Yi Manor's doorway was trampled to the ground. Requesting for pills, acknowledging as a master, sucking up to people, so on and so forth. Long Zhan was the Yi Manor's chief steward now. These few days, it busied him terribly. The people coming to the Yi Manor, the lousiest, were also divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Origin Deity Realm Juniors could only follow behind their elders obediently and give Yi Yuan their regards. Originally, he was still somewhat not used to it, but later, he discovered that everyone was unbelievably courteous to him. Only then did he knew that being stained by Yi Yuan's light, even though his realm was not high, he already became Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most in-demand chief steward. Most likely, head elders and second elder stewards could not compare to him now either. After so many years of trials, Yi Yuan already returned to him his freedom when he came back this time. Ever since then, Long Zhan was even more committed to Yi Yuan. He knew that Yi Yuan could give him a future with infinite possibilities. At this time, he looked at Lin Dong from a commanding position and said coolly, "You go back, His Excellency won't see you." Lin Dong was full of bitterness in his heart. How could he know that Yi Yuan was actually such an Astonis? H. I. plus in great talent? A moment of hesitation offended Elder Yi, this great deity, to the core. Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Steward Long, I know that Elder Yi is dissatisfied with this Lin. But this time, I specially came to make a humble apology and ask for punishment. Steward Long, please notify." Long Zhan did not even ask for instructions and directly shut the door in Lin Dong's face. Long Zhan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Protector Lin, sometimes there will only be one chance. Miss it and it will never come back again. Wavering hesitantly when the opportunity comes will only ruin your own future." Lin Dong said vexedly, "Steward Long, this matter was indeed this Lin's fault. It's just..." Long Zhan interrupted him and said, "It's just that head elder is powerful. You don't dare to offend, is it? Protector Lin, if you were His Excellency, do you think that he'd continue to use you? It's precisely because head elder is powerful that he needed you to step forward bravely at that time. Isn't that so? You wanted to wait for a victor to be decided between head elder and second elder before choosing which team to side with. Don't you feel that it's very shameful?" Lin Dong opened his mouth, but could not find the words to refute. Long John said coolly, "Protector Lin, I'm just an insignificant servant. Not that I'm intentionally making things difficult for you, but I have to try to figure out the intentions of upstairs too. If I can't share His Excellency's worries, before long, I'd be kicked out by His Excellency too. You're a high and mighty divine Lord Realm powerhouse, while I'm just an unexceptional minor character. Once I'm kicked out by His Excellency, there wouldn't be room for me to survive in this heavenly Eagle Imperial City anymore." Long John said these words neither obsequiously nor haughtily, and also lightly plucked himself out. It could be said to be watertight. Lin Dong gave Long John a deep glance and said with a bitter smile, "Following Elder Yi, Steward Long's future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath this Lin's. I've disturbed everyone, so this Lin will take his leave." Finished talking, Lin Dong took his leave. Yi Yuan was able to refine a void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill. Wanting to create a divine Lord Realm powerhouse was truly too easy. Long John's talents might never be able to step into the divine Lord Realm, but it could not be helped that he followed a good master who might help him to break through. Looking at Lin Dong's departing back view, Long John just smiled. Actually, he thought so as well. "You want to enter the Marshal Tower to train?" Inside the Yi Manor's lounge, when Xian Yu heard that Yi Yuan actually wanted to go to the Marshal Tower to cultivate, he had a look of amazement. As an elder, they could enter the Pill Tower or Marshal Tower once every 100 years. Presently, the Pill Tower and Marshal Tower were opened. The disciples selected were also going to enter inside to cultivate. But Xian Yu never thought that Yi Yuan was actually not going into the Pill Tower to cultivate. Instead, he decided to enter the Marshal Tower. Looking at the surprised Xian Yu, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What does Second Elder feel that I can comprehend further by entering the Pill Tower?" Xian Yu could not help choking. Ruminating for a moment, he discovered that Yi Yuan really did not seem to have anything he could comprehend by entering the Pill Tower. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength had virtually reached the pinnacle already. The comprehensions inside the Pill Tower were likely mostly of little value to him. Yi Yuan could even refine a void spirit divine grade divine pill. The comprehensions that could help him were truly in the minority. The remaining road could only rely on Yi Yuan himself to walk. Xian Yu thought about it and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "You brat, if those words were heard by outsiders, who knows what they would think. However, what you said is true. There truly isn't too many things that can help you inside the Pill Tower." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I heard that there are spatial law comprehensions inside the Marshal Tower." Xian Yu's expression changed, and he said, "You want to go and comprehend spatial laws? No way, it's too dangerous." Yi Yuan said curiously, "Isn't it just comprehending Tao? Why would it be dangerous?" The reason why he had the thought of entering the Marshal Tower was because of spatial laws. He seemed to have reached a bottleneck comprehending spatial laws himself and had never made too big of a breakthrough all along. Hearing that there was a complete spatial laws inheritance in the Marshal Tower, Yi Yuan had the idea stirring in his mind, but he did not think that there was actually danger in it. Xian Yu said, "The comprehensions of spatial laws were left behind by a heavenly Eagle Imperial City's predecessor. Inside the tower contains spatial laws, first-layered heaven and second-layered heaven complete law comprehensions. But the comprehension of spatial laws is extremely dangerous. A single misstep and you would be lost inside, never getting out." Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said rather surprisedly, "It's actually so dangerous?" Xian Yu nodded and said, "Spatial laws is an extremely high-level law. Who wouldn't it be fatal? But after that predecessor left behind the inheritance, he once warned future generations, saying that we have to think twice before we act. However, how many can resist the temptation of spatial laws? That generation, there were several dozen disciples who entered inside, even quite a number of elders. But not a single one came out before. Later, there were naturally disciples who did not believe in heresy as well, insisting on entering inside. But until now, body has yet to be able to walk out of inside before. That place is already all of the Marshall Tower disciples' forbidden land. Yi Yuan was alarmed when he heard it. He did not expect that comprehending spatial laws would even be so perilous. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Xian Yu even thought that Yi Yuan was afraid and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan, your alchemy Dao talent is impressive, so you should focus on alchemy Dao. You'll have greater achievements in the future. There are times when a person's strength just won't cut it. Walking on the path of martial arts and alchemy at the same time, one might be empty-handed in the end." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Second Elder's concern, but I have a score in my heart. Hence, this martial tower, I still want to go and give it a try." Xian Yu even thought that he had already convinced Yi Yuan, who knew that saying it was like not saying. He still insisted on entering the martial tower. The Pill Tower finally managed to acquire such an unparalleled genius. If he fell inside the martial tower, it would really be painful until they could not breathe. Why was this boy so stubborn? Yi Yuan naturally had his thoughts. In the view of Second Elder, there was the martial tower guarding. They could focus on studying alchemy Dao. But to Yi Yuan, he would not place his hopes on others. Only when one's own strength was powerful that one could protect themselves. This was a lesson he learned and paid in blood, so he would not repeat it. Chapter 1598, Chaotic SBC. Hey, did you guys hear? Elder Yi actually wants to enter the Martial Tower's spatial inheritance. 1598, Chaotic SPAC. Hey, did you guys hear? Elder Yi actually wants to enter the Martial Tower's spatial inheritance. No way, right? Isn't this seeking death? Spatial inheritance? I never heard that anyone could come out of that place before. Elder Yi is such a prodigious character, and yet he actually wants to go and commit suicide. Could it be that the elders are going to watch him commit suicide, just like this? Opening the inheritance, this sort of thing, could not be concealed. The news of Yi Yuan wanting to enter the spatial inheritance spread throughout the inner city very soon. This action of Yi Yuan's made everyone very puzzled. A Pill Tower elder run to the Martial Tower to join in the excitement for what? It was fine if going to the Martial Tower to actually run into the most terrifying spatial inheritance. Was this being tired of living? Youngsters are like this, thinking that they have some talent and consider everything and everyone beneath their notice. He thinks that he's different from the rest and can come out of the spatial inheritance. But in reality, body has ever come out before. When Head Elder heard this news, his heart burst into joy. These few days, he did not even dare to walk out of his front door. He truly had no face to go out. He, the exalted Head Elder, was actually defeated at the hands of a 3-star Alchemy God. This made him feel like he had no face to see people. But today, his mood was exceptionally pleased because Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge the spatial inheritance. Master, this Yi Yuan, one look, and it's clear that he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. No matter how high this kind of person's talent is, he can't live long either. Song Qiang said by the side. These few days, it was hard on this pair of master and disciple, both not going out the front door and not stepping out the second door. They were even embarrassed. Said to meet guests. Ruo soon nodded his head and said with a smile, "The spatial laws are incomparably difficult. That predecessor used several tens of thousands of years before barely managing to comprehend 2 levels. Who does that Yi Yuan think he is?" Song Qiang said excitedly. Second Elder actually can't stop him either. With this, a general that Second Elder's side just acquired is actually gone right away. Ha. Ruo Su sneered and said, "Do you think that Xian Yu can control that kid? With that kid's ambition, he won't submit to anybody. Moreover, Xian Yu is at most evenly matched with me too. What right does he have to have Yi Yuan became one of his generals?" Song Qiang's expression changed. He really had not thought about this. Then just what relations? I plus P the two of them have? Song Qiang racked his brains in extreme terror as he said in surprise. Ruo Su smiled coldly and said, what relations? I plus P can or B? If my conjectures are right, Xian, you should have learned quite a bit from Yi Yuan. If you must put it in terms of relations, H, I, plus P, it's at most considered an alliance. Song Chiang sucked in a cold breath. He was still unable to believe until now that a kid who was so much younger than him could actually have such terrifying alchemy Dao attainments. Even Master and Second Elder, this level of existences, were unable to shake each other. A deacon managing the martial tower asked Yi Yuan doubtfully, "Elder Yi, you really want to enter the spatial inheritance?" He did not believe that Yi Yuan did not know the danger of the spatial inheritance, but Yi Yuan still came. He kept feeling that this thing was too fake. How could there be someone who would do this kind of stupid thing? Confidence in their own talent. If it was the Pill Tower, no one would doubt it. But this was the Martial Tower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll have a troubled Deacon Ling to send me right in." Deacon Ling was helpless and could only activate the transmission array. Yi Yuan walked into the transmission array. A light flashed, and he entered inside the Martial Tower. This place is... Yi Yuan saw the surrounding scenery and could not help drawing a cold breath. He seemed to have been situated amidst countless mirrors. Inside the mirrors, there were countless reflections of him. With only one glance, Yi Yuan felt his eye blur, his head dizzy. This place is a chaotic S.P.A.C. Your individual reflection is projected inside countless S.P.A.C.S. That's why this kind of phenomenon would appear. If you can't find a way out, you'll forever be lost inside these S.P.A.C.S. Furthermore, between S.P.A.C.S. spatial extrusion might be produced, just like spatial turbulent flows. A single misstep, and you'll be crushed into smithereens. Dustless's voice sounded out inside Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan instantly understood and said in surprise, "To actually use this kind of method to cultivate spatial laws, it's truly inconceivable. The senior who left behind this inheritance is really in his stonies. H.I. plussing genius." You don't be in a hurry to praise first. This overlapping S.P.A.C. isn't that easy to clear. Otherwise, there also wouldn't be so many geniuses who perish here. Even for you, a single misstep, and you would also lose your life. Dustless warned. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I can feel the spatial laws here. Even though I only grasp a superficial understanding of spatial laws currently, this first-layered heaven should be shrinking Earth into an inch. I think it can't stun me one." In the beginning, Yi Yuan only comprehended spatial laws through Sword Dao and did not know anything at all. But later, Yi Yuan's comprehensions towards spatial laws became increasingly more profound, gradually having a hint of understanding in his heart. First-layered heaven seemed to be the application of S.P.A.C. in a small area. Putting it bluntly, it was shrinking Earth into an inch, making use of the comprehension towards small-scale shuttling through the void, catching people by surprise. However, what Yi Yuan comprehended was just a bit of smattering. What he was truly strong at was still Sword Dao laws. Spatial laws only gave Sword Dao laws a supplementary effect. But if one could fully comprehend spatial laws first-layered heaven, then the result would be completely different. Even one-shotting half-step divine lord powerhouses would be a cinch too. Not good. These chaotic S.P.A.C.S. are not static, but constantly moving. Yi Yuan, you have to be careful. Dustless said. Sure enough, those overlapping S.P.A.C.S. actually started to gradually move. Crack, crack. The sound of S.P.A.C. squeezing and shattering gave people an immense shock. The S.P.A.C. where Yi Yuan was practically going to be crushed into dust. To simply wait and do nothing, Yi Yuan would die without a burial ground. How could Yi Yuan still dare stay? Directly mustering up spatial laws, he shuttled into another region of S.P.A.C. But very soon, this S.P.A.C. collapsed once more. Yi Yuan was incomparably wretched and could only shuttle through S.P.A.C. C continuously. But he discovered very soon that his bit of spatial comprehension was not enough to use it all. The S, P, A, C became more and more chaotic. Shuttling through S, P, A, C also became harder and harder. This was also just him. If someone who was completely ignorant about spatial laws was here, they would likely have long been ground into powder. Marshall Tower, first level, which was also the entire Marshall Tower's main center. After several days, head Elder Ruo Su's figure suddenly appeared here. Ling Yun, I heard that Elder Yi entered the spatial inheritance. How is it now? Ruo Su asked. Ling Yun was that deacon guarding the Marshall Tower. When he saw head Elder ask about it, he shook his head and said, the situation is likely not very good. Elder Ye's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Most likely, he'll be lost inside the chaotic SPAC. While talking, Deacon Ling fired out a spell. A light screen appeared. There was a yellow dot on it. Ruo Su knew that represented the aura of Yi Yuan's life. At this time, that yellow dot already became dim, virtually almost disappearing. 1. For those unaware, shrinking Earth into an inch is referring to a traditional Xinxia skill, where one can essentially travel thousands of miles by shrinking the distance. Chapter 1599, the person trapped in the spatial inheritance looking at the light that become dimmer and dimmer. Ling Yun heaved a sigh and said, what a shame. An alchemy genius is actually going to perish just like this. 1599, the person trapped in the spatial inheritance looking at the light that become dimmer and dimmer. Ling Yun heaved a sigh and said, what a shame. An alchemy genius is actually going to perish just like this. Once the light dot vanished, it meant that this person was forever lost inside the chaotic SPAC, never able to return. But Ruo Su said disdainfully, this is him courting death himself. He thinks that refining a void spirit divine grade divine pill makes him exceptional and doesn't need to listen to other people's advice anymore. Can't even make it through a few days, and he actually dares to enter the spatial inheritance. Ling Yun gave Ruo Su a glance, but did not dare to follow up. The struggle of the upper echelons was not what he, this kind of small fry, could get involved with. He also understood head Elder's intention of coming today, but he could not say anything no matter what. Suddenly, Ling Yun's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, Amen? The light lit up again. Ruo Su's expression changed, discovering that originally already dim light that really lit up once more. Oh, looks like got to disappoint head Elder. Suddenly, Xian Yu's voice sounded out from behind. Ling Yun immediately felt his head swell. Two big shots coming here at the same time. It was really an unprecedented encounter. But Elder Yu is also worthy of two great elders coming in person. Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, merely dragging out his feeble existence. The dangers of the spatial inheritance, it's not like you are unaware of them. Xian Yu gave Ruo Su a profound glance and said, head Elder is quite moody, huh? Elder Yi is our heavenly eagle imperial city's pillar of society. If he dies inside, it doesn't seem to have any benefits to the imperial city, right? Ruo Su's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, this old man is exasperated at his failure to live up to expectations. He, a pill tower elder, run to the Marshall Tower to join in what fun? Xian Yu, if Elder Yi really dies inside, you also have a responsibility that can't be plus Raquette off. Xian Yu could not help choking when he heard that. He discovered that when Yi Yuan was not around, he was indeed not head Elder's match. Going one big circle, he actually trapped himself. Ruo Su gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and left. Seeing that Yi Yuan's light actually lit up anew, his mood naturally could not be good. Xian Yu took a look at the light dot on the light screen, calming down slightly. But the current Yi Yuan was rather wretched. The chaotic SPAC became more and more complicated. His spatial comprehensions were already insufficient to support him shuttling through SPAC anymore. Only after expending a Herculean effort, did he find a slightly more stable S, P, C that could let him catch his breath. In it, under this kind of environment, there's no way to comprehend spatial laws at all. Does that predecessor want to leave behind an inheritance or kill people? Yi Yuan said with remorse and anger. Dustless said, this chaotic S, P, A, C is indeed dangerous, but it should have that point just like the end of a thread. If you can find this thread end, you'll naturally be able to open another door. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I understand the logic, but wanting to find this thread end is easier said than done. Dustless smiled and said, do you think that spatial laws are cabbages? Those able to comprehend spatial laws are all 1 in a million geniuses. Even though you drew parallels from inference and comprehended spatial laws, you know the how aspect now, but don't know the why part. Even though you can barely preserve your life inside the chaotic S, P, A, C, comprehending spatial laws isn't that easy. Hearing Dustless's words, Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration, seemingly grasping something. Senior, what did you say just now? Yi Yuan asked with an anxious look. Dustless froze and said, I said, you know the how but don't know the why. Yi Yuan hurriedly waved his hands and said, not this sentence, it's that sentence before. Dustless was full of puzzlement and thought about it and said, drew parallels from inference and comprehended spatial laws. Why, is there a problem? Yi Yuan slapped his thigh and said with delight, that's it. Why am I so stupid? I comprehended laws with Sword Dao, so why do I have to attend to the trivialities and neglect the fundamentals, forcefully relying on myself to comprehend it? Dustless froze and said in a daze, that works too. Yi Yuan laughed and said, of course it works. Senior, thank you very much for your reminder. Otherwise, I would still dodge until G. O. D knows when foolies. H. Plus, finish talking. Yi Yuan took out the Junyi sword. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan's long sword moved, immediately entering an ethereal state. In the midst of the sword art, spatial laws automatically flowed. In virtually an instant, the entire S, P, A, C became berserk. However, Yi Yuan was completely clueless, still wrapped up in his sword art. Crack, crack, S, P, A, C shattered. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure vanished on the spot, entering into another area of S, P, A, C. Yi Yuan did not stop, continuing to brandish his long sword like changing venues. The surrounding S, P, A, C continuously shattered, arriving at another region of S, P, A, C again. Yi Yuan discovered that it was still when he was using the misty sword art that he was the most unrestrained. Compared to using spatial laws by itself, his perception towards spatial laws under this kind of state currently was a little higher. But even so, spatial laws also could not be comprehended when one wanted to comprehend. Fall went and spring came. There were no seasonal changes inside the chaotic S, P, A, C. In a twinkle, 3 years' time passed, said. These 3 years, Yi Yuan had been practicing the sword constantly. Looking closely, Yi Yuan's present sword art was much more exquisite than before, becoming even more erratic. Clearly, his comprehension of spatial laws became even deeper. On this day, Yi Yuan suddenly produced a hint of understanding in his heart. Stabbing his sword out, his entire person seemed to tear across the sky, directly shuttling through the void. Boom! This S, P, A, C was directly punched through by him, shattering into pieces. Suddenly, the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes abruptly changed, arriving in an unknown S, P, A, C. This region of S, P, A, C was clearly much more stable than those S, P, A, C as he stated previously. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent, Tanic waves surging in his heart, because not far away, there was actually someone, a living person. That person was currently meditating. At this time, he slowly opened both eyes and looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately revealed a vigilant look because he was currently holding the Junyi sword in his hand. The Junyi sword was a divine, Lord mystic treasure. It was hard to guarantee that the other party did not have wicked designs aroused. Yi Yuan could not see through the other party's situation, but through Dustless, he already knew that the other party was a third-layered heaven divine Lord powerhouse. Even though Yi Yuan did not fear the other party, the necessary caution was still needed. That was a man dressed in black. His face seemed aged, and his gaze was lacking in U.S. like he was already dead. Yi Yuan understood very quickly. The other party was likely a Marshall Tower genius from very long ago who attempted to enter and comprehend spatial laws like him. Except, he was trapped here, unable to go out. Yi Yuan completely did not think that there was actually still someone surviving in this S.P.A.C. That person sized up Yi Yuan. Using a Hoa, R.S.E. voice, he opened his mouth and said, "Another one who came to seek his own doom. Brat, you don't need to be so guarded. Arriving here, you'll never get out. There's no use for me to want your divine, Lord mystic treasure." Feeling confused, Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said, "Why is that?" That person slowly shut his eyes again and slowly said, "You'll know very soon." Chapter 1600 short-lived? Yi Yuan put away the Junyi sword and leisurely walked one round everywhere, and discovered this place's different aspect very soon. 1600 short-lived? Yi Yuan put away the Junyi sword and leisurely walked one round everywhere, and discovered this place's different aspect very soon. This region of S.P.C. seemed to be very stable, like a spatial node. This place is the spatial inheritance's central point, and it is also the safest place. But arriving here means that you'll never get out, unless you can fully comprehend the first two levels of spatial laws. Seemingly realizing that Yi Yuan discovered something, that black-robed person opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. He knew that the black-robed person was not lying. This region of S.P.A.C. was very safe, but the S.P.A.C. outside was very chaotic. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Wonder what your esteemed self's name is, and how many years have you been trapped here?" That black-robed person's brows knitted slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Impudent. Junior, to actually dare talk to me like this. If not for this place's spiritual energy being deficient, I would at least be the Marshall Tower's elder right now." In the view of the black-robed person, according to seniority, Yi Yuan at least had to respectfully address him as a senior. But who knew that this kid was so ignorant of the rules, directly calling your esteemed self? Even though he was trapped here, his pride was still there. Being able to live until now in itself already indicated that he was an extremely formidable genius back then. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder, is it? I'm an elder too. So talking about being on equal footing doesn't seem to have any problem." Ha ha ha. When the black-robed person heard, he immediately let out a peal of Hoa. R.S. He laughed and said, "Kid, do you take me to be trapped here for too long?" and became muddle-headed. "Is it? Your hair isn't even fully grown, elder? This joke isn't funny at all." If not for seeing that Yi Yuan was a junior of the Marshall Tower and the first person to enter this place in so many years, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap. This kid actually dared to make fun of him. But in the next instant, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan's hand really held a token, an elder's token. The black-robed person's pupils constricted, and he revealed a disbelieving look as he exclaimed, "Why would you possess the elder's token? Pill Tower Elder? A 3-star alchemy G.O.D. How can you possibly become the Pill Tower's elder? No, wait, this token of yours must be fake." Yi Yuan smiled and directly threw the token to the other party. The other party inspected it, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. This token was not fake. "Yi Yuan, Pill Tower Elder, how did you do it?" The black-robed person looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Becoming the Pill Tower's elder It's naturally because my pill refining standard is sable. If you can go out, you'll naturally know what's up. The black-robed person's gaze turned intent, and he said with anguish, "Go out? Entering this place, you still want to go out? I, Cold Feather, have been trapped here for 130,000 years already and can't find the way to go out. Even if you're a Pill Tower Elder, you can forget about going out from here too." Yi Yuan said coolly, 130,000 years? I don't have so much time to waste here. I'll just need to be able to go out. Cold Feather snickered and said, overestimating your own ability. All of the people who enter the spatial inheritance feel that they can comprehend spatial laws. But they are all dead. Only I'm still eking out a meager existence till this date. This old man, assessed his own ability at first. I feel that my talent is superior to others, but then I can only comprehend first-layered heaven spatial laws to late stage 2. Even if your talent far surpa. SES this old man's without several tens of thousands of years. Could it be that you can still catch up to this old man? Yi Yuan took out the elder's token and said with a smile, "Not trying. How would you know?" Cold Feather suddenly calmed down and said coolly, "Back then, when this old man just entered, I was the exact same as you, also full of high spirits. When your drive is whittled away clean, you'll know what's called despair. Go then." Yi Yuan smiled and did not answer. He then started to meditate on the spot. These 3 years, Yi Yuan comprehended spatial laws with Sword Dao laws. Now that he shattered SPAC, he had some comprehensions. He needed to calm his heart down and contemplate the gains of these 3 years of cultivation. Gradually, Yi Yuan entered a state of emptiness. As for Cold Feather, with Dustless keeping watch, he was not worried. If Cold Feather attacked, Dustless would control the purple extreme hall right away and pull Yi Yuan inside. Cold Feather looked at the Yi Yuan meditating, his gaze full of disdain. Cold Feather laughed mockingly and said, "An old person's sayings are seldom untrue. When you MP until you're battered and bruised, you'll be able to experience this old man's current state of mind." Time ticked away. This meditation of Yi Yuan had already taken half a year's time. On this day, there was suddenly a ripple in SPAC. Cold Feather suddenly snapped open his eyes, looking toward Yi Yuan with great surprise. This brat actually broke through to middle stage, first-layered heaven so fast. Turns out that he already comprehended spatial laws. So wonder he can reach until here. Looks like this kid's talent is really extraordinary. Cold Feather was very sensitive towards spatial laws. The spatial undulations that Yi Yuan triggered were precisely first-layered heaven spatial laws middle stage. Through 3 years of comprehending Dao and also experiencing half a year of ACCU emulation, Yi Yuan finally broke through the bottleneck. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up, took out the Junyi sword, and leaped, entering inside the chaotic SPAC once more. Cold Feather looked at Yi Yuan's disappeared back view and could not help being somewhat puzzled. This boy, comprehending spatial laws, carrying a sword for what? Yi Yuan's departure was several years' time. When he returned again, Yi Yuan was riddled with tons of gaping wounds, clearly being considerably wounded by the chaotic SPAC. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had many medicinal pills on him. After consuming medicinal pills, he sat quietly meditated once more. After he fully digested these few years of comprehensions, he carried his sword and entered the chaotic SPAC once again, rinse and repeat. Cold Feather observed from the sidelines coldly, but was disapproving in his heart. In his view, Yi Yuan just happened to cultivate to a bottleneck previously and only broke through successfully by coincidence. But spatial laws, the more to the back, the more profound. The time expended would increase exponentially. So much so that 10 or 20,000 years, and one would also be unable to advance an inch. If spatial laws could be eked out by relying on time, Cold Feather also would not be trapped for 130,000 years. Have you heard? Elder Yi had already fallen inside the spatial inheritance. Such a major thing. How could it be possible to not hear about it? Sigh, what a shame. Such an Estonies. Plussing genius actually committed suicide, going to seek death. Isn't that so? There has never been anyone capable of coming out of the spatial inheritance. Who does he think he is to actually do this kind of foolish thing? 3 years after Yi Yuan entered the spatial inheritance, the light that represented him finally totally vanished. This also represented that Yi Yuan already perished inside the spatial inheritance. When this news came out of the Marshall Tower, it immediately rocked the entire inner city. The once dazzling genius flowered briefly like the broad-leaved epiphyllum, just like this, forever remaining behind in the chaotic S.P.A.C. Some people felt sorry. Some people had sympathy. Some people gloated over others' misfortune. But no one doubted that it was already impossible for Yi Yuan to come out of the spatial inheritance. Sniff, sniff. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Elder Yi will definitely come out. There's no way he died inside. Ning Siyu threw herself on second elder's shoulder and wept bitterly without ceasing. Chapter 16:01 Fervent Self-Confidence. Looking at the heartbroken Ning Siyu, Xianyu also did not know what to say. 16:01 Fervent Self-Confidence. Looking at the heartbroken Ning Siyu, Xianyu also did not know what to say. He sighed slightly and said, this was the path that he chose, body can change it. Sigh. Before leaving, he entrusted me to take good care of his dear ones. We can only put in what meager effort we can. Entering the spatial inheritance in time, Yi Yuan did not bring Lier they all inside. After all, the journey this time was very perilous. If he was trapped inside the chaotic S.P.A.C., no matter how many divine essence stones Yi Yuan had, it could not support the necessary expenditure. Without divine essence stones to provide spiritual energy, the purple extreme hall was also just a metal lump. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly came in and said to Xianyu with a bow, Master, head elder that side gave notice to have you go and take part in the elders' meeting. Xianyu's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, came so fast. He can't even wait for a moment? Lu Yi also had a solemn expression as he said, Master, even though the time we know Elder Yi wasn't long, he had tremendous grace toward our lineage. Xianyu gave a cold snort and said, You rascal, could it be that in your heart, your master is that sort of person who repays kindness with ingrat? Wanted? Lu Yi was a little embarrassed, said as he smiled. Xianyu slowly got up and went to the elders' hall. Ruo Su glanced at Xianyu and said with a grim look, Even though this old man once had some unpleasantness with Elder Yi, I still held his strength with great respect. Originally, Elder Yi would become our heavenly Eagle Imperial City's pillar of society, but he perished inside the spatial inheritance. This old man feels deeply aggrieved. Ruo Su had an appearance of shedding crocodile tears. Those present naturally would not think that having an elders' meeting was in order to mourn over Yi Yuan. Sure enough, his face fell, and he said to Xianyu, Second elder, this matter, you have an inescapable responsibility. Your personal relations, H.I. plus P with Elder Yi is considered the best. You clearly know that the spatial inheritance is very dangerous. Why didn't you stop him? Actually, Xianyu also condemned himself greatly in his heart. He heaved a sigh and said with a nod, What head elder said is right. This matter, I indeed have a responsibility. If my attitude back then could be a little firmer, perhaps Elder Yi wouldn't have entered inside. Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, What's the use of saying this now? Since you have no objections towards this, then I propose for you to forfeit 10 years of all resources enjoyed. Do you have objections? The muscles on Xianyu's face twitched, but he said nothing and directly left. Head elder looked at Xianyu's back, the corners of his mouth revealing a smug smile. On this day, Lin Dong brought a group of people and came to the Yi Manor. He came today to chase Lier they all out. Yi Yuan already died, so head elder could not wait to erase all of Yi Yuan's sense of being. Steward Long, we meet again, Lin Dong looked at Long Zhan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Long Zhan snorted coldly and said, "You look pleased with yourself, huh?" Lin Dong smiled indifferently and said, "Could it be that I shouldn't be pleased with myself? Not long ago, you were still lecturing me here. But now, you all don't even have a place to stay anymore. Looking at it now, it seems like my choice back then wasn't wrong." Long Zhan's expression flickered incessantly, but White Light by the side could not watch on anymore and said with a cold snort, "Lin Dong, let me tell you, Big Brother won't die. When he comes back, all of you will tremble." Lin Dong laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha, looking at your expressions, seems like you all don't think that Yi Yuan would die. You guys are really fervently self-confident. The Marshall Tower's spatial inheritance, those who entered has never come out before. You actually tell me that Yi Yuan will come back? It's really killing me." Liu gave Lin Dong a glance and said coolly, "Other people not coming out doesn't mean that Big Brother Yuan won't come out. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see." Lin Dong felt that this group of people was simply impervious to reason. He originally wanted to come and reprove them well, who knew that this bunch of fellows completely did not believe that Yi Yuan already died. His face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "The few of you don't think that with second elder protecting you guys, you could be high and mighty like before. Let this protector tell you this. Without Yi Yuan, you all are just a bunch of ants. Before long, your corpses might be strewn on the streets. Now get lost from me." White Light still wanted to say something, but he was held back by Liu, who said indifferently, "Let's go. Kid, don't waste your effort anymore. You'll eventually mess yourself to death one day like this." Coldfeather looked at the Yi Yuan covered with cuts and bruises and said coolly, not that he did not want to go out, but that it was seriously too dangerous inside the chaotic S.P.A.C. A single misstep, and he would play himself to death. These few years, he watched Yi Yuan enter the chaotic S.P.A.C. time and again, fooling around by himself until he was about to die over and over again. Hence, he could not resist secretly scolding that Yi Yuan was a lunatic in his heart. Over 130,000 years of loneliness made Coldfeather very much long for someone to interact with. If a person finally managed to come in but died in the end, he would really cry until he had no place to cry. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "I came to this place in order to comprehend spatial laws, not entering the chaotic S.P.A.C. to comprehend. Could it be staying here and wait for death? I was the same as you when I just came in, also running into the chaotic S.P.A.C. every day, thinking that I can comprehend spatial laws. But thousands of years said the spatial laws that I comprehended became lesser and lesser, but my injuries grew heavier and heavier. All the way until one time I almost didn't come back, and I never dared to go in again," Coldfeather said. Coldfeather was frightened. That time, he was badly wounded and on the verge of death, almost dying in the chaotic S.P.A.C. After returning to this spatial node, he recuperated for a full decade before recovering. Since then, he never dared to enter the chaotic S.P.A.C. again. The chaotic S.P.A.C. that Yi Yuan was at previously was just the peripherals of the entire spatial inheritance. The power of the spatial collapse was not considered strong. But this spatial node's chaotic S.P.C., once it collapsed, the power would be unimaginable. A single misstep and one would perish, their Tao disappearing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I were you, I'll enter again." Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Coldfeather and started meditating. Coldfeather naturally did not know that these few years, Yi Yuan's spatial laws improved further. It was just that his closed seclusion inside the spatial node was all meditative comprehensions. Without him breaking through, Coldfeather would not be able to feel it. Comprehending spatial laws with Sword Tao was indeed a shortcut. Although compared to the past, the difficulty was more than 100 times, 1,000 times greater. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was continuously improving. Yi Yuan said so, and he achieved it. A few times, when Yi Yuan returned from the chaotic S.P.A.C., He was virtually already at his last gasp. Coldfeather naturally could not dispense with taunting and jeering remarks by the side. But after Yi Yuan recuperated his injuries, he resolutely entered the chaotic S.P.A.C. once more. Coldfeather's expression at that time was really fascinating to the max. Apart from scolding that Yi Yuan was a madman nonstop, Coldfeather seriously could not find a better adjective. Just like this, the days said by, from one year to another, Yi Yuan's spatial laws improved with each sing day.